Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was in the Warring States era. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 9, Gone in a Flash. Kurama was wary of his opponent? That never happened. No matter how big the bandits were, he usually just told Naruto to hurry up and beat them so he could go back to sleep. Even against Neji and Sasuke, he didn't really seem to care, and those guys had been tough. Yeah, this guy was a grown-up ninja, but the gap between them wasn't that significant, was it? After all, Tenten was there too, so it was 2-on-1. But it seemed to be more of a matter of the jutsu that the Senju clan man used more than anything else. That was one hell of a wooden wall. Testing it, he drew a kunai and stabbed into it. The tip barely pierced the surface of the thick fortification even with the force he'd done it with. He made these trees come up from nothing. That's not right. It's my second most abhorred Kekkei Genkai that you blasted humans have come up with, Kurama declared with a growl. Right behind Sharingan, then there's the Mokuton, which gives the user the ability to create and manipulate plants. Where the Sharingan can bind a Biju mentally, Mokuton can bind a Biju physically. Bullshit. I never kid about the Biju, Kurama repeated from their encounter with Shikaku. If I say it, you damn sure better believe it. Realizing that through his entire mental conversation he hadn't been interrupted with a lethal blow to a vital area, Naruto turned around to face the man that had confronted them. Tenten, though, asked the obvious question. You didn't attack while Naruto's back was turned? Naruto-san here isn't a bad little ninja to get away from that woman. For some reason Konan-san has an actual bone to pick with him, Tenzo said with an apologetic look on his face. I don't though. This isn't something that I want to do, and the last thing I'd want is for you to see it happen or be involved. I have a heart, you know. Yeah, right. If he had a heart, he wouldn't be trying to kill him just for existing as a Jinchuriki. Then you wouldn't be doing this at all, Naruto said, calling him out on his excuse-making, his accent breaking in his frustration. I'm tired of telling people, everybody in the village, and now people like you and the Konan bitch, that this isn't anything I did. And I'm not gonna roll over and die just cause you don't want to wait on me to fix this myself. Once more, Tenten furrowed her brow, not knowing what he was referring to in the slightest. Tenzo sighed and tried to appeal to Tenten's base sense of reason. Listen, if you stay out of the way and let me deal with Naruto-san, I won't hurt you. I'm being nice. Konan-san wouldn't have cared. She would have killed you right along with him without giving you a chance because it would have saved more time. Trying to protect the girl that had no stake in this was the reason that Tenzo demanded that Konan allow him to handle things himself. But if she got in the way, he would break her as much as he needed to in order to complete his task. As Naruto's back heel bounced impatiently off of the ground, he seethed to himself. That was fair, even if it basically sealed his fate with fighting alone against someone that gave even Kurama pause. But before he could even say anything prompting Tenten to leave this alone, she threw a kunai straight at Tenzo that he caught between his index and middle fingers. Naruto wanted to ask why she would do something like that when she had an out, when they hadn't been friends for that long in the grand scheme of things, but there was no time. That was the last straw to keep things from getting out of hand, and his legs carried him forward to get her front, per their team dynamic. Tenzo flipped the kunai and hurled it back at Naruto's head, getting the diminutive ninja to duck it without his stride being broken. As he leaned back up, Naruto's arms were concealed in a puff of smoke from the scroll he had in his pocket, allowing him to unseal a Fuma Shuriken. Only unfolding 2 blades of it, Naruto dangerously threw it at Tenzo. That thing's not aerodynamic enough to hit me with only 2 blades open. It passed right by him, but to his surprise it curved back around and he noticed a glowing blue string on his shoulder that led back to Tenten. No way. Back with Tenten, she had a chakra strings from her fingers attached to Naruto's shuriken, allowing her to guide it herself with her fingers. The wire would strangle Tenzo's neck when it wrapped back around and would make him an easy target on its second pass. But he avoided the blade, ducking underneath it and forcing it to plant into the wall before the bit of subterfuge was complete. Thrusting his arm out at the still advancing Naruto, Tenzo had a little surprise for him. Mokuton, Daijin no Jutsu, would release, Great Forest Jutsu. Brat, move! Naruto, substitute! A look of shock appeared in Naruto's eyes as he was speared with wooden spears that formed and branched out from Tenzo's arm. In a puff of smoke, Instead of Naruto, it wound up being a large target dummy that was skewered in his place. That damnable girl had unsealed a countermeasure to let Naruto escape a sure-death scenario. Almost 2 months of training and constant teamwork made that type of communication work so sublimely. It was clear that Tenten was the distant support to Naruto's more direct up-close approach. She might have saved Naruto, but that did nothing to stop Tenzo's attack from continuing onward, forking into several more skewers that went after her. With a gasp, Tenten cringed and flinched as she assumed her impalement was imminent, but all Tenzo did to her was pin her against the wooden wall with not an inch of space to move. She could feel her heart hammering in her chest when she saw Tenzo break off the tree attachment of his arm so that he could focus back on Naruto. Damn it! Naruto! I'll get you out! Naruto promised, wincing as he felt several more clones he'd made meet their end by Tenzo's hand. Just hold on for a bit. Any attempt to use his swarming style of taijutsu in tandem with his clones he tried failed. On this occasion, however, he took a hard punch to the face that staggered him back while his clones kept coming. Don't! Tenten grunted, stuck against the wooden wall in an awkward position that caused her to wince with every attempt she made to move. Just don't die! There had to be something she could do to get out, but she couldn't even move her hands enough to make a hand seal, let alone reach any of her ninja tools. Please don't die! She could barely move her fingers around to manipulate the chakra strings that Kankuro had clued her in on back in the desert, but she wasn't that good with them after only a few days. She needed more direct movements of her hands to get them to work for now, and her arm was stuck right down to the wrist. After disposing of more of Naruto's clones with his melee Mokuton techniques, Tenzo turned to Naruto and shook out his wrist. I told you I wouldn't kill her if I didn't have to. Killing kids isn't my thing. That just leaves you and me dash. He had to give Naruto credit when he came at him again before he even finished his statement. Alright. Naruto charged at Tenzo with a look of focus on his face. If this is it, I might as well go hard. With a hard tug of his right arm, Naruto's kunai flew out of the wooden wall, getting a scared eep out of Tenten, who hadn't noticed that there'd been ninja wire tied to the ring the entire time. The weapon flew forward through the air, past Naruto and at Tenzo, who loaded up his legs to prepare a dodge and a counter that would kill the boy quickly to spare him pain. His timing was disrupted horribly when the kunai got something of a speed and power boost. Futon, Ripushu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Tenzo moved his head directly out of the way of the weapon that would have brained him otherwise and turned his head back forward to grab Naruto's forearm as he tried to clean his clock with a punch. Trying to throw the boy to the ground, Naruto posted himself upside down with his other hand and in a stroke of inspiration put the kunai spinning exercise into practice, allowing him to twist and smash Tenzo with a whirling kick. Blocking the surprise taijutsu and stopping Naruto cold, Tenzo swung his leg around and kicked Naruto as hard as he could, sending him flying into the front wall of one of the buildings lining the street. Face down on the ground, Naruto spit out blood, twitching and quivering for a few moments. That hurt. That hurt like hell. He'd never been hit that hard in his entire life, in training with Kakashi and Kushina, in spars with Niji and Tenten, in a real fight with the Uchiha clan. Never. He felt that if someone had been watching they could have seen the impression of Tenzo's sandal through his back. Sighing at having to resort to hitting a child that hard to make him stop, Tenzo began to walk over to Naruto to continue. I'm not going to stop. So, Naruto thought to himself, grabbing a fistful of dirt as he tried to push himself up, this is what fighting Kakashi would be like if he wasn't holding back all of the time. It sucks. Get up, Naruto. I know. On his knees, back turned to Tenzo as he rose up, Naruto started subtly making hand seals, trying to hide them as his enemy drew closer. Come on, Mom. Help me out here. Na ushi inu I. Clapping his hands, he then slammed one hand on the ground with a sealing array appearing right beneath it. Tenzo's eyes went wide at the sight of the array and the almost instant extension of the jutsu's formation right beneath him, a copy of the smaller array underneath Naruto's hand. Uzumaki clan binding Fuinjutsu. Well, I'll be damned. It worked. He couldn't exit the circumference of the array after he'd found himself caught within it until Naruto lifted his hand up off of the ground. If his chakra had been significantly more powerful than Naruto's, he could have broken it, but Naruto's clan was noted for its potent chakra and sealing knowledge, therefore it would be a tall task for someone else without both of those factors to break it. I forgot you were an Uzumaki, Tenzo admitted with a chuckle. You really don't look like one I've got to say. You proved that though. I can't get out of this. Wiping his nose clear of the blood from Tenzo's earlier punch to the face, Naruto sat down cross-legged on the ground, making sure to keep his right hand planted flat on the ground to maintain the seal. Hey, gotcha. If Tenten wasn't stuck, this would be the time where she finished you off with enough sharp metal to start a scrapyard. Tenzo genuinely applauded the effort. He had been caught. It was at that point that the clapping sounded off to Naruto, as if it weren't flesh and bone clapping. Before his eyes, Tenzo's body took on the appearance of wood. A clone. All of that work, and it had been a clone they'd been taking on. One clone. From the wooden wall that Tenten was pinned to, Tenzo's body emerged from it as if he had been a part of it the entire time. Without saying a word, the look in his eye was that of dead seriousness. 3 hand seals later, in his right hand he formed a spiral of water in the center of his palm that he fired right at Naruto. Suetun, Hahanryu, water release, tearing torrent. Dotun, Dorihiki, earth release, earth-style wall. As the ripping bolt of water tore across the ground at Naruto, a wall rose in front of him, decorated with 4 bulldog sculptures, protecting him from the attack before he could get back up. Tenzo's attention attracted by the wall, he didn't notice until after the fact that Tenten was gone from where she'd been stuck until right then. A panging sense of self-preservation forced him to fire up his chakra and protect himself. Mokutan, Mokujihiki, wood release, wood locking wall. A large fireball set the wooden half-dome that rose from the ground ablaze. As it burned down to the ground, Tenzo surfaces from underneath the ground, glaring up at the perpetrator of the attack. It took him all of 2 seconds to identify the man at first glance. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. Tenzo of the Mokutan, Kakashi said, standing from atop the defensive wall he'd raised to protect Naruto previously. I'm saying that because of all of the wood, obviously. Obviously, Tenzo deadpanned. Since the girl's gone, I'm assuming that Naruto-san isn't behind that wall any longer. Of course he isn't, Kakashi confirmed brightly. Do you know how hard it was to track that boy down after he signaled for me? I tried to peg him by scent. Not the best idea when he split off his clones all over Twin Ridge Town to throw people off. I'll just find him later after I'm through here. He fought like his life was on the line, but that won't be enough, Tenzo assured him. I was making him fight my clone to wait for him to tap into his Biju powers, but he never did. Which one does he have? Instead of directly answering that question, Kakashi gave him what appeared to be an amicable smile behind his face mask as he revealed his normally concealed eye. He wasn't about to take it easy on one of the most powerful Senju clan members of the modern era. Slowly, he drew his white light chakra saber from his back with masked intent. You know, I take personal offense to people roughing up my cute little runts. That's my job. With that being said, he opened both of his eyes to reveal the Sharingan in one of them. I like it even less when they try to kill one of them. Because of the unnatural process by which the two obtained the bloodlines, it wasn't a legitimate face-off, but for the first time in decades it was Mokutan against Sharingan. With Naruto and Tenten. I love Kakashi, Naruto bawled as he and Tenten fled away from the scene of the battle that Kakashi had snagged from them. I love that man so much. I'll never make fun of him behind his back ever again. Are you alright? Tenten asked Naruto, noting how roughed up he looked. There was still blood on his face and staining his shirt, but he wasn't paying any attention to his superficial blood loss. That guy, what was that all about? We haven't done anything to the Senju clan. The only real clan we've fought is the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't that make them actually like us instead? Not only that, but Naruto was an Uzumaki. Tenzo's wood clone had confirmed that he knew that Naruto was one after he'd trapped him. Those two clans were incredibly tight with each other. It was time for Naruto to get it off his chest. It wasn't fair that she didn't know why any of this was happening. They had only known each other for just under 2 months. Even if it was technically the right thing to do, to fight for your partner, it wasn't right that she didn't know the reason she was sticking her neck out. Even if she chose to run away from that point forward, to hell with it. It was better that she did so and lived out of fear of him than if she died never knowing just what brought it on in the first place. Tenten, Naruto said as they continued to flee through the town to a safer area. That guy, he's after me because of something I have, and what I am. I'm a Jinchuriki, and that means that I've got a Biju sealed inside of me. She almost tripped and fell out of surprise upon hearing such a thing, but a sharp grab on her arm by Naruto kept her upright. What? That's possible? No way. A look to the side to see his face saw that he was dead serious. Naruto didn't lie. He may have embellished from time to time, but he never lied. You're not kidding. Why didn't you tell me? How? Naruto asked in return, keeping his eyes peeled for an attack. What, do we just wake up one morning and somewhere between morning training and breakfast I say, "Hey Tenten, by the way, I just thought you should know, I've got a Biju in me." You know, one of those things like Shikaku? I'm not a Biju or a thing weakling. I'm the thing and the Biju. Either use my name or get it straight. A contemplative look pasted itself on Tenten's face at the thought of something like Shikaku being inside of her friend if this was to be believed. Fuinjutsu really was scary. That raised the question of why he was telling her this to begin with. There was guilt all over his face, and she could only roll her eyes at the thought. You think I'm supposed to be scared because you've got a big chakra monster sealed inside of you? No way, she declared with a smile tugging at her lips. You're way too puny to be scary. Why did it always come back to the height? He'd get taller soon, damn it. I'm not that little. It was all in jest, however, meant to break the tension between them. Seriously, are you kidding? I've seen Shikaku. After living with you and seeing him, Shikaku is infinitely scarier. There's no comparison between the two of you for being frightening, and when your clan talks about seals, people are supposed to take your word for it. She was getting earnestly attached to Naruto and Kakashi as a unit anyway. After having no one with her since her parents died, something that hadn't raised an issue until that point wasn't going to shoo her away from people that she wanted to be around now of all times. Having experienced both solitude and having a family in the past, being with people was much better than being alone. The two of them decided that any battle Kakashi was in would be way too intense to be anywhere near, especially when the person he was fighting had the ability to make a great wall of trees out of his chakra and split through the road with a torrent of water. The best option in this case was to cross over to the other side of Twin Ridge Town to give themselves fresh places to hide. It was a big town. There were plenty of places to go. As they crossed the dam bridging the two sides of the town, Naruto felt like he was missing something when he felt one particular step he'd taken on the sturdy bridge collapse through. An entire extra segment of the dam had been mimicked by countless sheets of paper that managed to mask the illusion of them actually being parts of the structure. Tenten caught Naruto's arm and pulled him back up onto the actual dam before he could fall to what was almost assured to be a pretty horrible death form that height. I almost fell. You warned me about half of the stuff that happened to me today. Why didn't you warn me about that one? We could have actually not taken the dam. There were like 6 other bridges joining the two sides of the town. Kurama was not willing to admit that he couldn't tell the difference between a worthless human structure and an illusion of a useless human structure comprised of paper, and he was more than willing to make up an excuse. I thought you had it. No, I didn't have it. As they recovered from the near fall, Konan appeared from the remnants of her false environment. Her body seemed to come together from countless sheets of paper, as if they comprised the entire body composition of the beautiful woman and her black dress. Tenzo is too cautious, Konan declared, walking toward the two kids. He insisted that the safest manner to deal with you would have been coaxing you to utilize your Biju's chakra before shutting you down with his Mokutan binding techniques. He expected you to do so the moment you realized that you were in distress. You never tapped into any though, did you? I didn't even know I could, Naruto admitted, trying in vain to reason that he wasn't dangerous. I don't know anything about Biju or Jinchuriki or anything. Leave us alone already. Not. A muscle on Konan's face even flinched. You're in no position to be demanding anything of me, little one, she said coolly, her eyes drifting to Tenten where they stopped, and she herself stopped moving. Seeing her with Naruto stirred thoughts of times long since past. Times that didn't end so well for her or the other person she saw in those thoughts. You remind me of how I used to be. That's a shame. Unlike how she regarded what she had to do to Naruto, she actually felt honest remorse for what she was about to do to Tenten. She wasn't Tenzo though. Her outlook on the world was much bleaker than his, and in that outlook kids got no mercy simply for being kids. With a wave of her hands, dozens of the paper sheets floating around in the air from her previously disrupted trick on the eyes folded themselves into large shuriken, spears, and assortments of other weapons before. In response, Naruto fitfully formed a circle's worth of clones with their hands pressed together in front of their bodies. Futon, Repushu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Weaponized or not, paper was still paper. With clones to protect all of the available blind spots that a fatal attack could have come from, Naruto created something of a small windstorm in his endeavor to blow the deadly origami away. A small smirk came to Conan's lips as he did this. Yes, it did what Naruto had intended it to. It protected him and Tenten from the more straightforward attack of her origami weapons, but in doing so it also kicked up the even more numerous stray sheets of paper littering the dam. Since she had manipulated the shape of every sheet of paper he'd seen since her introduction to him, he hadn't been conditioned to realize that every sheet was dangerous, folded or not. A plume of paper rose up, keeping in flow with Naruto's wind currents until they suddenly turned inward and affixed themselves to the multiple versions of him, creating the windy ruckus. From head to toe they were covered entirely in paper, to the point that their movements were bound and their noses and mouths were smothered. Asphyxiation was a horrible way to die, even for a clone, thus they dispelled themselves prior, revealing that again to Conan's unwelcome recognition Naruto was gone, and he'd taken Tenten with him. That brat sure knew how to try and make himself scarce. From what was supposed to be her blind spot she was assaulted by several clones only for them to be skewered with paper sheets that had still been littered all around. With a cast of her hand she engulfed Naruto and Tenten up to their waists in paper before the latter could reach for a pair of scrolls on her person. How did you fight millions of sheets of levitating paper? His arms were free, but he couldn't kawarimi his way out of it due to a particular tag attached to the small of his back amongst the rest of the papers, a chakra suppression tag. As far as techniques go, Tenzo was your worst possible match short of the absolute strongest of Uchiha Little One, Conan said to Naruto as the papers began to blanket his head, covering his eyes and ears as it crept down to his nose and mouth. Right after that I think I rank as the next worst for you in my opinion. There was nothing you could have done to get away from both of us. Long time no see, Conan. In a shunshin so fast that the person performing the jutsu appeared before the papers littering the ground stirred to register his presence. A man with shockingly bright blonde hair and a flowing white haori stood in a crouch with a strange kunai in his hand. His mere presence by itself demanded Conan's full attention. She almost couldn't believe who she was seeing. Why now of all times? To find him here, it was just her lot in life. Minato, the blue-haired woman said crossly, identifying her pesky interloper. The last I'd heard, you were wandering through the desert. I'd hoped it would have been for 40 years, but I guess I can't be that fortunate. Minato stood up with a stern look on his face, flipping his kunai before pointing it at Conan. So I was sitting at mine out on the balcony looking out over the ravine trying to figure out where I was going to go next, when all of a sudden way back in the distance I saw a big extra chunk of the dam that hadn't been there before suddenly transform as if a paper mill had sneezed. And I thought to myself, who do I know that could do anything like that? Fighting him had not been in her plans whatsoever. Conan believed in her heart and soul, from the absolute bottom of it, that she could overcome any ninja even if it took her life to do it, but against Minato, fighting him out of the blue was impossible. You didn't just run up against Namake's Minato and defeat him out of the blue with no preparation. I wish I could say that it was nice to see you again, but I'd be lying. Conan bit spitefully. I personally would have preferred to never see you again, Minato. Now that's not how you treat a former fellow apprentice, Minato said with a frown. We were all Jiraiya-sensei's students, you, me, and Yahi Dash. Don't say his name, Conan stated, ice water flowing through her words. You left. You went away and became the famous Yellow Flash all on your own. After you left, Jiraiya-sensei must have gotten bored with us, because we were nowhere near as strong as you were when he said that we were serviceable enough shinobi to take care of ourselves. You have no idea what happened after you two found better things to do. But maybe I can give you an idea. With a motion of her hand, the copious sheets of paper covering Naruto and Tenten coughed them out and hurled them off of the dam. Though most of Naruto's body was covered, when he saw Conan hurl him over the side, Minato's brain took in the boy's features in slow motion. Eyes widening in horror, he touched down on the dam before bolting over the edge after the falling children. It was a long drop before they hit the craggy bottom, and Conan had thrown them far enough away from the structure that even if they were able to think about it they couldn't latch onto the wall with their chakra to try and stick to slow themselves. Minato careened through the air until he got close enough to grab at Naruto's shirt, but he found that the boy shoved Tenten into his arms instead. A smile instantly planted itself on Minato's face as he flashed away with her, and then right back to retrieve Naruto and return the two children to the safety of the dam. He quickly looked around only to find that Conan had taken the opening of chucking Naruto and Tenten off of the dam as an opening to leave and avoid a confrontation with him. That was fine. He wasn't really spoiling to fight an old friend anyway. There was something much more important right in front of him at the moment. Why'd you do that? Minato asked Naruto, standing behind him a decent distance away as the boy tried to slow his heart rate down after taking an unwanted plunge. I was going to get you both, so why'd you have to make sure that she was first? Naruto shook his head, sitting on the dam, eyes wide and affixed to the ground from the near-death experience, as Tenten laid on her belly in a similar state of mind. Ha ha, because none of this had anything to do with her. It's not fair that she got caught up with my stuff. I knew you would not jump if you didn't have a way to get us both. Even if you didn't, you getting her was good enough for me. Minato smiled warmly at him, not that Naruto could see it. That really is my boy. Kushina did well with him. Yeah, actually, even if I didn't have a surefire way to get you both, I still probably would have jumped anyway. Fathers are kind of supposed to get like that when it comes to their sons. With that being said, Naruto's form visibly stiffened. His head craned around while Tenten rolled over to her back to actually take full account of the person that had saved them. Looking at the sleeve of his shirt that Minato had firmly grabbed to tag him, Naruto saw a strange formula array and looked back over to the man. It was almost too much for Tenten to take in at first. And Minato-sama. So this really was him? The jolts of yellow that he vanished and appeared in to get them away from there would be death plunge, his physical features, and Tenten's reaction to the sight of him were all the confirmation Naruto needed after the man himself acknowledged that he was his father. Wow! Minato said, eyes full of wonder as he tried to come up with the words to say. This entire turn of events had been unexpected, and he'd taken it all as it had come, from seeing Konan to realizing that she was about to kill his son, to having to save his son, compartmentalizing it all to handle one at a time. Now that it was over, he was overcome. The last time I saw you, you were such a little thing, Naruto. Naruto's mouth moved, but nothing came out. He didn't have the slightest idea of what to say. Seriously, that was his father? The man seemed to glow or something. Either oxygen deprivation from before had gotten to his brain, or he was losing it. All he could do was act. Stepping forward, Naruto tentatively held his arms out as if he wanted something but didn't know what to anticipate from the man in front of him. Seeing that Naruto wanted a hug almost brought a tear to Minato's eye, and he couldn't move forward fast enough to embrace his son. Which was what made him such a prime target for a quick knuckle jab to the throat. Minato had been stooping down to hug Naruto on his level and quickly shot back up, holding his throat, rasping, and sputtering after enduring the blow. Tenten could only watch with a dry look on her face. Oh, you were really serious when you said you were going to punch him in the throat when you saw him. Of course I was, Tebeo, Naruto said, pointing emphatically at Minato. Did you think I wasn't ever gonna come see you, old man? Did you think saving my ass one time made up for 10 years of never seeing your face once? You better recognize. I thought you were going to give him a chance. Tenten argued in Minato's favor after Naruto's miniature tirade. You said you would in the desert. All I did was hit him. I never said I didn't want anything to do with him at all. You just punched one of the strongest men in the world. Naruto looked over at Minato, who still seemed to be trying to clear his throat from the pain of the shot. One of the strongest? Really? Are you sure? Because Kakashi would have never let me hit him, even if we were that close. Squinting as he appraised his father, Naruto's face twisted up in thought. Huh? Minato rubbed his throat one last time, biting back a tear as he cleared his throat. Wait, what about Kakashi? How did his son know Kakashi? As a matter of fact. Naruto, why are you here? You should be back on Yuzu no Kuni with Kushina. Sometimes I take really enthusiastic walks. We're about 700 miles away from the east coast of Hai no Kuni. In other words, he was a long way away from home. Really enthusiastic walks. A while later, Minato's in. Kakashi wasn't sure how he expected a fight with someone named for a skill known as would release to go, but he had to say that he hadn't been expecting enough trees being grown from the ground to fill 6 full city blocks just to give the man a tactical advantage. Thank goodness Minato hadn't been in town alone. That battle might have gotten out of hand otherwise. Because creating a miniature forest wasn't out of hand in of itself. Not by Kakashi's standards. After seeing a woman and countless pieces of paper fly through the air, Tenzo pulled out of the fight just as Jiraiya arrived to turn the tide further in Kakashi's favor. If he could find Naruto once, he could find him again later, so Tenzo backing off for the time being didn't surprise Kakashi very much. Thanks again, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi said, wincing as Jiraiya applied bandages to his bruised shoulder and bicep. Between Shikaku and Tenzo, well, I guess you could say it's been quite a week. No, thank Minato, Jiraiya said, unrolling the medical bandage around the younger man's arm. He was the one that first saw that something seemed to be up, and he made me go with him. Trust me, if it was up to me I probably wouldn't have budged from where I was doing research, and I would have missed that it was you altogether. Do you know how many battles happen in this town? This place is Outlaw Central. Battles involving trees growing into the air in the middle of crowded business hubs? Kakashi asked, turning his head out of the window to squint across the ravine at the side of the town he had been fighting at. I think you can still see it from here. The more high-level the fight, the less reason for me to feel inquisitive and poke around, Jiraiya drawled. Like I said, thank Minato? He emphasized with a sharp tightening of Kakashi's bandage before he patted him a little too hard in his recently wounded shoulder. So you brought Minato's kid, did you? Getting up, Kakashi nodded to the older white-haired man as the two of them headed out. A big part of Jiraiya wanted to see the whole father-slash-son meeting, and he had never even seen the boy to begin with. Kakashi, on the other hand, was willing to wait things out back with his primary responsibility in protecting the cart now that he'd achieved his overreaching mission parameter of getting Naruto to Minato. With Naruto, Minato had gotten the entire rundown of what had happened from Naruto while he had been walking with the kids on their way back to the ramen cart. He let him in on what had happened to warrant his departure from home. Minato had never had such a stroke of intent to kill someone quite the way that he had when Naruto had told him of the masked person who had put everything in motion. From there, Naruto explained how he met Kakashi, and why he had been asked by Kushina to seek Minato out. Much to Naruto's consternation, Minato had requested to examine Naruto's seal right there on the spot. He was not disappointed by his wife's handiwork. Incredible, Minato said with a hapless smile and a shake of his head. She had the guts to try and double up on a 4-symbol seal to make her own. Your mother is about as subtle as a stick of dynamite, he remarked, amused as ever at Kushina's technique. Despite the absence from his beloved, she hadn't changed a bit in terms of her philosophy on ninjutsu. You must have something really nasty inside of you if she had to use a seal like this. It's supposed to steadily leak the chakra of whatever's inside of you to mix with your own. Rolling his eyes at Tenten and how she was amused at his dad poking and prodding at his stomach, Naruto gave his own 2 cents on the matter. Mom said that the 4-symbol seal would have only kept Kurama inside of me, and that he was too strong for a seal like that. Nodding and understanding, Minato could see why. From Naruto's description, Kurama was the 9-tailed demon fox of legend. I'll bet. I like him, Kurama declared inside of Naruto's head. Look at his face. He's still smiling, but I can feel it. He understands the awesome majesty of my powerful power. Tell him the best part. Naruto did just that, though why Kurama thought that this was the best part was beyond him. If Kurama's power didn't have a way out, I would have blown up in the middle of the village a few days later and killed everybody. But even after that, with the whisker marks and the guys that could use Mind's Eye of the Kagura, they figured out what I had pretty quick and were gonna extract Kurama. Crash. Still pleasantly smiling at his progeny, Minato's face didn't even register that he'd put his own fist through a nearby brick wall out of suppressed rage. Needless to say, Naruto and Tenten were terrified. They didn't even see his arm move to throw the punch. Sorry about that. My finger slipped. Go on, buddy, continue. Old man, did you just hit that wall? Naruto asked, pointing at the spot directly behind Minato that now had a nice new hole through it to someone's property. No, Minato replied courteously, belying just how fast and strong he really was. He didn't want to scare either of them after all. Did either of you see me hit the wall? The younger ninjas looked at one another with Tenten just shrugging before Naruto answered. Well, no. Then if you didn't see me do it, I didn't do it. His bruised and scuffed knuckles said otherwise, but Minato's philosophy had always been that if someone didn't see you do something that you didn't want them to know about, it didn't happen. Alright? I don't think it works like that, but okay. Maybe Minato was that strong after all. Anyway, ever since then me and Kakashi have been working on a bodyguard contract with this old man that makes awesome ramen and his daughter, and I met Tenten while we were doing that, and she came with us, and dash. Whoa, let me process all of that before you go on too far. Despite that, Minato couldn't help but grin. He could just see the Kushina aspect inside of the boy, and it made him miss her in the worst way. Tenten, don't think I don't remember you. Are you still only happy when you have a kunai in your hand? He asked jokingly. No, Tenten muttered bashfully after being put on the spot. Clearly he remembered her love affair with all of the ninja tools in the world that he'd shown her back when he trained her. It's more than just kunai now. What was she being all modest for? Naruto didn't know. If it was him, he'd have been spouting off in his own favor. Luckily he lacked all of the modesty that Tenten apparently had, and he was willing to bloviate in her stead for her. She invents her own ninja tools that work, and they're really good. Suddenly Tenten found her toes very interesting when she realized that Minato's smile was directed at her. Well, I'm happy you've been with Naruto here to help him out. All she could do in return was mumble. Naruto, how has your mother been? It was a question that Naruto had been waiting on and wanted to answer, but he found that he didn't know how. Mom's just Mom. How else was he supposed to put it? It's not like I knew what she was like before you left. You were never there at all, so I don't really have anything to. He trailed off upon realizing how malicious that probably sounded, not in tone but in content. He didn't mean to be that blunt or callous. It just came out that way. He knew how what he'd said sounded right after it had left his mouth. You couldn't take things back after you said them, whether you meant them to sound a certain way or not. Old man, Naruto said after a few seconds of stillness and silence. I didn't mean dash. I mean, I want to think you would have been around if you could have, but you just weren't. He didn't know how else to put it. She told me about you all the time, about why you couldn't be with us and why we couldn't be with you, but I want to hear it from you. Tenten grabbed Naruto's sleeve and waved at him and Minato before taking off onto the rooftops by herself. I'll go ahead and check on Ayam-chan and Tuchi-san. It's supposed to be my turn to take your shift anyway, isn't it? She didn't even wait for an answer before hopping off to do as she said and to give her friend and her first trainer some time. She wasn't about to be a third wheel for any longer than she had to be in that scenario. It wasn't her place to be there. All she could do was wish her partner luck. It had been a tough day thus far physically, and it didn't seem like things were going to get much easier from an emotional standpoint. Minato had figured back from the bit of training that he'd given her that Tenten was a smart girl, and he was very grateful that she had some ability to read the mood because this was something that should have been kept between he and Naruto. Not that it was a big secret. It was just personal business. Outside of a storefront, the two of them sat down, Naruto looking over at Minato patiently as his father stared straight ahead, hands clasped on his knees as he thought things through. I'm sure you know that a female clan ninja wedding outside of the clan unless otherwise approved is a bit of a black mark. I don't want you to think that's the only reason I couldn't stay there. That by itself really would have been nothing, and if it really was they would have cast her out and let me take the two of you. That's not why I wasn't around. Naruto just shrugged and kicked his legs from where he was sitting on the bench. I don't know anything about it then, old man. That was the only reason I ever got. It was the only reason anybody ever threw in my face when it came up. Kids would hold it over his head and say that it was what their parents had told them about him, and why he was so different. Even Kushina never really went any further than that in why Minato wasn't with them when she was telling Naruto stories about him. She never disputed that it was the big reason why. And if enough people keep saying the same thing about you for a long enough period of time, you start believing that it's actually true. It's a little more complicated than that. I promise, Minato assured Naruto, pointing at the Hiraishin formula on his shirt. That's one of the big reasons that I know Hiraishin. It's a legendary Senju clan jutsu, and other than me the only person that could ever perform it alone was Tobirama Senju, the second strongest member of that clan ever. And they took offense to that. You probably know the drill. An enemy of the Senju is an enemy of the Uzumaki. Which included him, because he had stolen their jutsu, mastered it when no more of them ever could seem to, and because he was trying to break apart the ninja system that currently had them sitting at the tippy top of the heap. All Naruto knew about was the Hiraishin thing for the most part. It was the first thing that always came up when Minato was spoken of. You can teleport anywhere with it, right? Anywhere you marked already? Naruto's eyes lit up at the thought. Man, that's got to be awesome. It is, Minato admitted with not a hint of shame. And the marks don't ever go away either. If you wanted to keep me from teleporting to that shirt, you'd have to rip it at the formula, put it somewhere that I can't teleport to, like a caved-in passageway, or destroy it altogether. I can actually brand people with it too, but that's not nice. To make sure it stays, I've got to get it pretty deep on their actual bodies. I don't get it. Well, I have a jutsu that grinds into people on contact, so if I hit them with it and mark them with my chakra at the same time, if I don't kill them, that brand isn't going anywhere. Ever. Tattoo style. Ouch. Yep. He reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair as he picked up where he left off with explaining. But like I said, Hiration's not the only reason. The other reason is because of what I want to do. It's not really a safe idea to pitch to more of the hardened types out in the world. I've made a lot of friends with the idea, but no one ever wants to do anything to really move forward with it. A village comprised of all sorts of clans. A way to bring so much of the hostility and constant killing to an end. Cue a blank look from Naruto as Minato continued to jabber on about something that was clearly going over Naruto's head. I want a system where all sorts of different ninjas can live and work together. Where kids aren't expected to fight tooth and nail on the battlefield like grown men. Something that can demolish the boundaries between the clans of the world. He saw a look of abject confusion on the boy's face. You never heard anything about it. I thought Kakashi would have told you at least. With Konan and Tenzo, you had Naruto-san in a situation where you could have ended his life and his Biju would never have factored in, but you retreated from Namikaze-san. A combat disheveled Tenzo pointed out as he and Konan returned to a Senju post in Hai no Kuni. So he's really that powerful then. If I had continued to try and focus on asphyxiating Naruto, Minato would have had more than enough of an opportunity to kill me first. Konan replied tersely. He is not the kind of person you can split your attention on even the slightest bit. Konan didn't want to talk about that man, but Tenzo had been in a conflict of his own when he noticed her departure. If he hadn't been aware enough, he would have been caught in a less than enviable situation of having to fight Hatake Kakashi, Jiraiya, and if he somehow overcame them both, he would then have to contend with Namikaze Minato. He had to be assured without question that he couldn't have succeeded in that environment. Even if he was one of the biggest guns of the Senju clan, there wasn't a way for him to power through that situation. Whatever you think you know about the Hiration, I can almost guarantee you that you're not prepared for his adaptation of it. Konan assured him. However your clan expects solo users of the jutsu to perform it, the way he uses it has to be different. How can you be so sure? Because that's how he is. It's how he always was. Konan insisted. If he doesn't create the technique himself, he'll make it so that he performs it in a way that isn't like anyone else's version, just to stay a step ahead. You seem to have a grudge against Naruto-san. Is it because of Namikaze-san? As much as she didn't want to admit that her approach to handling Naruto was colored by some kind of personal grievance against him, she would have been honest in saying that it wasn't the case. She honestly had nothing against him. Unfortunately, he still never had a chance in the department of winning her favor. It was his parents that she had issues with, however. How could one child be born from two people that she so severely disliked for separate reasons? And how could that child have a place in her life somewhere where he could be a major problem? It was impossibly bad luck. Then again, if one were to ask the blue-haired woman herself, impossibly bad luck was the trademark of her life. There were three of us. Myself, a boy named Yahiko, and Minato. Konan said. Three of us that trained under Jiraiya-sensei at the same time, all orphans. He got us from different places, picked us up for whatever reason, and trained us as ninjas so that we weren't sitting ducks to be killed in some godforsaken crossfire. He worked with them, they all did missions, it was nice for a while. Then he said that there was nothing he could teach Minato anymore, and Minato left to do his own thing, leaving Konan and the third student Yahiko with Jiraiya. It didn't take too much longer for Jiraiya to declare the same to them, and from there Jiraiya headed onward. That was when things began to fall apart again. But that wasn't something that Konan liked to think about. So what now? Tenzo asked, as Konan was still his senior even if he felt that he was more powerful than her. I'll regroup at the base, report to Tsunade, and get an order from there. What about yourself? I'm going back to Yuzuno Kuni, Konan said resolutely. If Naruto is with Minato now, it's too dangerous to go after him without a complete understanding of what Minato is capable of. There's only one person I can go to for help. And I will get something useful, even if getting anything from her would be like getting blood from a stone. With Naruto and Minato. You want me to get Kushina? Minato said to Naruto, getting a fervent nod from the boy who was ecstatic that he was being understood. I never would have thought that things would get that bad. I did everything I did, and I left you behind because otherwise you wouldn't have had anything. You might not have had me, but you had your clan. Kushina was more than likely a prisoner by now. Nagato was still the clan head, so he would never hurt her, but he wouldn't simply let her be either. He had a duty to the Uzumaki clan first and foremost, and that responsibility overrode anything he might have felt for a childhood friend. After hearing Minato's reasoning, Naruto frowned and shook his head, fists forming at his sides. I feel more for Kakashi and Tenten than I did for anybody at home. He almost felt ashamed to admit that, but it was true. The only clan member he'd spent any actual time with over the years had been Karen, and she and he had never been close. Mom was all I had. Naruto, Minato said, stooping down to set his hands on his son's shoulders. If there really isn't anything there for her or you any longer, I'll get Kushina out. Kami knows I always wanted her with me anyway. I just didn't want to make her choose between her duty to her clan and staying with me. She did love her clan, would have done anything for them, and endured her only child's exclusion from their society. Putting her son on the executioner's block for nothing was simply one bridge too far, however. Now I figure it would have been better if she'd have broken all ties from the start. Why not? All of those ties seemed to decay over time anyway after he'd left with the express purpose of preserving said ties. The only thing leaving Kushina and Naruto behind seemed to do was make things painful for them over a longer stretch of time. So he was going to get his wife out of there, one way or another. Nothing would have made him happier than all of them being together, except of course them all being together with a permanent place to settle down. I can't make up for what I wasn't around to do before, Minato said, but I can start doing the things for you and Kushina that I always wanted to now, and that means that first and foremost I'm going to get her back to you. With a hopeful grin on his face, Naruto punched into his own palm and bounced eagerly on the balls of his feet. That's what I'm talking about, old man. Let's get going now. We can dash. I can't take you, Naruto. Minato cut him off before he could get too excited about walking into the den of the enemy to snatch back his mother. Getting in there isn't going to be easy. The Uzumaki clan are the only ones aside from the Senju that are capable of erasing my markers, and they got rid of the one I had on Kushina after I left Dash. But I live there. If anybody can handle it, it's gotta be me. And you're a target, Naruto, Minato said, giving the boy a firm, brain-rattling shake to make sure he realized this. Konan is going back to Nagato now. Those two were close even before I married Kushina. This isn't going to be stealthy. If I'm good and if I'm lucky I won't have to get into a fight until I get into the village, but more than likely they're going to know I'm there 5 minutes after I reach shore. All of this was just affirming to Naruto why he needed to go. So you need help? I can help. Minato once again wouldn't budge on this matter. Why not? I'm a ninja too. I've seen and done stuff too, just like you or Mom. I can handle it. No one should ask you to handle it, Naruto. This is my fault. All of this happened because I am who I am. Minato insisted resolutely. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have had to leave. I would have been there to be a husband and a father. No one, mask or not, would have ever gotten the chance to stick Kurama-san inside of you, and this wouldn't have ever been an issue. Kurama-sama, you worm. We're not equals. Kurama chimed in from inside of Naruto's head before putting on his pragmatic shoes, so to speak. The man is right, boy. You were just handed your ass by the Senju and the paper woman. The only thing you'll do is slow him down and place a gigantic bullseye on your chest, or stomach actually. I know it's not smart, Naruto groused internally, mentally picturing himself standing before Kurama's cage and staring down at the water pooled around his ankles. I know. But she's my mom, and he can say that it's his fault from the start, but she's mine. This is about me, and he's going to go off and clean up my mess for me? I'm just supposed to sit back and have him tell me everything's gonna be alright? Kurama didn't bother stating that it wasn't his mess to clean up either, since nothing that had occurred was really his fault. That was just too easy. Instead, he struck at a different point. In my own limited experience, that's generally what fathers do, he said dryly. But, despite his attempts to dispute with his Biju tenant, he knew that Kurama was right. Just looking in Minato's eyes, he could see how much it meant to him to finally have a chance to fix his family life in some way. On the other hand, what am I supposed to do? There was a sinking feeling in the pit of Naruto's stomach that Kurama quickly picked up on with his own sensitivity in regards to negative emotions. He could see inside of the boy's heart, and it was more than just a misplaced and stubborn desire to finish what he felt he'd started. It was more than just a feeling of helplessness, sitting on the sidelines. He had a creeping sort of paranoia that Minato would take his mother and leave him alone without either of them. It wasn't a prominent one, but he still had something of an abandonment issue. You've already done your share just by finding me, Minato insisted with a comforting smile. So let me do the rest. Don't you have a contract to uphold with some people you're protecting anyway? Yes, Naruto did, but it was only a 60-day deal, and those 60 days were almost up. When that contract lapsed, well, he didn't want to just leave like that, with nothing but a goodbye. But this was bigger than that. They were in a place where Tucci and Ayam could pick up brand new bodyguards just like that. They could probably throw a rock into the air and it would come down within 5 feet of some kind of fighter for hire. They deserved a ninja escort that would keep them as their primary responsibility at all times. Naruto couldn't earnestly say that he could be that person for them if they were looking to renew, and the thought of something like today happening again scared him. Someone as strong as Konan or Tenzo could attack again while he was with them, and the next time someone did come after his throat they would more than likely try to get at them to get to him. Many ninjas didn't have a problem with causing civilian casualties if it would get them to their target. That was one reason why so many people died when they weren't even combatants. Total war was extremely popular. I'll tell you what you can do more than anything else, Minato told Naruto with the utmost seriousness on his face. Get as strong as you can. When I come back with Kushina, everything's going to get out of hand fast. But I already train, every day, with clones when I learn a new jutsu, Naruto replied, waving his arms around. There's Dash, wow really? Minato was stunned for a moment before shaking it off. As impressive as it was, there was a point he needed to make. There's something else you can start doing not involving any jutsu. Something that no one else can do. He reached out and pat Naruto on the stomach. You know more about your seal than you think you do. Your mom, when she created it, she never used it before, had she? Naruto shook his head. That's what I thought. You know just as much about the seal now as the two of us. More actually, since you're the one with the seal on you. Eh? Yes. You're an actual Jinchuriki. Who knows what you could be capable of? Minato explained. We don't know. No one has ever actually studied a Jinchuriki before. There have been so few, and they had their respective biju removed so quickly that no one has any idea what they're really capable of other than the danger factor of the biju being randomly released and going on a rampage. Naruto thought he was beginning to get it. He had Kurama inside of him. There had to be more than its share of effects for such a thing, even if no one had documented them out of fear of what a Jinchuriki represented. I understand. What I'm saying is that if you're a Jinchuriki, I want you to be the best one that you can be. The powerful blonde man gave the boy a gentle shove to rile him up and encourage him. You say you're going to find a way to get Kurama-san out of you without getting yourself killed, but until you do, you're going to be a target. There's only 2 ways to offset being targeted. You can either be hidden away dash. Fuck that, Naruto let slip before covering his mouth. Parents were supposed to hate kids cursing, especially that harshly. Or, Minato gave him a hard look for using such language in front of him as a warning to refrain from doing that in the future. You have to get so strong that no one has the heart to take you on or send anyone after you. Ninjas are afraid of the idea of a Jinchuriki to begin with, but you've got to back it up when push comes to shove. I know that you can figure this out, and you won't be alone. You have Kakashi and Tenten, and when I get back you'll have Jiraiya, me, and your mother. And I can't wait until I actually get to introduce you to my other contacts in the world. The big cheesy grin he gave Naruto upon bringing up showing him off to the friends he'd made across the elemental nations simply radiated pride and happiness. He really was ecstatic that Naruto had come to him, even under circumstances that were less than desirable. I have full faith in you, the man said with a content sigh. You've come this far just to find me. All I'm asking you to do is wait for just a little while, and believe in me when I say that I'm going to get Kushina and bring her right to you. You don't have to see me as your father, I've missed so much of your life, but I look at you and I still see the baby I left in Kushina's arms in Yuzu. What about Tenzo and that Konan lady? Not that Naruto was wary of having to deal with either of them again, of course. They'll have to track you all over again from scratch by the time they regroup, and neither of them will even think of trying anything until they believe that they have a way to get around me to get to you. Being one of the most dangerous men alive had its perks from time to time. One of them was that people were extremely wary of almost anything that had to do with you. That aside, I don't think Konan will be leaving Nagato's side for quite some time now after this, old man. This time, Minato didn't receive a blow of any sort to any part of his body when moved in to hug Naruto. The physical gesture wasn't returned, but as he'd said before, Minato didn't need that at the moment. Just having Naruto there and knowing that he was alright and growing well was more than he'd ever expected to see anytime soon. I believe in you, Naruto, so I'm asking you to believe in me. Even if you don't now, I'll keep doing what I have to in order to make you feel that way. Be safe. Elsewhere in Twin Ridge Town. Thanks for all of the work, Tochi said to Kakashi with a smile as the two shook hands. What can I say? It was terrifying. He admitted at times with a shiver, having traveled in directions at Kakashi's behest. It wasn't like he'd had better ideas of where to go to scare up business, but he'd seen a full-scale ninja battle and a Biju attack in a 2-month stretch. I think I've been turned off of traveling for a good long while though. After living in one place his entire life, moving around to test markets elsewhere around the elemental nation seemed like a great idea to gauge the popularity of his ramen in other places. It had been working out just fine as far as a business venture went, but the dangers out there simply overrode the intrepid traveling merchant's spirit that he'd initially set out with. These shinobi types didn't mess around when it came time to get themselves into fights. Ayam could probably deal with it since she was young, but he was way too old to be alright with sticking his neck out like that, or even letting his daughter do it. There were a few days left on the 60-day contract before it expired, but that wasn't enough time to move to another area, and the ramen purveyor wasn't even sure if he wanted to step foot out on the open road again after everything he'd seen thus far. Understood. Kakashi completely understood. Life on the road was rough and a surefire way to ensure that it ended earlier than it had to. So what do you plan to do now if you aren't looking to move around? Well, there's no shortage of chances to do well in a place like this. And it's not like I'm hard up for money if I'm hiring ninjas and traveling internationally, right? Tochi asked rhetorically with a deep laugh. I'll set up a shop here. Maybe expand elsewhere later. Just not anytime soon. Not until things out there get a little less crazy. Looking over at Tenten, who was being given a monster of a bear hug goodbye from Ayam, Kakashi figured that now was as good a time as any to set out. Right then. Well, we'll be in touch. Take care and stay safe. Hey, we're not the ones that are going to be picking fights with other ninjas, pal. Good point. With that, Kakashi's contract came to an end and he set out with Tenten to find a place in town to stay for the night. He kept quiet, nose buried in a brand new book that Tenten had never seen him read before as he led his young charge on through the town to find a place to stay for the night. She kept looking over at him as if she wanted to say something, but if she didn't have it in her to bring whatever it was up, he wasn't going to be the one to start any sort of uncomfortable conversation. That wasn't his style unless he was out to embarrass someone. Eventually she couldn't keep from speaking any longer. So since Naruto found Minato-sama, he isn't going to be with us anymore, is he? Mentioning that brought up another point. You're not going to keep me around now that you don't have to for Naruto, are you? That's not how this works, Kakashi remarked. The second I taught you anything, you became my responsibility until I think you're strong enough to protect yourself. That's how Minato-sama was taught by Jiraiya-sama, and that's how I'm going to teach you. It's not how you were taught. I'm a bit different, Kakashi said, turning a page in the book that he couldn't stop reading. I don't follow Minato-sama because he trained me. He trained me a while after I started following him because I truly believe in his dream, even if it does seem impossible. You mean the village without borders thing? The place with peace between the clans all working as equal ninjas? So he told you? A bit. Well, that's basically the gist of it. It's all you need to know about it for now to have a good enough idea, Kakashi assured her. But Naruto won't be staying with him. It's more dangerous for Naruto to remain with him than to stay with me. It's a reason why he didn't take you with him when he first trained you. Tenten's brown eyes lit up at the unsaid suggestion that came from her current guardian. Did that mean what she was taking it to mean? Coming in hot. As if he'd been running all the way across the town to get to them, Naruto landed in a near trip and a crash, stumbling before playing off the clumsy touchdown. He turned to Kakashi and Tenten with a sheepish grin and held his hands up behind his neck. Yo yourself, Kakashi replied, motioning for Naruto to fall in step with them. So what did Minato-sama say to do? He told me to follow you and listen to everything you say until he comes back. Naruto reported matter-of-factly. You don't seem too happy about that, Tenten pointed out, feeling a bit of offense at how completely unenthused Naruto seemed to be at their continued partnership of sorts. Any reason why? I got ordered by my absentee father to listen to the orders of another guy that isn't even my dad, Naruto said with an underwhelmed drawl. It kind of hurts. I wanted to go and get Mom out myself. The whole time I thought that when I found him he'd take me with him to get her back. It really stung at his heart. He promised himself that he'd save Kushina, He figured that he would be going to get Minato's help and then they'd charge on back in there and get the job done. But now he was being kept out altogether. Was he really that weak? He knew there was a significant gap between Minato and himself, and pretty much every other ninja he'd met today, but that didn't matter, did it? Kids that were ninjas were still ninjas. And as a ninja his place was supposed to be in the fray, because that was where he was needed. At least that was what he thought. You don't understand just how powerful your clan is, Naruto, Kakashi pointed out. The adults know Fuinjutsu better than you do. Your major tactical advantage on the mainland against other ninjas has been your active use of Fuinjutsu in combat. True. It was how he managed to beat the Uchiha clan members that had outnumbered him while he'd been fleeing with Hinata. It was how he outmaneuvered Tenzo's would clone a matter of hours ago. His bigger wins that mattered seemed to come due to some use of seal knowledge. Fuinjutsu, get you some. Even so, there would have been something that he could have done. He believed that with all of his heart. He had to. It was then that he got the blunt reality check from his current tenant. The only benefit you'd have given that man was if he used you as a flesh and blood meat shield. Kurama, you suck. No, you suck. That's why you're not going. The grin he could see inside of his head was taunting him. Kurama was certainly mean-spirited. I'm great. Just the thought of me being inside of you scares people into trying to kill you. Well, he could take a little less pride in making Naruto a target, couldn't he? And with that, Naruto decided to fire back. That still means that you suck too because you're inside of me. If I still suck and you're inside of me, then you suck by default because that means that you being sealed inside of me doesn't do jack for me. Kurama had no response to that, because he felt that technically Naruto had a point. It pissed him off extensively. Oh, and you think you just ran up and got in Shikaka's face that fast all by yourself? You mean I didn't? Naruto knew that something had been up with that, because he had never moved that fast before and could never duplicate it in training again no matter how hard he tried. He also hadn't been bleeding down his face at the time, so the red-tinted vision was another odd thing he hadn't been able to explain. Apparently Kurama was privy to what had happened, whatever. If he knew something and hadn't been telling until this point, he had to be baited in, and Kurama was a prideful S.O.B. The responding roar inside of Naruto's head was not kind. Even stuck inside of you, I have more power than you could ever possibly imagine. I affect you without you even realizing it. The marks on your face, the way you healed so quickly after your fight with the Uchiha boy. Me. And those are just the tip of the iceberg. Good. Naruto mentally chirped with a grin spreading across his face. I'm looking forward to working out just what we can do together. You're damn right, you're dash. Wait, what? No. I don't help humans. Hey. Listen to me, I'm not helping you. My power is my power, and you can't have any. Hey. Naruto deigned that dear old dad could have this one, and he wouldn't raise any more of a fuss than he already had. In the future, though, if he thought he was going to keep Naruto out of what his son thought was his own business as well, he'd be sorely mistaken. By the time Minato saw him again, he'd somehow have a handle on just what being a Jinchuriki was all about, and what it really meant, somehow never let himself be left out of something as important as getting his mother out of Yuzu no Kuni ever again. For now he had to believe that his father was exactly who everyone constantly claimed that he was, and that he meant every word when he said he'd bring them all together soon. That was the only kind of man he'd truly believe in to get her out of there. I think I know what we should do next, Kakashi declared out of the blue, getting Naruto and Tenten's full attention as he clapped his book shut audibly. Now that you've both met him, there wouldn't be much of a better time to actually show you two just what Minato-sama has been trying to do for over the last decade. The village thing? Both Naruto and Tenten said in stereo. And that right there is why I'm going to show you, Kakashi insisted brightly. Because just calling it the village thing shows me that you both don't quite get it. I'm not the only one that follows instruction from your father Naruto, and Tenten, you aren't the only child in your sort of situation. This is bigger than either of you know. Wait. I'm confused, Tenten said, getting an agreeable nod from Naruto. Well, that just means that I have something to explain to you on the way. On the way to what? Naruto asked. You're being super vague. I just told you, Naruto. You really should open up your ears and listen for what's underneath the surface. Naruto knew an insult when he heard one from Kakashi by now. Some of them were more subtle than others. I take back what I said about you earlier, Kakashi. I'm totally gonna make fun of you behind your back again later. Oh, I'm so heartbroken. Just look at my face. Can't you see what you're doing to me, Naruto? Kakashi deadpanned. Because your opinion just means so much to me. From a rooftop somewhere behind them, Minato concealed himself from even his underling Kakashi's notice, smiling as he watched the people with his son head off together. It wasn't the choice he wanted to make for now, but it was the best one he had at his disposal. Feeling a hand pat him on the shoulder, Minato looked back to see that it was Jiraiya. Time to go, the older ninja said. We've got to start planning to save your mysterious significant other after all, don't we? Minato bid his teacher a smile before frowning. Jiraiya-sensei, Conan's going to be with Nagato whenever we show up. I just thought that you should know that first and foremost before you volunteer to follow me and with whoever else we can get for this. That doesn't mean anything, Jiraiya said with a heavy sigh that showed his displeasure with being on the opposite side of the girl he'd trained. Still though, freelance ninjas that knew each other oftentimes ran up against one another in the field. I already know she hates me for leaving, and she clearly chose the side that she wanted to be on. Besides, if this all works out, we won't have to fight at all, so it could work out that way, right? Yeah, you're right. When do things ever work out like that? Jiraiya groused before noticing that Minato was still looking after Naruto. It wasn't hard to piece together what was going through the man's mind. Hey, Kakashi's got him. I just met him, and now I've got to leave him again? Minato said before letting out a bitter chuckle. He doesn't hate me yet, but even if I come back with Kushina. He trailed off out of fear of the thought of Naruto never warming up to him. And what if I don't come back with her at all? You don't really think you aren't going to pull this off, do you? Jiraiya asked, getting a shrug of the shoulders from the blonde man. Your miniature clone is going to be fine, and he won't be hard to find again. Just think, the next time you see him you'll have the family you always wanted back in one piece. That thought made Minato smile. With that, Minato and Jiraiya disappeared to elsewhere in a sudden flash of yellow. Chapter 10, Road to the Show. Eyes slowly opening, Naruto found himself sitting on the water inside of the prison in his own mind, facing Kurama who seemed to be sleeping on his haunches right in front of him. For once he was patient though, and waited until the gargantuan fox snorted to convey that he was awake. I hate that you realize how time passes significantly slower on the outside when you're actually in here now, Kurama declared, slowly opening his eyes to glare at Naruto. What do you want? What do you need? What? This had been the ebb and flow of their relationship for a while. Naruto would show up bright and early in front of the cage every morning and would sit there for 30 minutes to an hour in real time, which was more like 2.5 to 5 hours inside of his head. It was as if he were trying to establish something or look around for something that he could or couldn't do. It was very experimental. Kurama lazily batted his tails around, trying to convince Naruto to leave. You must enjoy looking like you're spaced out and dead to the world. You know, mosquitoes like flying into open eye sockets and other general facial orifices, right? Get ready to enjoy that when you finally blink. It's just that I've been trying to get a handle on this whole Jinchuriki thing for a week now, Naruto started to say with a welcome smile. And I figured, what am I doing? I mean, I can't let you out, so you aren't going anywhere and you might be a gigantic, nasty, sociopathic fox dash. Ooh, big word. Did the Scarecrow Man teach you that one? But I don't know that much about you, Naruto continued, his smile becoming a bit more strained after the insult to his intellect. He had been educated by his mother, damn it, and well. It was just that there were certain ways he liked to speak, and using big words when there were simpler ways to say things never appealed to him. Anyway, I thought, since we're stuck together for a while, we might as well learn about each other. Neither of us are going anywhere, right? Kurama just gave Naruto the dullest stare that he could muster as a monstrous figure of destruction, which was actually quite impressive from him. Me wanting to learn about you on a personal level would be like a human being trying to learn about a shrimp or some other bottom-feeding seafood that they're known to devour on a personal level. Well, I guessed that already, Naruto said with a shrug. That's why I really just want to hear about you. You want to hear about me? Kurama asked incredulously. I just have to ask, did you have a major nightmare last night? Because if you did, I should have been able to feel it. Negative emotions are kind of my thing. There. Just like that. You saying that feeling negative emotions or whatever is your thing, more of that. Like, what does that mean? Naruto asked, animatedly waving his arms around for emphasis. Is it just me, or can you feel killing intent better than I can? Kurama stared at him long and hard, feeling absolutely no deceit or falsehood of interest from Naruto as he spoke. The boy had always been that way when it came to him. When they'd first met, he'd cared nothing about Kurama's size and power other than the fact that he thought he was cool. This child was truly a wondrous thing. For the first time in a long time, Kurama had come across a human that didn't desire power for solely personal reasons, or something as short-sighted as the glory of their clan. While Naruto wanted to actively find out what made him tick, Kurama wanted to discover for himself just what this kid was all about. He was having trouble with it. What would help, though, was giving him something to mull around, so that he could gauge his reaction to the actual things he said. Well, when I say negative emotions are my thing, I mean that I'm extremely sensitive to concentrations of harmful intent. On active battlefields and other areas of general suffering, places where the nastier aspects of human character come out, I find myself drawn to them, whether I want to be there or not. So you don't want to be in places like that? Yes, because I just love being drawn to the absolute stinkholes and cesspools of the continent. Kurama said sarcastically. I can't help it. That's how sensitive to those feelings I am. I can't avoid them. Naruto flinched at the booming shout from Kurama and held a hand up defensively while cleaning his ears out with a pinky. I was just asking. So that's why people say you're some sort of natural disaster. Seeing Kurama's confusion, Naruto clarified with a blush. Well, I'd been asking Kakashi about you, and he said that the Kyuubi was always supposed to be some sort of harbinger of the end to places afflicted with misery. His words. I've had humans do terrible things in mass numbers, cause outright atrocities, just to attract me to areas so that they could try to entrap me. I am woefully predictable in my movements because of my reaction to dark intent. Kurama explained with a heavy sigh. It was as if they believed that they could yoke me as though I were some garden-variety animal. It was a reason why I shut myself up inside of your island. I couldn't feel anything that far away from the mainland and under the ground. It was nice actually, on Yuzu no Kuni. No real battles ever occurred there. The only clan that inhabited that place was the Uzumaki clan, and they basically kept everything rather peaceful for the most part. It was significantly more so than anywhere else in the elemental nations. While it only took the biggest and most horrible incidents to attract him nowadays, when he'd been younger it was quite easy to attract the wandering fox to places to the point where armed forces would do so and then flee while he finished the job that they started to get him there in the first place. By the time he grew old and wise enough to avoid this to some extent, his reputation was already set. Naruto summed up the general sentiment on these matters in so many words. Well, that sucks. Yes. Yes, it does, Kurama muttered before looking around his surroundings. If it's any consolation, from within you I can't feel anything that's not directly around you, which means that bigger things don't affect me, like the Shikaka battle, or the Uchiha/Hyuga incident. Those things weren't big enough to attract him from afar, but when he was already in the center of them there would have been ill effects. I haven't gone blood crazy since I've been in here, so at least there's that. There. That was something on the bright side at least. It was a start, if nothing else. Thunk. Wow, he is out of it. Indeed. All of that and he didn't even flinch. Do you want me to keep going, Kakashi-sensei? I can't really fit anything else in around him. No. I'll go wake him up, just let me enjoy this for a second. This is art. Standing 50 yards away from Naruto, Kakashi and Tenten simply marveled at the sight that was their resident blonde sitting against the trunk of a tree, his entire body defined closely with kunai, shuriken, and other assorted projectile weaponry around his person. At first it was just something that she did while warming up when she noticed Naruto's glazed look in his eyes. Trying to rouse him from it so that he could warm up, she decided to try and scare him. When he didn't flinch it was quite annoying, thus she kept going. Before too long Kakashi had borne witness to this from behind her without her notice, and when she realized that he'd been there she was told to continue, much to her surprise. Eventually, Naruto blinked rapidly, signifying his return to the realm of regular consciousness. He didn't even register the fact that the tree he'd been sitting against moments before now had a Naruto-shaped outline of weapons stuck to it. What's up, you guys? Tenten and Kakashi both thought that all he had to do was turn back around and he would have more than likely been horrified, angry, or some combination of the two. Instead, Kakashi decided to ignore Tenten's impromptu target practice game altogether. First, kunai spinning exercise please. He almost twitched when he saw Naruto pluck a kunai right out of the tree behind him without turning around to demonstrate that he'd mastered the training. Apparently he'd been more aware than they thought. Alright, that's great. Better be. Naruto groused, a kunai twirling in a blur by its point in the palm of his hand. You know how many clones this killed trying to get this good back in the beginning? A lot. I had to keep replacing the 20. Tenten counted off on her fingers trying to add something up. 10 days times 20 clones. She trailed off before she got her math dead on and threw a kunai at Naruto in a fit that he dodged. You did a half a year of training on a stupid exercise in under 2 weeks. What the hell? Teach me how to do that. You could only make one without splitting your chakra too much. That's still twice the training on a technique I could learn in half the time. Kakashi let out a sigh as he knew that this was going to come up eventually. Comparing Naruto's chakra to Tenten's just wasn't a fair fight. If Tenten's chakra supply was like a filled tank, Naruto's was more akin to a lake. If you split Tenten's chakra in half for a shadow clone, that would have the tank, which was significant. If you split Naruto's in half for the same thing, you would just have 2 fucking lakes instead of 1. Even if Naruto's chakra was split 20 ways for the full breadth of his shadow clone jutsu, he and his clones still had so much more chakra than Tenten that it wasn't even close and it wasn't even fair. Hell, he still had more chakra than Kakashi did, even with his chakra split 20 ways. With a frown, Naruto considered Tenten's grievance and figured that she had a point. He wanted to get himself up to snuff faster, and he could definitely understand why she would as well. If they could learn the techniques they were taught at a faster rate from clone repetition, that would give them time to focus on other things that you couldn't do with clones. Alright, come here. I'll teach it to you, Naruto said, getting a grin out of Tenten as he gestured for her to come closer. Naruto, Kakashi said in warning. He didn't want her getting hurt with a jutsu that her body wasn't up for. While it wasn't the forbidden version that definitely would have killed her, it was still very dangerous for the wrong person. She's got a point, Kakashi, Naruto urged. You can do it, I can do it. Why not her too? Even if she can only make one, that's still better than none. He wanted to get strong enough to be worth something to his mother, and to a lesser extent his father. He didn't want to be left behind. In that sense, he could understand why Tenten was put out by the idea of Naruto finding a way to get better when he absolutely needed the results, and her having to play catch-up just like him, only without the benefit of such a method to improve. Besides, she was his best friend, and he wanted her to be with him every step of the way, and that didn't mean falling behind. Kakashi simply let out a sigh in the end. As if he could chastise them for having a dangerous technique. He had his fair share of his own by the time he was their age. He couldn't treat them with a double standard over something like this when the rest of the world would kill them if they were enemies. It was probably a way of showing that he cared to ensure that he pushed them to be as good as they could be, and they could be very, very good. He could oversee things and make sure it was safe though. Okay, Naruto said, showing Tenten the cross-fingered hand seal she'd need to commit to memory to execute the jutsu. This is the only hand seal that you need to know and, well... He stalled, trying to think of a good way to explain the actual feeling of using the jutsu. You're doing it right when it feels like your whole body is pushing out chakra. Really? That sounded simple enough. Tenten shrugged and began the jutsu process before Naruto quickly stopped her. What? That's too much, he said, sighing in relief that she didn't go through with the jutsu. If you're making one, just use enough to feel like it's running through your body. Don't flare it like you did. If you do that, your body'll take that as you trying to make as many as you can or as many as the jutsu'll let you do. Like I said, Kakashi pointed out. Be careful if you're going to learn this jutsu at all. Now let's get some work done. We've got somewhere to be, and I want to start Naruto on something that Minato-sama is going to teach him anyway. Central Haino Kuni, Senju clan headquarters. The last few days had been annoying as far as the female head of the Senju clan was concerned. Sending one of her best out only ended with him being rebuked. Tenzo had reported to her from a Senju outpost closer to the outskirts of the country, and informed her on their failure to exterminate their target due to the appearance of Namikaze Minato. Her granduncle's biggest mistake in the last years of his long life was dangling the carrot of Hiraishin no Jutsu over the head of the freelancer ninjas for an expendable squad to go in and die for their cause against the Uchiha. It worked. But then again, how were they supposed to know that the then no-name ninja Minato was good enough to overcome the extermination squad in the aftermath? She should have taken it upon herself to split his skull before he became too cagey to pin down in one area. But no one ever thought there would be another that could utilize Hiraishin no Jutsu solo. It took 3 different users just to endure the space-time strain that teleportation was supposed to put on the body, and they never even taught him how to make the markers for the technique. Damn it. With another punch to a towering rock monolith, she turned it to rubble and dusted off her fist accordingly. Physical exertion was always a good way to calm oneself down, and what had once been a very scenic rock garden of beautifully raked sand and ornate rock structures was now a miniature wasteland. Nagato had better get his ducks in a row before it's too late. Tsunade grumbled aloud as she was attended to by her attendant after a rather destructive training session to blow off some steam. If something happens because of this, and we end up going into a larger war, we won't be the ones handling the lion's share of the fighting this time. This is the Uzumaki clan's mess. The Uzumaki clan had an important place in the ninja world. Because of that, and because of the ties established by Hashirama Senju and Uzumaki Mito, they were bonded, but it wasn't a free card for the Senju clan to clean up the messes of their little sibling clan. They had enough of their own issues at the moment, such as a funding problem. If they had to fight another big-time conflict like the one they had taken part in less than 5 years ago, it would eat away at a great chunk of what was left of their deeper assets, win or lose, unless they won in a quick, less-than-costly manner. "Tsunade, you should really tone it down," she heard as she re-entered the main building of the main Senju stronghold. Most anyone else saying that would have ended with them being put through a wall, or 5. Not this man, however. "Think about the poor people that have to readjust that rock garden every time after you finish your little physical training sessions." "Sword of Damocles, dear brother," Tsunade responded, turning around to face the person that had spoken up to her. A man in his mid-30s with short light brown hair. He possessed sharp brown eyes and a jagged scar on his cheek. He wore a green loose top with a lavender shroud over his shoulders, as well as dark green pants. At his hip he carried a sword hilt. It's easy to say something like that when you don't have to be held accountable to the responsibilities of leadership. The man rolled his eyes and grabbed Tsunade in a shoulder hug. "You keep bringing that up, like anyone is supposed to know an obscure reference like that." "Not anyone, just you," Tsunade amended, carefully picking the hand around her shoulders off. "What do you want, Nawaki?" After concluding his greeting to his elder sister, Nawaki turned rather serious in his approach. "I know you're all bent out of shape over the Uzumaki Jinchuriki situation, but there are more important matters at hand. If things turn into a Biju arms race, we've got the advantage, you know that." "I know, it's still not something that I want to have to turn to just to keep an edge. Now what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong per se, it's just that there's work to be done, and one boy that'll probably get himself killed before he ever becomes a problem isn't worth the trouble that diverting ninjas as good as Tenzo after him would bring." Tsunade growled at Nawaki and the point that he had. Naruto was just one little boy. Even if he was a Jinchuriki, thus far no one knew exactly what that meant for him, especially him himself from Tenzo's report on how he tried to fight him. The Biju within him never came into play once. "What work needs to be done?" Tsunade asked, letting her temper settle down. There wasn't anything to get fired up about at the moment. "Well, we need to refill our coffers first of all," Nawaki pointed out, rubbing an index finger and a thumb together. "We're still reeling from the last open war with the Uchiha that ended in the stalemate, and from taking down the Hagoromo clan a few years after that. Even if that win netted us all of their business, it hasn't been enough to bring our funds back up to what it had been before. Ideas? Well, you could always try your hand at high-stakes gambling again. Oh wait, I know. Sell grandfather's necklace?" Nawaki offered jokingly, getting a growl from his older sister. "I'm kidding. Besides, there are all sorts of ways to make money to supplement our mission income. We don't have to hike up our prices and risk turning customers away." "Oh, Kami, you can't be serious," Tsunade droned, already knowing where this was going. "Not another one of these idiotic treasure hunts of yours." "Idiotic, right, because I didn't find one of the treasured tools of the Rikudo Sennin on my very first try," thus earning him the title of Nawaki the Hunter. Over the years, in addition to developing into a skilled shinobi, he'd developed the reputation of a man that could go anywhere and find anyone or anything, no matter what. "Finding legendary items isn't going to help us now, because why would we sell them to people that would turn around and use them on us?" Tsunade pointed out. "You're good at finding what no one else can find, but unless it'll turn us a profit, Nawaki, I need you back in the field working missions again. You're a big figure in the clan." Tsunade began to walk away and back to her daily work until Nawaki's voice stopped her again. Stopped her dead in her tracks. "Kakuzu's money pit." Hearing someone that could find the impossible speak of that much of a concentration of money sent a shiver down her spine. With that much money she could theoretically gamble high stakes for life, and never run out. More productively, they could fund any amount of anything that they wanted. "You're kidding." Tsunade said in disbelief. That's a legend that's been around ever since grandfather was alive. No one has that much money. It's impossible. Kakuzu's been an in-demand, top-of-the-line ninja since back in grandfather's time. Iwaki argued in return, defending his expedition's validity. He's still alive, still as active as he was 70 years ago, and he's notoriously frugal. Of all the things we've seen in the world, are you really going to tell me that you don't believe in one person hoarding enough assets to wage a lifetime of full-scale wars? It wasn't. But just like how every gray cloud had a silver lining, every silver cloud had a gray lining. You're telling me this because you have something concrete, but you're leaving something big out so you can go on the search. Damn it. His sister knew him too well. Well, apparently Kakuzu doesn't like having his money out in one place, even if it is well hidden, but he doesn't like having it split up either, so he won't separate it into different places. It's all in one mother lode. He looked into a banker, and when that didn't work out for various reasons, he kind of covered his tracks. By killing him in a blood rage. Yeah, basically. But the banker had a few assistants that died as well. One managed to avoid it, and that's the link to get started. You're still not telling me the problem yet. I'm not the only one that's putting all of this together. Which meant that he wasn't the only one that would end up looking for Kakuzu's money pit. East coast of Hainokuni. Are you sure you're alright with this plan, sensei? Minato asked out of courtesy. Sure, it was his operation to go into the Uzumaki clan's home base, but Jiraiya would be the one handling the most dangerous portion of it all, the distraction part. Minato didn't want to put his teacher in a position where he'd be in peril that he couldn't handle. We can change things up if you like, maybe take a little more time to try and set up a better out for you. Don't worry about it. If I can't buy you a window of opportunity, one really don't deserve to be thought of as being so awesome. Just remember, you'd better be moving at the speed of sound when you bolt in, because those mind's eye of the Kagura users are no joke when it comes to sensing. They'll lock onto you in a heartbeat if you're not moving fast enough. I know, Minato said. I lived in Uzunokuni for 4 years before Naruto was born. I know what makes these people tick. I'd rather hear about what makes your wife tick if you know what I mean, Jiraiya said, elbowing Minato in his side. Huh! Huh! You know what I mean! You get what I'm talking about. Because in case you did, I mean that I want to know what gets your wife dash. Thank you, sensei. Minato cut him off sharply before coughing and getting serious once more as he looked out at the ocean. Soon enough I'll be seeing her again, eh? I don't want to be the kind of guy that looks ahead when there's still some serious work to be done, but damn, 10 years. You know, you don't have to follow me in for this. Of course I do. As a matter of fact, I think we should have brought more people, but you've got some sort of complex when it comes to getting other people involved in your problems. I'm a hands-on kind of guy, I guess. A grin spread across Jiraiya's face as he set a hand on Minato's shoulder. Speaking of hands-on, back to your wife dash. Not the time, sensei. With Naruto, Northern Hainokuni. Minato-sama isn't just doing these things on his own. Kakashi explained as he and his younger companions jumped through the tree branches of a heavily forested area. They hadn't seen a road or a clearing in hours and were quite thoroughly lost. They could barely see the sun poking through the canopy leaves above. It would be impossible to actually bring about the sort of place he wants to create without an extensive number of support from the affluent clans in the world. Having listened to Kakashi's lecture for quite some time as they'd been traveling, Tenten frowned at the way he was explaining things. But that's hard to do, right? Clans don't really think anything of people like Minato-sama. Or me. As was the existence of clanless ninjas. It was pretty unfair, but that was the way it was. It was a catch-22. You were either a clanless ninja and you were largely ignored by all as worthless until you stepped on a few too many toes and became a problem, or you could be born to a clan and be automatically pitted against basically every other clan in existence around yours. Kakashi could hear the touch of self-loathing in the tail end of Tenten's remark, but decided to leave that for later. Maybe so, but there are a fair share of clans that can think pragmatically in the regard of the benefits of such a thing. We have another mission and we need help. Naruto's ears perked up at the sound of seemingly something else coming their way work-wise. A new mission? What? When? It's from Jiraiya-sama, actually, Kakashi said with an eye smile in the direction of his pair of kids. It's meant to really take your mind off of your mother and father for a short while, but the way I see it, it's extremely important in its own right. I'll tell you more when we reach our destination. Well, where is that? At the end of this forest? because for the life of him he couldn't see how anyone could live in that kind of place without clearing out some kind of land for themselves. How long is it gonna take to get there? It won't take that much longer, because the people we're going to see live in this forest, Kakashi answered. This territory is under the protection of the Aburame clan, a very special grouping of ninjas with a close relationship to insects. So close that this place is something of a preserve for forest-dwelling insects. Stopping for a moment, Kakashi pointed out an extremely subtle insect carving in the bark. Some are quite dangerous, so you have to follow a very particular path to reach them, or else you'll draw their wrath. You mean the wrath of the Aburame clan? Tenten questioned. Well, them too. I was talking more about the insects in this case, though. Some of those can be quite nasty. I'm talking leeches that can drain human beings dry in less than 2 minutes, kind of nasty. Oh, so that was why he told them to follow his path as closely as they could when they entered the forest. Yeah, that could have ended badly. Kakashi brought them to a landing on the ground where they found many well-hidden dwellings hidden amongst the trunks of the trees. Wow. That was actually a pretty cool way to hide homes. Naruto wondered how many they'd actually passed underneath them all that time. We would have never seen any of these if we hadn't come down here. And yet there were multiple men and women of this clan, going about their day, moving about their settlement, sitting outside, some with an insect or two on the end of their fingers for whatever reason. The Aburame clan didn't tend to vary too severely in appearance. Mostly they kept the bottom portion of their faces covered with high-collared clothing, and wore some sort of dark-lensed eyewear to conceal their eyes. They kept their bodies very well covered and seemed to keep a universally aloof demeanor. Even the intrusion of complete strangers didn't seem to bear much more than a passing glance from them. Silently following after Kakashi, they watched as a man came forth from one of the dwellings to greet him. An older man in his late 30s, he had bushy brown hair and a thin mustache along with dark sunglasses that had a small tassel hanging from them. Wearing a long, gray high-collared long-sleeved top with olive pants, he had a gourd on his back somewhat similar to Gaara's in a way. Without hesitating, Kakashi reached his hand out and found it quickly shaken by the man before him. Aburame-sama, Kakashi greeted, getting a silent nod from the man. Kids, this is the leader of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi. Shibi took a moment to regard the youngsters before nodding to them as well, getting them to wave and smile nervously at him. They didn't know what to make of any of this, but they were as nice as they could be given their confusion. I've already been informed that Jiraiya-san's requested the assistance of my clan with something, Shibi said in a very bland and base tone of speaking. Tell me, do you require a specialist, or any sort of ninja in particular? Kakashi shook his head. No need for requesting anyone that would disrupt your clan activities too much. I'd only ask you for a ninja that you trust, and I'll do the same. Of course, Shibi stoically agreed. We believe in the idea of the village where people of all sorts of clans can live in peace. It would be our honor to assist Minato-san in any way he requires. If you have no qualms against it, I have already selected a candidate to assist you. I want my son to accompany you. Wow. I wonder how strong this guy's son would be if he's volunteering him for something. Looking around, Tenten didn't see many Aburame that seemed set to come forward and work, but instead she managed to eagle-eye a boy crouching by a set of shrubs beneath a great tree, a small insect standing on the tip of his finger. He wore a far lighter-colored version of the lower-face-concealing shirt that Shibi wore, and had the same bushy brown hair as the man in question, as well as a pair of round-framed sunglasses covering his eyes. Man, how could they see while wearing sunglasses in such a low-light setting? Naruto was busy looking around and wondering what kind of methods these people used to fight. They had to be damn good ninjas in their own way if they were able to build a place for themselves in a forest that could have been so potentially dangerous for anyone else. Those guys are kind of odd, but if Kakashi said that they were right, that was all he needed, he guessed. Kakashi had his jerk moments, but he had the confidence of his tagalongs to the utmost degree. What he said went, because he never led them astray before. Shibi's gaze panned over to the boy that Tenten had picked out off to the side at a distance before he called out to him. Chino, come here. I want you to meet Hitaki Kakashi-san and his students. You'll be going with them for the time being. I want you to use this as a chance to see just how Minato-san's concept can work, with people so different coming together. Yes, father. Chino replied with an air of collected acceptance and self-assurance. It was hard for Tenten to believe at first that this was who Shibi would have been referring to as the sort of candidate that would be fit for a mission with people that he didn't know. But then she realized that the same ageism thing she'd lambasted Kakashi for when it came to her, and being given the chance to learn Kage-Bunshin no Jutsu applied here as well. She had automatically assumed that someone being young was an automatic mark of skill. If nothing else, I should give him a shot, Tenten thought to herself. If it were me, I know I'd want the same thing. This is my son Shino, Shibi informed them. If I'm correct in my estimation on sight, he should be around the same age as the children with you. I can assure you that he is a pride to our clan and will serve well under your command. He definitely seemed to be an odd one though, from how he slowly walked over, barely a movement to his head to indicate that he'd even acknowledged that Naruto and Tenten existed. Instead, he moved right up to Kakashi and gave him a slight bow. Greetings, Hataki-san. I've been told much about your capabilities and look forward to working with you on the search mission. I have already been informed of the situation. What a cool demeanor. Even Niji didn't come off as this calm and collected. Then again, the whole clan seemed to be of that ilk from the small sample size they had to go off of. Well, we haven't. There's a search mission? Naruto remarked, throwing his hands up behind his neck only for Shino to glance at him for a split second and then only regard Kakashi once more. Did he just ignore me? He asked Tenten, who shrugged and shook her head. Shibi addressed Kakashi once more. Godspeed, and may good fortune await you on your mission. By now it was almost like something of an inside joke that Naruto and Tenten weren't privy to, and it was none too amusing to either of them to be left out of the loop. What mission? They both asked in stereo, gritting their teeth. Ignoring their temperament, Kakashi turned to the two of them and waved his hands spiritedly, face expressionless while speaking in a monotone sing-song voice. Briefing Time. A few hours later, it was kind of odd how Shino and his father had parted with a sparse farewell and a wishing of luck. Naruto wasn't necessarily an expert on father-son relations, but from watching other children he'd seen and from interacting with Minato, and seeing how much emotion the man put into that one meeting, he felt it was a little off. And then there was Shino himself. Despite apparently being new to the group and along for the ride as some sort of pact with Minato, he really kept to himself. He hadn't even really introduced himself to anyone other than Kakashi and seemed to more or less be accepting Naruto and Tenten's presence in the basest way possible. Also, he was a few inches taller than Naruto to the point that it was noticeable. That was sort of annoying. He even dwarfed Tenten to a degree, though that didn't matter much to her at all if she even noticed it. Man, he had problems to get hung up on the guy's height, didn't he? Either way, after making it a short way outside of the insect preserve that was the home of the Aburame clan, Kakashi sat them down side by side to talk to them. All three looked up at him, Naruto and Tenten doing so expectantly, the former with a rubber ball in his hand as he tried to multitask and pop it with his chakra. Thus far it was common knowledge between the three younger ninjas that Minato wanted to form a community where ninjas wouldn't be bound to fight against each other in constant warfare because of clan ties. Where children wouldn't grow to consider murder as their first choice when faced with someone different from them in some way. That was the easy part. What no one had explained to them was just what really went into making all of that happen. You couldn't just plant a flag, erect a few buildings and declare it, Ninjaville, come one, come all, and don't kill each other. There was far more that went into forming a community based at its core at bringing battle-hungry, out-for-self, military families together under a concrete, long-standing peace than simply saying there was a place like that somewhere that existed with an open-door policy. There was more to it than even Kakashi knew. The easiest thing to convey as to the hows and whys of settlement construction in this instance, however, was the concept of the role that money played in it. Which was a coincidence, because obtaining money was the most straightforward part of a venture such as this. You worked for it or you took it, simple as that. Things got frustratingly more complex after you obtained the necessary capital, so it wasn't worth going into yet. So Kakashi had to explain the concept of economics and the factors of forming a thriving community in order to get to the part where he explained what they would be doing to help Minato secure that portion of his ambition. Naruto wanted to know how he could help his old man out, so he listened until it was understood. Then there was the matter of what they were going to do to get it all in one fell swoop. What do you kids know of the ninja Kakuzu? Kakashi asked to start things out. In return, he only got blank looks from the two that he had become accustomed to. Alright, not like I was really expecting much there to begin with. Shino, however, was more than willing to answer. Who is Kakuzu, you ask? He is an exceedingly powerful man, also noted as perhaps the wealthiest man in the entire world by the way he stockpiles his funds. No one has ever seen or counted his gains, but it has been said that Kakuzu has enough money to buy himself an entire country if he so wished, with a sizable amount of money left over, if only he weren't so cheap. Very good, Kakashi remarked before launching into his explanation. Jiraiya-sama has recently come into some very prudent information in regards to Kakuzu, and as it turns out we are going to be borrowing a good portion of money from him. Really? Tenten was skeptical to say the least. They'd just gotten through saying that the guy was cheap, so how would they borrow anything from him? No. Not really. We're going to be finding his hidden stash and taking all of it that we can to get what we need to help fund Minato-sama's village goal, Kakashi admitted bluntly. Are you kidding? Borrow? That man would kill you before he'd even cough up 100 ryo. Once again, a light bulb went off in Naruto's head after hearing the name Kakuzu enough, and his face lit up in recognition. Wait a minute, you mean Kakuzu, as in Kakuzu's money pit Kakuzu? Like the bedtime story? That's real? That was just supposed to be a warning story for kids about knowing who to trust, and how to tread around dangerous people, and how certain decisions can make you miserable despite the fact that you should theoretically have everything in the world. All of that was supposed to be crap that adults tried to offload on their children to try and shape their system of ethics and morals. Oh, it's real. It's really real, Kakashi pointed out, watching Naruto's eyes go wide. You'll find out that every single legend in our ninja world is to some extent true, and on the up and up. We traditionally aren't very imaginative people outside of combat, I'm afraid. But in the story, Kakuzu got trapped in his hiding place and became some sort of berserk, feral green-eyed monster man that'll kill anyone that finds his stash, even if they find it by accident. Naruto pointed out. Even Senju Hashirama couldn't kill him. Well, the part where he's trapped with his riches isn't true. He still does missions. He actually only goes to his hiding place to add more money to it, Kakashi said, scratching his face idly under his mask. He will try to massacre anyone that finds it, though. That's how Jiraiya-sama found this out. A banker's employee survived one of Kakuzu's rages against her manager, and one of Jiraiya-sama's contacts overheard things from her. It was simply too rich of an opportunity to ignore. An opportunity? Perhaps. If it is, I believe that our window is very small. Shino added on after the fact. I was told to anticipate the prospect of combat, because if we were able to obtain this information, who knows who else has it as of now. There were a lot of unsavory elements out there, and they all had the potential to find out everything that someone else already knew when it came to world events. People talked, people heard things, people took those things to people that would pay them a boatload of money. From that point, it was all a matter of which camp could get itself in gear the fastest and move on the information. Alright. This was the kind of ninja work that Naruto had always wanted to get into. Outmaneuvering the other guy, taking what you need under the nose of the other guys, making off into the night and savoring the fruits of your labor, the spoils of your victory. It was way better in theory than fighting Biju on a wide open, sandy battlefield. Forget that noise. The next battlefield Naruto ever saw would be one too many. This was workable though. A real mission. Actual ninja work. He loved working for the ramen cart, but that wasn't what he'd been expecting when he became a shinobi. Well, what are we waiting for? Naruto said, grinning up a storm as he could hardly sit still out of sheer excitement. We've got to get to it first, so where to? Shino's face didn't change, even when Tenten leaned in and whispered to him. When his accent breaks, that means he's worked up. Understood. The young Abirame droned dully in return. Yuzuno Kuni, Uzumaki clan village, Kushina's house. As time waned and she had done nothing other than exist in the clan leader's mansion, Kushina was no longer under house arrest. She wasn't allowed to leave the clan half of the village and was under around-the-clock surveillance, still marking her status as a political prisoner, but at least she could return home. Her empty home. Her home without her husband, and while she'd been without him for years, it truly sank in that she was alone when she checked Naruto's room. It was like a heartbreaking museum of her only child that had gone the route of her beloved. Now what? Her husband and son had been forced away for separate reasons 10 years apart. The only clan members in the village that didn't treat her like a leper were her little niece Karen and Nagato. What could she do now? Take missions? No, even if she would be allowed to take them, what would she fight for? She wasn't exactly strong on clan pride these days. This is just sad, Kushina said to herself, leaning on the doorframe of Naruto's room as she stared inside. She shook her head, blew a few strands of hair out of her face before moving along. I'd cry if it wouldn't be so damn pathetic. Walking back into her kitchen, Kushina stopped when she noticed something on her table that was completely clear except for one item. One paper flower. She slowly picked it up and studied it closely, already knowing where it had come from. Before she could even ponder crushing it in her hand, it floated out of her palm and off behind her. There was no wind in that room. No air conditioning. No fan going. With a sigh, Kushina turned around to see Conan capture the flower in her hand casually. Most people knock and wait to be invited in when they want to enter someone else's home. Perhaps, Conan said coolly as she unfolded the flower using nothing more than her chakra as she manipulated it into all other sorts of forms to suit her liking. But some people simply don't care if you want them there or not. Some people have more important things to do than play to your non-existent sense of rights. A click of Kushina's tongue was the immediate response. She had never received any respect from this woman in all the time that she had known her, and she definitely hadn't been expecting it now of all times, but it was still vexing. Conan had insulted her turn after turn, and had volunteered to kill her only child. It was then that Conan felt that something inside of the Uzumaki clan woman had broken. The most chillingly pleasant smile that Kushina had ever given another human being in her life found its way to her face as she disarmingly held her hands behind her back. Just to be clear, I will maim you with my bare hands. You do realize that, don't you? She asked in the sweetest tone of voice imaginable. The guards that think they're hiding from me outside are going to get to me. I know that. But the question is, can they get to me faster than I can get to you? Pardon? Conan raised an eyebrow in interest. Kushina had no problems clarifying for her, just to be clear. She was considerate like that. If I get to you even 2 seconds before they get to me, I'm going to hurt you so badly that Nagato can't fix you. Not intimidated in the slightest despite Kushina's complete assurance that she would be more than happy with attempting to kill her, and dealing with whatever fallout may come her way as a result, Conan hardly even blinked. She didn't say anything actually. That had not been what Kushina had been expecting. The next time she had even expected to see Conan again, the first words she'd expected to come out of her mouth would have alluded spitefully to the fact that she had ended her baby's life. None of that ever occurred though, no matter how long she waited for it. Kushina came within close proximity, almost nose to nose as she studied the woman's face. A ghost of a smile slowly made its way to the lovely redhead's face that was openly taunting. You didn't kill him. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. It wasn't that you didn't find him, because I know that you did. You don't have to tell me that you did. No, you had him and you couldn't get the job done, could you? It grated Conan more than Kushina could ever possibly know. Or she did know, which was why she had chosen to try and bait her. It wasn't complex as to why she was doing so either. Kushina wanted an excuse to fight. She wanted one so badly, to vent, and were it not for extenuating circumstances she would have gotten Conan to oblige her. If she killed Kushina, Conan knew that Nagato would never forgive her, and it was not worth the temporary feeling of satisfaction she would get from taking a person that had no position to taunt her from down yet another notch. I can see exactly how much of you rubbed off on Naruto. He's like a little boy version of you. You have no idea how easy it was to try and see him with your face. It scared me how easy it was to want to kill someone, a child, that I should have nothing against. Well, actually, I can see how it's easy because he has my face. Kushina jibed back in return, sitting down at her table with a large, bright Naruto-esque grin on her face as she framed it for Conan to plainly see. He might have gotten the lion's share of Minato's features, but the shape of his face and his proportions, that's all me. Conan was done mincing words with this woman. Her mind games that she'd been playing had finally been reversed. Let's cut through the small talk and the tense sniping at each other, shall we? I'm only going to ask you this question once. Tell me how to fight Namake's Minato. Hearing that the stoic blue-haired Kunoichi had brought up her estranged husband, Kushina put 2 and 2 together, causing her heart to swell. It didn't matter how knotted up she'd felt for the past +2 months, she couldn't help but smile. And with that smile and her improved attitude, the biting wit returned. Well, for starters, have you tried not fighting Minato? Kushina said with a fake expression of curiosity. That usually seems to work for people that like not being dead. I'll keep that in mind the next time I have Naruto set for the executioner's block. I'll have to make sure there aren't so many distractions around to keep me from slitting his throat. You should be careful with that. I can only imagine how nasty your paper cuts must be compared to everyone else's. Conan growled in exasperation and took a step forward just to feel the floor beneath her shake. She stopped at the sight of Kushina leisurely raising her right hand and balling a fist, a content, lazy expression showing. You wouldn't use that jutsu to trap us both here just to fight with me uninterrupted. Even if you won, And you wouldn't, by the way, you would be condemned. It wouldn't have mattered if Nagato favored Kushina or not, Kushina would have been punished, and Konan knew that she was aware of it. I wouldn't use that jutsu? Kushina asked rhetorically before speaking slowly and deliberately. Listen to me. I would destroy my own home, where I've lived for my entire life, where my son lives, where I made love with my dear husband who gifted me with child, where I have so many wonderful memories. I would destroy this home and the property that it sits on in a heartbeat if you gave me a reason to fight you, and I don't care if I'd win or what Nagato would do afterwards. This woman was insane, and yet Konan understood her completely. Konan hated Kushina to such a degree that she would have felt the same if the roles were reversed, but she hadn't been certain that it was completely mutual until right then. It clearly was. You can't be serious. She could barely say over the sound of infinite chains jangling horribly. You are. Konan, look in my eyes and you tell me dash. Kushina lifted her hand a bit higher, causing the floors and the walls to shake horribly, knocking down pictures, dishes, and entire bookcases. Am I lying? The paper-shaping kunoichi took a step back and instantly the shaking lessened in severity. Narrowing her eyes at Kushina, she wrinkled her nose in distaste at her least favorite person in the world. I don't know where you think the rules don't apply to you because of Nagato-sama's feelings dash. No, it's not that I think the rules don't apply to me. Kushina cut her off smoothly. It's just that I really don't care about any demand, order, or threat that comes out of your mouth. It's really wearing thin with me. Who do you think you are? That's my line. Kushina growled. You think you have some kind of clout over me because the rest of the clan respect you and love you for being Nagato's sentinel. But you're not Nagato. I'm not the rest of the clan, and I don't care if you're his favorite. You're not clan head, so what you say means less than nothing to me. Kushina spat venomously. Now anytime you want to think that you can make me do anything again, please, by all means, come back anytime and feel free dash. No, feel encouraged to try. She finally let her hand fall, allowing the shaking of her domicile and the sound of chains to cease. If you walked by the property just in passing, the sheer hatred and killing intent between the two women would have strangled an unprepared person on the spot. If a hair fell out of place, they would have taken it as a sign from the universe to go at one another's throats. This was deep-seated animosity that had more than one backstory to it, and they were all unpleasant. Konan turned her back with only the sound of her heels clicking the floor as she walked away. Before departing, however, Konan did manage to say one last thing quietly that almost shook Kushina up. You're Nagato-sama's favorite. You always were. How did you react to that? Kushina didn't even want to think of how. She didn't even put forth the effort to try. Get out of my house. Konan promptly vanished in a flurry of scattered papers, and Kushina simply looked around at the mess she'd made of her own place. She'd clean it up later, however, because she really wasn't in the mood any longer. I hate that bitch. The feeling was mutual. Northern Hai no Kuni, Kakashi's plan was quite simple as to how they were going to obtain the services of the young bank employee that had survived Kakuzu's wrath. As the last loose end that could possibly help them get a bead on the actual location of his riches, her cooperation was a necessity. Therefore his approach was meant to leave no room for refusal on her part. It was rather simple, all things considered. He felt that keeping it basic here was for the best. You're going to kidnap her and then brainwash her? Tenten quietly asked, hiding in the foliage along the ground as she and Kakashi slowly approached their target location. That's horrible, Kakashi-sensei. This isn't a ninja, soldier, or a bandit we're talking about here. Well, it might not even necessarily be in that order. I might brainwash her first, then kidnap her, Kakashi casually reasoned. I don't see the problem since we're going to bring her back after we find what we need. I'll even wipe her memory clean of any traumatic events she might experience along the way, because I'm a nice guy like that. That moment. The moment when you realize that your mentor carelessly walks the fine line between being a responsible role model and being an awful, awful person, it's a pretty strong one. Tenten didn't know quite how to respond to that, and she didn't know what exactly she had the problem with. The kidnapping, the brainwashing, or the memory wiping, probably the brainwashing. I don't mind everything else that much. Reaching position where they could conceal themselves and get a view of a small cottage in a tiny forest clearing, it was a matter of waiting for Shino and Naruto to get in position and signal them before proceeding from there. Meanwhile, with Naruto. So why are we not just knocking on this person's door and asking for help? Naruto asked, laying underneath a bush with Shino as they eyed the cottage from a different perspective than Kakashi's and Tenten's. Is it just me, or does that seem like a way easier approach? Hataki-san is a shinobi with at least 10 times your experience. Shino replied straightforwardly, eyes clad in sunglasses as he stared intently at the cottage. I wouldn't expect you to understand the reasoning for his orders. Naruto wasn't sure if Shino was just that abrasive without knowing it, or if he plain didn't like him, but it wasn't the first time he'd said something of that nature. Okay, you tell me then if you're so smart. Why is this better? That sweet sound of silence wasn't Shino's normal operating method of silence. It was the kind that you heard when someone was at a loss for words, and it was glorious. Don't worry, I'll wait. A small insect flew Shino's way and landed on an index finger that he extended for his winged ally. It beat its wings a bit before flying up and dancing in the air for Shino to clearly see. Whatever this was meant to convey clearly caused his eyebrows to raise behind his glasses. This was his surprised face. It wasn't much, but it was the most you'd be able to get out of him in regards to that particular emotion. We have a problem, Shino said gravely. We need to inform Kakashi-san to move toward the cottage now. Before he could ask Naruto to go and be a runner for him or volunteer himself, Naruto created a clone to head off and tell Kakashi in their place. Useful. Me useful? Naruto asked rhetorically. You're the one that did recon on the house with a bug. How can I do that? You can't, and I'm certain that you don't want to know how I myself am able to. Shino insisted. Most people don't. But either way, follow my lead. Naruto let it drop, and before too long his blurry form could be seen moving with Shino to the side wall of the house, keeping out of sight of the window before pinning themselves against the surface. Naruto ensured that he had eye contact with Shino before pointing to both sides of the house questioningly. Front or back was the question of the hour. Shino lifted his hand flat and pointed to the open side of his hand to indicate front. Getting a nod from Naruto, both slowly crept to the front on both sides of the door, staying low. Looking around the clearing closely, Naruto crossed his arms and clapped his shoulders twice to signal Tenten and Kakashi. He knew that they would be watching due to his clone dispelling. It would take a matter of seconds due to him signaling them to move to the back, and as Naruto and Shino waited to give them a moment, the two had to stop and marvel at the fact that the two of them meshed fairly well despite knowing almost nothing about each other. Somewhat thrown off by Naruto's ability to actually be prepared to work, he masked this by adjusting his glasses on his face. He had honestly deemed Naruto as somewhat incompetent due to first impressions. Then again, he is a clan child. If the crest on his shirt is to be believed, that didn't always mean that a ninja would be good, but it did mean that there was a better chance of getting one that was. I need to withhold judgment before I can make a fair assessment on him and his friend. Either way, for the time being at least they had to work together. What's in there? Naruto whispered to Shino. Communication clearly wasn't the odd boy's strongest point, but they were moving off of his suggestion and he hadn't even expressed what was wrong. Instead of answering, Shino shook his head and opened the door, slipping inside with Naruto following. Upon doing so, Naruto quickly wished he hadn't. The cottage was simply one room, modestly furnished with a table, a corner kitchen, a small study area. The layout wasn't what had to be noted, however. The 4 dead bodies on the floor were. The floor was stained with pools of dried blood from the deceased. From the back, Kakashi and Tenten entered, the latter covering her nose and mouth at the smell. The bodies had been there for quite some time, and if the sight of them hadn't been unpleasant enough, the smell pushed it over the top. There was an attack, Shino said, stating the obvious. We were not the first ones here. What clan were they from? Kakashi barely spared them a glance before answering. They're not ninjas. They're just hired enforcers. Probably meant to be used as a diversion. The ninja armor covering their torsos was a nice touch, but it was probably only given to the men as a show of confidence from the outsourcing clans so that they'd do their job confidently. It was a practice that many clans readily used. They would hire freelance ninjas and local ignorant roughnecks willing to shed blood for a buck as cannon fodder to try and attack a target or infiltrate a stronghold. It was a pragmatic approach that could do a number of things given the situation. They could expose possible enemy reactions to given scenarios, allowing them to plan. They could cause a person or party to flee, which could give them an opening to strike. The second way to use the expendable bodies was what this seemed like. There was something wrong though by Kakashi's watch. I'd say that whoever killed these people is still around. The door to the refrigerator in the house popped open just a crack, drawing everyone's attention long enough for the doors to slam shut. A folding panel on the table out of sight of the refrigerator flipped up and fired kunai at Kakashi and Tenten. They managed to avoid the trap in their own respective ways, Kakashi smoother than Tenten. She moved in the direction of the bodies and jostled one, kicking it onto its side to reveal an explosive tag on its back that was burning down. Each one of the corpses had an explosive tag hidden on their unseen sides, triggered by the first trap going off. Naruto immediately tried to break the door closest to him down, and failed. Shino did the same with the sole window in the residence, and failed as well. Kakashi immediately rolled through hand seals to try and activate his jutsu that would allow them all a quick tunneling escape, but when he rested his hand on the ground he couldn't help but laugh hopelessly at their predicament. Well, whatever's underneath this floor, it isn't earth. Someone prepared that little house well. Too well for a quickly traveling pursuit squad to set to cover their tracks, and far too well for a civilian to have done. A ninja did this, and the ninja had been a resident as well. The little cottage in the clearing exploded in a massive fireball that more or less assured the demise of anything inside. What a waste of such a nice little house. But the moment those first assassins came, the owner knew that it would only be just the beginning. Luckily she had been prepared to cut and run for quite some time after the nasty bit of business with Kakuzu. But that didn't make it any more convenient. A lot of her stuff was in that house. The owner happened to be a strikingly figured young woman with pupil-free brown eyes and purple hair tied in a short, spiky ponytail. She wore a sleeveless mesh armor bodysuit that ran down to her thighs, mesh armbands, a tan miniskirt with a dark blue belt, and sandals with knee-length shin guards. That took long enough. The young woman groused to herself as she began to leave after hearing her home explode. As much of a problem it was, she felt that it had to be done if she really wanted to try and make herself disappear. I've been waiting 3 goddamn days for any stragglers so I could trigger that trap. Before she could leave, however, she found that she was completely unable to move forward any longer. She could still move and walk, but it was as if an invisible barrier impeded her path. What the hell? Looking down, she saw an array beneath her feet, as well as a large amount of insects crawling on the ground coming toward her. How'd they find me that quickly after the trap went off? I just triggered it. Got her, Kakashi! Naruto shouted from where he'd concealed himself with a camouflage sheet against a tree. Damn kid, the woman figured that he was the source of the barrier seal underneath her. And then there was the girl in the tree dangling several deadly weapons over her head with chakra threads. Tenten and Shino have her covered. And by the way, Shino, I didn't need to know that was where your bugs came from. From the shadows of the forest, Kakashi walked out with his hands in his pockets. As he came closer to the woman, the insects on the ground cleared apart to open a path for him. That answered the question of just who it was that had captured her. Hatake Kakashi, the kunoichi said dryly upon seeing the name ninja of the group. Fuck me, she said in exasperation. Well, let's just see where this goes first, shall we? The girl snapped her teeth at him sarcastically in response. Jiraiya-sama's contact never said that the banker's surviving employee was a kunoichi. It made sense though. Bankers did seem like they were the types that needed bodyguards. Honestly, we were expecting an accountant or something along those lines. So were the guys inside, said the woman, with a rather pleased, vaguely bloodthirsty smile and a husky chuckle. We didn't see that trap coming at all, Tenten admitted from her vantage point in her tree. Per Shino's insect clone. Because that thing got annihilated. And that's why teaching Tenin Kagebunshin no Jutsu was a great idea, so that we don't have to do our own recon. Naruto remarked, still keeping his hand planted on the ground to trap Enko and his clan's Fuinjutsu. It's also why I'm your hero for the month, Tenten. Naruto emphasized intently. Tenten stuck her tongue out in response since it wouldn't have been smart to do something that would give their kunoichi captive an opening to escape. I've barely got enough chakra to make even one, so it's not that useful to me. Teach me a jutsu I can spam like you and then maybe you'll be my hero. 3 kids and a one-eyed babysitter. That was who had captured her. She almost hoped that they'd kill her, because she didn't think she'd ever live down being caught by a child's jutsu. In her opinion, that was worse than having the 4 guys that tried to storm her house abduct her and squeeze her for information on the whereabouts of Kakuzu's money. Actually no, she took that line of thinking back, because if those rubes had been strong enough to do anything other than die graphically, they seemed like the types to take certain liberties with her body because she was a woman. On second thought, this was better. It was far from the ideal predicament, But then again, the ideal predicament for her would have involved never running up against anyone like Kakuzu in the first place. That was a mug's game, especially for a freelance ninja. "Now let's take it easy," Kakashi said, trying to keep things between them civil. As civil as things could be after their clones had all suffered horrible deaths, and they trapped her in return. "We have reason to believe that you can get us to Kakuzu's reserve. Would I be wrong about that, miss?" "Anko," the woman answered for him, crossing her arms over her rather bountiful chest. "And what if I did? I was paid extra to my bodyguard gig to do it, and then Kakuzu came along and slaughtered my boss and everybody that worked for him when he realized I'd been there." Her employer had been a rather slimy sort, but he paid her well and had never been dumb enough to proposition her, or grab at her breasts or butt, so she could deal with him. His practices weren't always on the up and up, and the thought of having the plus of knowing where Kakuzu's rumored piles and piles of riches were was simply too alluring to let go. That man wound up paying for it, along with the rest of his workers. Anko did as well to an extent, but less than any of them. "So why didn't he kill you?" Rubbing at a phantom pain where her left kidney was meant to be situated, Anko grumbled. "It wasn't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that. I only tried to fight him because I had to. I had a contract. I gave my word to fight for my boss to the finish, guaranteed, but well, if you hear some of the legends, I'm sure you can guess how well I did." It had been the worst 3 weeks of her life thus far, she'd wagered to say, and she had been laying up healing for half of it. The other half had been spent ducking scouts from clans that wanted what she knew, and none of them were willing to take no for an answer, nor were they willing to actually pay her what she felt the info was worth. "He dealt with you before he flew into one of his blind rages, didn't he?" Kakashi asked, getting a stiff nod in return. He figured as much. If Kakuzu had fought Anko after he'd already taken to the limits of his temper, there might not have been enough left of her to obtain the info on the money pit from. One hit. That was all it took. Anko let out a bitter laugh just from remembering it. "Can you believe that? And I thought I was good. Well, how would you like to get some payback? Do I have a choice?" "Sort of," Kakashi said with a shrug. "I'll be honest, since it doesn't matter. I was going to mess with your head and make you show us what you knew, but since you're a kunoichi, you'd be fighting it the entire time, and it would be a boatload of trouble. So with that in mind, how about a split?" "A split?" He was the first person to actually offer any sort of split with her. Everyone else that tried to be nice about it were only willing to shell out a pittance in return for her help, and when she turned down their paltry terms, they took to using force. Kakashi had just admitted that he was willing to use force as well, but he'd offered to actually split it with her. Was he lying, though? She couldn't tell. Well, if he is lying about the split, I'm pretty sure that I'll know by the time we get to where we're going. She didn't have a chance against Kakuzu, so she wouldn't be turning on him. But if he was going to double-cross her, she could do the same by setting the greedy powerhouse on Kakashi and his gaggle of runts. Even if Kakashi could deal with him, he couldn't do it while protecting kids, unless they were miniature meat shields. That could work, and it wasn't as if she had anything better going for her. It was either team up, or keep running around until she got unlucky enough to wind up with an Inuzuka on her heels. Then she'd never get away. "I'll give it a try, Cyclops," Anko said, eyeing Kakashi and the kids warily. "But I'll just say that tough guys like you who think they can screw me over dash." She paused long enough to suddenly snatch one of the weapons hanging over her head from the chakra strings and throw it at Naruto, hitting the ground right in front of his kneeling position and jolting him out of his jutsu. "Usually wind up bleeding out in a ditch somewhere. Just some friendly advice." "This woman didn't seem to be very friendly," noted, Kakashi chirped pleasantly. "But please don't make a habit of threatening any of my kids to make a point, or I'll probably have to skullfuck you to make mine." Naruto and Tenten's jaws dropped in horror at the very drastic and vulgar threat, while Shino's brow twitched. Just some friendly advice. The thing about it was that they couldn't really tell if Kakashi was kidding or not. On one hand, Kakashi routinely used sarcasm and a never-changing cadence of speaking to mask obvious jokes, but on the other hand, he had been completely prepared to kidnap and alter the mind of a regular civilian beforehand. With that in mind, they weren't sure what he would do. He might not do something as drastic and as unpleasant as what he had alluded to, but they felt that there was a major chance of him doling out a disproportionate amount of retribution. Anko didn't flinch, however, smiling predatorily at the warning. So this really was copy ninja Kakashi after all? That was certainly interesting. Oh, I get the feeling that this is going to be a very mutually beneficial relationship. Elsewhere, northern Hai no Kuni borderlands, Mountainside Pass. Well, a smaller clan was going to be getting some work soon to clean the mountain road, because a battle-related rock slide had blocked the path. No commerce would be going that way for a little while. Nawaki sighed while holding a glowing yellow sword in his hand, a weapon that surged, popped, and crackled with electricity with every slight wave through the air. Not the stealthiest weapon, but when things got nasty, he wouldn't have preferred a better tool in his hands. His granduncle's Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God, was his weapon of choice, no matter how many treasures he found and no matter how legendary they were in theory. His family's trusty blade had carried him through hard times since he was a young boy when he'd been gifted with it. It had served him well over the years in his multiple expeditions, and it had served him well once again. I know whose grave I'm praying by when I get home, Nawaki said to himself under his breath as he took in the damage that he'd caused. Looking around himself with a frown, Nawaki shook his head at the slew of Uchiha clan members that he had killed in battle. It had been an ambush that had failed. They had clearly gotten wind that he was sniffing around the region, and with the buzz that had gone around since Kakuzu had massacred that banker's entire office staff, it was obvious to anyone that knew he was there what he was looking for. These hadn't been the first ninjas he'd run into either, but they were the first he'd come across from the Uchiha clan. That couldn't bode well. Where there was one there was always more, and when one died in battle you could count on 3 more willing to come for your head without surcease. They can all look for the survivor of the massacre and kill each other looking for her, Nawaki said to himself, forcing the glowing electric blade of his sword to vanish back into the hilt. I don't need to run that rat race. I can track Kakuzu without it now that I've got a general idea of where to find him. He wasn't called the Hunter just because he found lost treasures of the ninja world. He could find anything or anyone if you gave him the slightest general direction of where to go. Since Kakuzu's base of operations had finally been narrowed down to the northern border areas of Hai no Kuni due to his latest temper tantrum, he might as well have popped a smoke signal around his hiding place, because it wasn't as if Nawaki needed any other blatant clues to find him any longer. Tsunade is going to kill me if I take too long with this, Nawaki said to himself, checking over the downed ninjas in the area. Some were dead, others would live, but none of them would be getting in his way again. That had been handled, and now it was time to move along. Placing his sword hilt back at his belt, he cracked his neck and took off into the woods. She'll love me when I come back with more money than she's ever seen before. There were patterns of movement to Kakuzu's mission acceptances around the area over the years, and the runners that Nawaki had dispatched ahead of himself only had the job of finding them for him. They had been very thorough, and had narrowed it down to one place with an 81% probability of success. What he didn't know, however, was that while he'd defeated the attacking group, that hadn't been the full scope of the squad sent to deal with him. The Uchiha clan used runners as well, however, and one had been sent to the northern post the moment that the squad had known that Senju Nawaki would be heading into their ambush. There was only one Uchiha that could cover the amount of ground needed to keep up on the trail of Nawaki before he reached Kakuzu's riches. Very few knew how Uchiha Obito moved so quickly, but he got results, and he worked efficiently. He was also the only person within reach that they had who could take on the grandson of Senju Hashirama. After all, he hadn't been touched in battle in 8 years. Some time later, Yuzu no Kuni, backcountry forests, the quietest nation of them all in the elemental nations, Yuzu no Kuni was the most peaceful not only in regards to the lack of warfare that touched their lands due to their small island geography, but due to the outright tranquility of their deep forests. There weren't patrols, there were outposts with at least one sensor capable of using mind's eye of the Kagura at each location. The best users could feel disturbances of chakra across the entire island. Human chakra. Things that traveled far underground, and animals were a bit harder to pin down. Animals like toads. Even specially summoned diving toads, meant to be used for Gamagekure no Jutsu, hiding in a toad jutsu, slowly surfacing in a tranquil, running river. A moderately sized green toad swam its way to the riverbank and opened its mouth only for a full-grown man to slowly climb out. Despite the impossible special parameters of this feat, there was no discomfort to the creature or to the man himself. Ugh, Jiraiya said upon exiting his amphibious assistant. It's times like this when I don't wonder why Minato didn't try to specialize in too many toad techniques. He regarded the toad that had chosen to go back into the water as it stared at him. Thanks a lot. You're going to want to get as far away from me as you can though, because in 30 minutes I'll have half of the Uzumaki clan's sensors sniffing up my ass. The toad didn't need to be told twice, dismissing itself in a puff of smoke to return to its home elsewhere. Even though it couldn't speak, it could understand just fine, and it understood full well that it didn't want any part of what was about to happen. It was an infiltration-only kind of summon. Battle wasn't its forte in the least. "Alright, let's get this underway," Jiraiya said before starting off in the direction of the Uzumaki clan village, stashing a Hiraishin kunai on the inside of his vest. "When I drop this thing, you'd better be ready to move fast, Minato." The middle-aged shinobi knew that he didn't have to say anything of the sort to Minato's face. Sitting across the small stretch of ocean separating Hai no Kuni's coast from Yuzu no Kuni, he was chomping at the bit to feel the pull on his chakra that called out to him. When Jiraiya dropped that knife, Minato was going to do something that was 10 years overdue. He was going to get the woman he loved back, and anyone that got in the way even after Jiraiya drew the lion's share of the attention away was going to quickly find out that in the way was not the place to be. Make new friends too, Hai no Kuni. For the time being, Naruto and Tenten had a new partner. He wasn't particularly the most forthcoming or expressive, and he had a rather chilly demeanor about him, but Aburame Shino wasn't necessarily a bad person. He was just a little odd. Naruto didn't mind odd. Even when the odd was Shino's brand of odd, in all of the forms that it came in, both personality-wise and in the concentration of his ninjutsu. It was definitely a shock to get used to when he found out where the insects for Shino's jutsu came from, but he himself was a boy who was trying to be friends with a gigantic chakra fox that slept inside of his body and made acerbic comments on the things that happened to him. In other words, he was somewhat accustomed to strange, so it didn't take long for him to pass it off and move on to the next thing, as in they had a new teammate. Hooray! Therefore, in his head he proceeded to the next thing on his mental docket. The crazy purple-haired lady that kept on dancing the dance of mistrust and barely suppressed killing intent and sexual tension with Kakashi for the last day and a half. From their interactions up until that point, he was sure that she was more than likely a bad person. Not to say that Naruto knew what the sexual tension was, because he didn't. He simply knew that there was something extra between Kakashi and Anko, and it was more than practiced indifference and shoddily veiled loathing, respectively, because Kakashi just didn't care about the opinion of others. Tenten was less acclimated to the oddities of ninja life, so for her to find out exactly how the Aburame clan garnered their partnership with their special bugs, it was an eye-opener. Sitting around the place where the motley crew was set to make camp for the night, Tenten simply couldn't stop staring across the sight at Shino, unable to even blink. "So, you have bugs moving around inside of you? Like all the time?" "Yes," Shino confirmed with a nod. "My body was offered as a hive to my special Kakachu insects, and I allow them to feed on my chakra in exchange for their complete loyalty." "Wow. What's that like?" "I couldn't tell you." "Why, you ask?" "Because I have never been without them. They are a part of me." Pal, Damn it, that hurts. Naruto shouted, shaking out his hand as pieces of the rubber ball he'd been trying for some time to pop exploded in his hand. "How many of those stupid things do I have to blow up? Can I just learn the rest of the jutsu now? You know how Kakashi is about all of the look underneath the underneath stuff," Tenten said, resting her cheek in her hand. "He probably wants you to figure it out. This is supposed to take 3 years anyway, isn't it?" Naruto snorted and blew on his stinging right hand. "Yeah, it took the old man 3 years to come up with the jutsu from scratch and put it together right. That doesn't mean it takes 3 years for someone else to learn. That actually seems like logical reasoning." Shino chimed in offhandedly. "Well done, Uzumaki-san." "Thanks," Naruto said before frowning in the bug user's direction, a question burning in his mind. "Why do all of your compliments to me sound backhanded?" "Shut up, brat," Anko shouted from inside of her tent, having decided to turn in the second camp was made. "I'm the walking wounded here and I'm leading you and your scarecrow babysitter to the guy that put me in this state. Can I please get at least 6 hours of sleep before we get up and start this all over again tomorrow?" Naruto did close his mouth, for all of 5 seconds. He really did try to let it go, but he just couldn't leave it at that. "Okay, but if tomorrow morning you wake up in a bundle, tied to a raft, floating in the middle of the lake, just remember everything that happened 30 seconds ago. And when you wake up tomorrow morning buried up to your neck in the dirt right by a hill of imperial fire ants with your head slathered in chocolate, just remember that I don't like kids and killing you means nothing to me. I will drown you like a kitten in a burlap sack." This was what Kakashi returned to, having caught enough fish to tide everyone present over. It was just a matter of cooking them now, and the kids had already started the fire while Shino's bugs and Naruto's clones guarded the area. Anko, don't be so cranky. Kakashi chided, handing the fish off to Tenten and Naruto so that they could begin preparing them to be cooked. Remember what I told you. If you drown any of my kids as a stress reliever, well, I just can't tell you what I might do in return. Just relax and rest, because you are still injured and I'd like you to be healthy. He started it. Was she pouting? Either way, Kakashi didn't care. No, he didn't start it. I was listening. Anko jostled grumpily in the sleeping roll inside of her tent and intentionally muttered loud enough to be heard. Leprechaun's gonna fuck you up at midnight. Alright, that was a new one. He'd never heard that one before. What? No thing. Chapter 11. The Value of One's Life. Good morning! Kakashi chirped, sticking his head into Anko's tent despite the probable risk of cranial impalement at the hands of the clanless Kunoichi. Rise and shine. We've got a fun-filled day of defying death to attend to. Anko moaned tiredly, shifting around in her sleeping roll before opening her eyes to glare at her awakener. You suck. You know one of the things I always liked about being a lone ninja? Picking your own hours. A subtle hint to leave her alone for at least 5 more minutes. Kakashi seemed to consider this for a moment before entering the tent entirely. No. I've sent Naruto, Tenten, and Shino to scout ahead. I'm keeping watch over the camp until you're ready to go. You're the straggler here. Breakfast is outside on the campfire cinders. Well, at least you made me breakfast. Anko growled, sitting up out of her portable bedding with an arm over her chest to cover her bare upper body. Of course, I'm probably betting one of the brats did it instead of you. Well, yes. I'm not much of a caregiver, you see. Anko just grunted in response and pulled her legs out to sit on top of her sleeping arrangements while she woke herself up. Yeah, you're kind of a dick. I noticed, she said bluntly. Kakashi merely watched her, a question burning inside. You're not going to sit there and ask me why I can't be nice? Kakashi asked, wondering why it was this woman didn't seem to ever increase in her hostility toward him despite his demeanor. It usually made people quite hostile, which was what he liked because it kept them away from the train wreck that was his life. And rest assured, it certainly was one. Be that as it may, he was notable for offending the vast majority of people that had spent any decent amount of time around him. He had been that way for the better part of 10 years, and it was part of the reason he'd gained so many enemies. As the last of the Hatake clan, he had always possessed a chip on his shoulder that made him a rather abrasive personality, to put it lightly. Watching your father die meaninglessly to try and fulfill the terms of a doomed mission contract, leaving you alone before your age came anywhere close to hitting double digits would do that to you. Not to mention all of the things that had happened since then, including the complicated series of events that led to his trump card in his left eye socket. If Anko had openly despised him, she wouldn't have been the first person and certainly wouldn't have been the last, but she didn't, at least not any more than she abhorred anyone else that hovered into her general field of vision. Anko merely scoffed in return at his question. No, I won't, because the world isn't nice. I wasn't expecting or depending on you to be. The way she'd come up from her more youthful times hadn't exactly been the most pleasant, even by mainland elemental nation standards. As long as she was dealing with someone who was willing to be honest about the fact that they'd take a blade to her neck if she slipped up, she'd be fine for the most part. It was disturbing that her standards for the conduct of others happened to be so low, but she had yet to deal with the person that could get rid of her, so it was forgivable. Besides the ill-tempered Kunoichi continued, the moment this is all over with and we go our separate ways, we never have to see each other again. So I'm not holding my breath that I'm going to be the special one to fix your broken widow heart. She taunted baby voice before smirking and pushing up her breasts with the arm shielding them. Don't be fooled by these. If you haven't noticed, I'm not much of a caregiver either. No amount of caregiving, even by someone as maternal in appearance as yourself, could fix the mess that I am. Kakashi freely admitted, actually registering a look of surprise from Anko instead of, What? You didn't think I could admit when something's wrong with me? I'm sure you've heard of me and what people think. The whole watching over the kids thing is just a favor to someone I respect. Anko had been wondering about that honestly. Yeah, you don't seem to be the type. I'm not. Naruto and Tenten are good kids, but I'm sorely lacking in the coddling and child-rearing department. The way he treated the kids was him actually trying to be pleasant. Sighing to herself, Anko turned her back to Kakashi to spare herself some semblance of modesty as she started reaching for some clothes to wear, if only her mesh armor and panties to get up and walk around a bit. As she did this, Kakashi's vision was drawn to a rather new-looking scar just above her lower right hip. She could feel his eyes on her, and she knew exactly what he was looking at. It's still kind of sore, you know. Kakuzu? Kakashi asked, wondering just how tough this woman was. Sore, she says. It looks agonizing. He's got this thing about him. Anko explained. He likes to pilfer organs. Hearts mostly. Takes them from people while they're still living. He ripped one of my kidneys out and left me for dead. Said I looked healthy and he hadn't replaced one of his in a while, so he took mine. That sounded sick. Why? Just like that? How'd you survive? Hate. Lots and lots of hate until I crawled back close enough to a town for someone to find me and get a doctor. As you can see, it was a civvy doctor, not a medicine. There probably wouldn't be a scar if it had been. How brutal. Kakashi had been stabbed before, he'd even been run through a time or two, but he never had a person reach inside of him and remove an organ from his still-moving body before. He'd lost his eye, but that wasn't comparable in the slightest here. Kakuzu took her kidney, and the other one didn't fold underneath the slack that it had to pick up in return. Just how tough was this woman? Idly he reached his hand out and traced the scar with his fingertips. Yes, it was quite clear to him just how much of a fool move this was, to lay his hands on a quite underdressed and somewhat unhinged adult kunoichi, but despite the dangerous aura that she constantly gave off, it was missing here. She seemed vulnerable. More vulnerable than she ever seemed when he and the kids had captured her. She was showing him the ultimate mark of her weakness, and she seemed to regard it with more uncertainty than her own naked body. After touching her, the first thing that Kakashi expected was for Anko to punch him or cut his fingers off, and once he felt her tense up he figured his luck had run out. However, she didn't attack him. She didn't even threaten him. She only turned her head halfway around to look over her shoulder. You have cold hands, Anko declared bluntly. Kakashi almost laughed. Almost. With Naruto. This is ridiculous, Tenten said, concealing herself in the trees with her two teammates Naruto and Shino. The route they'd been taking to scout ahead on their path wasn't very safe. A certain distance away from where they'd made camp, the area was swarming with Uchiha clan members searching for something. Do you think Kakashi-sensei's broken up camp yet? If he hadn't, it probably wouldn't take long for some of the Uchiha to stumble upon it. Not that they were concerned about him, but Anko was still sort of injured from whatever Kakuzu had done to her. It would have been best for everyone if she kept from exerting herself too much. An insect floated to them and landed on Shino's finger, granting him the information it had gone around and picked up. There are 10 of them in the area. Their pattern of search is sectioned, they keep themselves spaced out, and all of them are in possession of topographic maps. They are not searching for a person. Naruto idly wondered if Uchiha Sasuke was amongst them before deciding that it didn't matter. If he was, he'd kick his ass. If he wasn't, well, that just gave him something else to hold over that guy's head if they ran into each other again. The fact that he'd been the one to find what 10 older members of his clan couldn't. Tenten pulled out an area map of her own and frowned at the area on it that had been circled the previous night by Anko. Oh boy, that's so far to go. In a show of good faith, Anko had proven that she knew where the entrance to Kakuzu's hideaway was, marking it on one map and one map only at a random point of the evening, and deigning that she'd planted on one of the chibis in her own time before sunrise. Part of the deal had been that Kakashi couldn't be told which child had the appropriate map, and they had to give their word that her terms would be adhered to. She wasn't willing to let herself be screwed over. Either way, Tenten wound up being the one with the appropriate map, something that she'd discovered the morning before and kept to herself until the night before when she told Naruto and Shino. Not Kakashi. Those had been the only terms of the agreement, that Kakashi couldn't know. The woman was as shrewd as they came. Tenten respected that highly. It's not that far, Naruto said with a frown. Didn't these two do any conditioning? It would only take a few hours to get there from where they'd left camp. He traveled that distance every single day to train, explore, or play back on Yuzuno Kuni. We can make it there in no time. It's just, we've got a bit of a problem to solve first. Namely, the woods teeming with unfriendly Uchiha clan members. How did Naruto know that they were unfriendly? Well, the first batch of Uchiha clan members that he'd met tried to brutally kill him, and were only deterred by liberal use of high explosives and clones. What do we do? Shino asked aloud, willing to work out ideas with his new friends. Yes, friends. He could call them that, even if it was early to say so. He liked them well enough and the feeling seemed to be mutual, sans a few speed bumps here or there. We can either keep going forward or go back. What if they track us back to Kakashi-sensei and Anko-san? Tenten queried in return. Naruto shook his head, not worrying about Kakashi after the things he'd seen the man do. Also, Anko was Anko. Enough said. If anyone could take care of themselves, those two could. I think we should keep going forward, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes on the map. The hiding place isn't really that far away. They could find it themselves if we take too long, couldn't they? Even if the Uchiha clan wasn't the best with studying or understanding foreign terrain, and their skill set didn't lie with tracking or searching, if they spread out enough with their numbers they would find something. Maybe going on their own was the best option after all, but what were their chances of actually getting there in one piece? How do you think we're going to get past them, though? Tenten asked curiously. Unless you actually want to fight. Naruto frowned and thought about it. He kind of did want to fight, but Kakashi, Kushina, and unbeknownst to him Minato would have tanned his hide for forcing a battle that there was no need to engage in, even if he did think and operate better when deadly objects and elements were being hurled his way. He was a pressure player. If they were fighting by now, he would have come up with something in the middle of the fray that would have worked. But the entire point of this was to not blow their cover and send dozens of enemy ninjas their way. And we all suck at genjutsu, Naruto thought to himself before turning to his newest friend. Shino? Any ideas? I'll see what I can do, the Abdurrahim said casually, forming his hands into a ram's seal. I can try to find us a soft path through, and cover our signatures just in case. Mushi Jamga no Jutsu, insect jamming jutsu. What did you do? My insects are spread throughout the forest to scout for us, Shino explained. I can get a blanket signal from them as to the exact position of the enemy. While they do that, they can release a small bit of chakra that will confuse types that are sensitive to such a thing. That was great. They had a close-range heavy hitter in Naruto, a mid to long-range kunoichi that also specialized in low chakra intrinsic combat methods in Tenten, and Shino, who seemed to have no shortage of tricks with those insects of his. They still needed to see him fight to find out what he could really do, but with his list of techniques and abilities keeping them out of trouble, he was making a hell of a case for himself. Let's go then, Naruto said, getting a nod from Shino as he and Tenten followed him through the thick of things. He had sensor moves too? If he could fight as well as bring up all of those supplementary techniques, this could be one hell of a team. There were legends of what Kakuzu's money pit was supposed to consist of. A 50-meter pit carved into the ground, filled with traps, inner workings, nooks and crannies, and all sorts of things that protected his hard-earned loot and swag that he'd managed to procure over the term of his long ninja career. Treasures and riches that one could date back to several decades far past. The man took trophies, not just in the form of money or organs from those he killed, but in the form of special weapons, crests, and anything that he felt had some sort of monetary value. The man was a walking curator of ninja history. Well, he was the closest thing one would get to such outside of the Sarutobi clan anyway. It wasn't that hard for Nawaki to believe that it was something that ninja after ninja would leap at the opportunity of finding. Just a whiff was enough to bring the scuttlebutt out of the woodwork. It was a highly sought-after find after all. Well, that's 3 separate clans today by my count, Nawaki said to himself, shading his eyes from the sun as he stood by a cliff and watched several ninjas from a rival clan beat a hasty retreat away from him. They thought better of tangling with him after learning that he was searching for what they were after as well. Oh, it was fine. He wasn't too keen on leaving a high body count anyway. He wasn't one of the types that took pride in the amount of kills he got during the course of his missions. A set of slow claps alerted Nawaki to a person a short distance behind him. Standing by the border of the woods by the cliff, he saw a shameless Uchiha clan member with an open clan jacket and a mesh undershirt sarcastically applauding him. I guess with a name like yours, you don't really need to fight to win your battles, the new arrival said with a dry chortle. It's funny. For someone who calls himself the hunter, you'd think you would be better at throwing off pursuit. Nawaki shook his head with a smirk and reached for the Raijin no Ken. Well, to be honest, I didn't really expect to have to run up against someone like you, yet at least. I figured I'd have to fight Kakuzu, but to think that I've got to get through Obito, the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Obito didn't seem to care that Nawaki knew who he was, despite the fact that he knew for a fact that Nawaki had never seen him in person before. I hate that nickname. That has such a negative connotation to it. He didn't want to be famous. He didn't want to be anyone at all. That was enough talk, however. One of them was a Senju and the other an Uchiha. Cordiality was not meant to be the theme of the day when these two types met each other. Fighting to the death was. The only signal that a normal ninja would have gotten from Nawaki's attack was the humming noise of the Raijin no Ken being activated. Obito immediately turned his Sharingan on and was able to see the speedy attack coming, dodging the overhand swing of the electric sword by inches. Nawaki's eyes widened when he felt the cold sensation of metal chains around his neck. He quickly stuck his left arm up just as the chains were tightened to strangle him, allowing him to somewhat block the choke attempt. Shackled to both of his wrists was Obito's current weapon of choice, a simple chain. Clearly, it was effective enough for the current battle. If Nawaki hadn't blocked it, he would have gotten his neck broken from the tightening of the links. Fighting off strangulation, Nawaki flipped the Raijin no Ken in his grasp and stabbed behind himself at Obito's body, hitting nothing. What? But he's right behind me, he thought to himself, dropping to a knee as his face turned red from his mounting loss of air. He had to do something. Anything. Dropping the sword to the ground, before it hit the ground, Nawaki made a cross seal with his index and middle fingers. A single clone quickly popped into existence next to him, catching the Raijin no Ken and swinging it at Obito, who released the original Nawaki. The clone quickly dispelled, filling Nawaki's head with what it had seen as to how Obito had dodged, teleporting via some sort of distorted vortex. What an odd shunshin. Obito's choice of direction was right by the cliff's edge, a clear attempt to goad Nawaki into attacking him. Truthfully, it did look extremely appealing to try, but that was the point. Still, if Obito was offering, Nawaki would take advantage in his own way. 2 hand seals and Nawaki proceeded to set his hand in a half-ram seal down on the ground. Chiki-Uraka no Jutsu, Earthfall Jutsu! Behind him, the entire ground rumbled as a segment of cliff was cut clean from the ledge. Obito's face reflected sheer shock as he and his adversary slid down the face of a sheer drop on a platform of earth. Were all Senju clan members prone to insane actions when the opportunity presented itself? It couldn't be. Tobirama had been earnestly sane. Saner than all of them, if not a little too totalitarian for the tastes of most outsiders. Everything he did had a good reason behind it that could be logically explained, even if it was an atrocious action that no one forgave his clan for. Perhaps it was just those directly related to Hashirama's line. Because no kid of Tobirama's would have been grinning like a loon as they careened down the side of an overhang on a dais of rock. Meanwhile, Yuzuno Kuni countryside, they were on him. Jiraiya already knew this. It didn't stop or slow him for a moment. Every time his foot touched the solid ground after leaping out of a tree, he had to make sure there were no trap seal arrays forming around his feet. 5 miles left, Jiraiya thought to himself, plowing through the heavy forests at breakneck speed. He swore he could feel his pursuers close enough to grab at the hairs on the back of his neck. What can I say? Their response time wasn't the fastest, but damned if they didn't make up for it. These people were stamina monsters, and he was traversing the labyrinth of their heavily forested island as if the Minotaur itself was hot on his heels. Hours and hours of running, avoiding traps and keeping himself from being funneled into a choke point to be captured. The Uzumaki clan had very good barrier techniques. Those were just the twists and turns of the game, though. And rest assured, if it was indeed a game, there was no more experienced player that one would be likely to find. The more ambushes he bypassed, the more people wound up being added to the overall chase. It was like the barrel of Monkey's children's toy, more and more chaining themselves to his pursuit. Jiraiya wondered how many ninjas he could drag into this whole charade. I'll probably need a big chunk of the home guard after me if I plan on getting away with dropping Minato's marker, Jiraiya thought to himself, inwardly cursing as a shock of red hair to his upper right blurred into view, hurling metal weaponry at him in order to divert his path. Geez, they never give up. Echoing voices in the background simply prompted him to speed up as he could see the faint outline of buildings in the distance through the trees. His in-tuned sense of nature let him feel the brush of nearby ocean despite the fact that he wasn't within view of the bay. This was it. A rustling of cloth and leaves directly in front of him alerted Jiraiya to a particularly brave Uzumaki clan kunoichi trying to head him off straight on. A quick show of killing intent from Jiraiya made the poor young woman realize just what a bad idea it was to try and mix it up in close with him. Instead, she stopped and leapt backwards, giving Jiraiya an opening to hurl a barrage of shuriken and kunai at her. Biting her own lip hard enough to draw blood out of sheer concentration, the girl was able to narrowly avoid the screaming metal tools flying past her through the air, ignoring one in particular that hadn't been thrown with the rest, sent hard and high overhead out of the forest canopy into the air. Either way, Even if she'd failed in her self-assigned responsibility to take the fight to their intruder, she slowed him down enough for a few of her home guard clansmen to get within range to attempt to make a move. "Stop him now!" she urged. They did not let her down. Swaytun, Mizrim Nabera, water release, starch syrup capturing field. Jiraiya winced as he watched several Uzumaki clan members spit out a thick, viscous clear liquid from their mouths that slathered and stuck to the ground and the trees. Damn! Channeling chakra to his feet, he circumvented the sticking effect altogether, but found himself the target of a secondary trap. The attacking force of Uzumaki clan members completed their hand seals and stuck their right hands onto the ground, causing a chain of seal arrays to branch out toward Jiraiya. The home guard was meant to take their targets alive first and foremost unless otherwise directed to, and it was clear from their coordinated efforts that they were very good at it. A lack of the constant warfare that plagued the other clans hadn't dulled the effectiveness of the Uzumaki clan's abilities enough to deign them as soft. Before the arrays reached him to trap him in place, Jiraiya dropped a smoke bomb to conceal his movements and mask his escape. "Kanna, at your 3 o'clock!" Damn it, they had at least one mind's eye of the Kagura sensor, but then again he hadn't been trying to escape them. It was still annoying that they appended his attempt to get a second drop on them. "Jiraiya-san, you're too dangerous to be allowed to trespass. Explain your reasoning for being here." The peaceful atmosphere, the tropical island flair, the bikinis, the babes dash. Jiraiya listed, saying the last thing with a noted wink to the multiple kunoichi present. "The hospitality," he emphasized sarcastically. "Why wouldn't I want to come here? You snuck in." "Yeah," Jiraiya said in an obvious tone of voice before using his index finger to circle his face. "Ninja. That's kind of supposed to be our thing. Now buzz off, would you? I like this clan, and I'm not particularly looking forward to beating your asses black and blue to prove a point." The Uzumaki clan was noted for quite a few things. Fuinjutsu, their abnormally high vitality and levels of chakra, bright red hair, and their propensity to be extremely stubborn. Needless to say, Jiraiya's ultimatum didn't go over with them very well, earned reputation aside. Uzumaki clan village, clan head's mansion, Jiraiya had truly underrated strength. With the toads and the earth and fire ninjutsu, the fact that he was a physical specimen was lost in translation. He was a tall, muscular bull of a man, and it wasn't just for show. One of the kunai he'd thrown in the cover of the several others he'd hurled as a diversionary attack had been of the three-pronged, wooden-handled variety, only he'd thrown it up, and it flew high above the village, flipping and spinning blade over handle until it reached the apex of its flight and began to fall from the sky. It stuck into the side of a high castle wall, metal vibrating audibly from the impact for several seconds until a yellow flash appeared next to it, revealing Minato sticking to the wall with one hand and one leg. The sudden sights and the overall feel of the village came rushing back to him all at once, a swell of nostalgia forming in his chest. He'd had the very best times of his life there, with Kushina. A sigh emanated from Minato, as realized exactly where he was and shined to the top of the mansion after plucking his kunai out of the wall. He was still quite a ways away from where he remembered Kushina's house being. At least from the mansion atop the hill he could see it though. It put a smile on his face at the thought that he was one Hashirama away from the woman of his dreams after so many years. "She's going to beat the daylights out of me when she sees me," Minato asked himself. "Oh dear Kami, there's something wrong with me if that actually turns me on." Either way, he was one move away from her. It was scary to think about. Scary in a good way. Exciting. With a flick of his wrist he sent the kunai flying straight for the house that he remembered being hers, waiting for it to hit her roof before he would teleport right to her. Banzo Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. The kunai stopped in midair and went flying back to the rooftop that Minato was on, its path significantly averted away from the man who actually threw the weapon, however. Turning his head, Minato saw the kunai caught by its handle by a tall pale man with red hair and ripple-patterned purple eyes. Nagato stared impassively at the kunai for a moment before hurling it over the side of his mansion, over the cliff and into the ocean below. "You're forbidden from being in this village, Minato, but I can't say that I didn't know you'd be coming after what Konan told me." Minato squared off on the sizable rooftop, circling his to-be adversary warily. So this was what it was going to come down to. It seemed rather appropriate. "Of course I came. You sent my old classmate to kill my son. Did you really think I was going to leave my wife here after I found that out? I would never hurt Kushina." Minato merely ignored him, however, shaking his head as he continued to make his point. "You made me a promise, Nagato. Do you remember? It's the only reason I left without a fuss way back when. I really could have made a huge mess when you and your clan elders forbade my union with my wife. You promised me that you would never let anyone under your power hurt my family." Nagato's face twitched in anger at his honor, and his word being called into question. "The circumstances changed, I'm afraid. Naruto is a threat to the security of the clan. If the world could link a Jinchuriki to our clan, they would all turn against us, even if we had no hand in creating it. This isn't about you, me, or Kushina at all. It's about keeping things level between the clans. The status quo." Minato wanted to yell. He wanted to lose his cool and verbally tear into Nagato before he did it physically. It wouldn't serve any purpose, however. "Right then," Minato drawled, freeing another Hiraishin kunai from its confines. "Well, I'm sorry, but your status quo doesn't really work for me." From the side of her house, Kushina felt a disturbance. There was something afoot, and it gave her pause. She couldn't relax and let it pass, and despite the fact that she was supposed to be under house arrest, she couldn't sense her guards around her abode. The ninjas meant to enforce Nagato's will of keeping her in sight had vacated their posts. Yes, there was definitely something wrong, and consequences be damned, she was going to find out what it was. She felt something familiar that she hadn't felt in a long, long time, and something inside of her was yearning to return to it. With Naruto, Northern High no Kuni, not far away, was still pretty damn far from the morning's campsite. Enko's map carried Naruto, Tenten, and Shino far, as fast as their legs could carry them without needlessly exhausting them. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the marked area on Enko's map, they found no outward sign of any secret holding place for money. It didn't help that they had to keep their presences secret for fear of running into the man/myth himself. Even if Kakuzu wasn't the literal green-eyed monster that the stories made him out to be, chances were that he would still be stronger than them, even combined. Naruto and Tenten immediately called Shino a buzzkill and a pessimist, but neither of them directly disputed this point. At the side of Enko's circled portion of map, the kids found a lake. A large lake with a tiny in the center of it, barely large enough to contain the single boulder on it that landmarked it. They had approached the small scrap of land tentatively, but upon reaching it they had found nothing. There wasn't even any diggable ground, or any that seemed possible to hide such a legendarily large sum of money on at all. It was almost solid rock, and it was barely big enough for the three of them to safely fight one another on without being pushed off into the lake. Naruto stomped his foot on the rock beneath him, his sandaled foot smacking off of the surface. Enko didn't have it wrong, did she? This can't be where the money is buried. He seemed to be talking to himself, though, as Shino kneeled down by the water, his hands held in the bird seal and his attention occupied elsewhere. Tenten seemed to be frowning and pacing about the tiny island fitfully. These were his teammates, uncommunicative as they were. Scoffing, Naruto dropped to his butt, sitting cross-legged on the boulder, cheeks in his hands as he pondered to himself. Enko was good. She was quite good, if not extremely unpleasant in personality. If she marked a spot on a map, and had been serious about the location, this was where the treasure was to be. She seemed to want to get a timely jab in on Kakuzu more than she seemed to be prepared to try and double-cross Kakashi for no discernible reason, so this should have been the place. "Hate riddles," Naruto muttered to himself, eyes cutting to the side as he watched Tenten finally give up and plop down next to him on the rock. Ugh. So now what? Eventually Kakashi's gonna be here with Enko, and if we don't find the money by the time they get here, we'll just be wasting time. I'd rather we find the money and make it back to them, Tenten admitted. I don't want any part of the Uchiha clan members in case they find this place too and figure out that this is where the money's supposed to be. The Uchiha. Naruto's thoughts had been on them since he learned that they were in this area. Just what made them so big and bad, really? Yeah, their Jujutsu was hellacious on second thought. It was very imposing to think about getting their jutsu copied, or worse. Was that really all it took for them to wind up being the powerhouse clan that they were? In Yuzu no Kuni their names were spoken akin to the boogeyman by kids, and so harshly scorned by adults that bringing one up in a somewhat positive light could earn you a rebuking backhand. But they weren't unbeatable. The Senju had been dealing with them longer than anyone could remember, and Naruto himself had garnered a rather positive result against them in the past. That was only once, certainly, but apparently most shinobi didn't even survive one encounter with a Sharingan-awakened Uchiha at all, let alone against a squad, and let alone defeating them all. That didn't matter though. They weren't important. What was important was finding Kakuzu's stash and making off with as much as they could seal away and carry. Down by the water, Shino reached his hand in all of a sudden and pulled out a single waterlogged insect who danced around on his finger momentarily. Furrowing his brow, he then turned to his teammates sitting on the rock and made great haste in tackling them over and onto the backside of it, keeping them quiet. Any questions the two of them had faded away when they heard the none too subtle emergence of a figure from the water around the little island. A tall, muscular man with tan skin and a body that seemed to be stitched together piece by piece rose up wearing dark pants and a dark sleeveless shirt. His mouth had stitches along it, making him look similar to an imposing rag doll. He had long brown hair and eerie green and red eyes that seemed capable of haunting your dreams. Those eyes, there was no mistaking it. This was Kakuzu. Crap. He hadn't seemed to discover their presence yet, however. That was good. Shino was definitely getting a cookie, or the ninja equivalent of a cookie, whenever this was all over with. If they lived through it, of course. Kakuzu smoothed the water out of his hair and looked around before letting out a growling sigh. The lands surrounding his lake were buzzing with activity, dozens of souls scouring the woods for miles around. Well, whether they were coming for his riches or not didn't matter. The chance that they might have was enough of a reason for him to slay them all. The things I do to protect my investments, Kakuzu said before vanishing in a shunshin. The three kids held their breath for several beats before exhaling as one, even Shino. Oh good lord, that had been close. Was that guy even a human being? Tenten asked after they'd for certain felt the presence of creeping death depart from their natural sixth senses. He looked like a zombie or something. Naruto nodded silently, wide-eyed at almost coming face to face with a figure of power in the modern era. He then turned to Shino. How did you even know he was coming? Your bugs can't go underwater to scout, can they? Shino turned his sunglasses-clad eyes Naruto's way and held up a small, wet insect in his palm. I can temporarily recruit the efforts of local insects to assist me when need be. You're awesome, Naruto said to him unabashedly, getting a nod of agreement from Tenten. So awesome, she followed up in kind. We build a statue, you're so awesome, but I can't sculpt, and I don't think Tenten can either, so we're just gonna keep saying that you're awesome. Thank you, Naruto-san, Tenten-san, Shino said, the cheeks hidden by his outfit remarkably red despite his lack of change in his demeanor otherwise. But now is not the time to celebrate. There is only a short time available to us to reach Kakuzu's lair and liberate his hefty funds from his coffers. Tenten looked befuddled at his meaning until he pointed down and over to the drink. Was he serious? Under the lake? In the water seemed like a very inconvenient place to store money. In addition to the coins rusting, wouldn't the paper notes be next to worthless? Shino merely shook his head and dove headfirst into the nearby water. The boy wasn't much of a conversationalist, that much was for sure. Ugh! Naruto grunted, beginning to submerge himself in the cold water as well to follow their Aburame teammate. I think if he explained the stuff he wanted us to do better, we'd work together a lot better. It's not like you're the shining example of keeping your partner in the loop either, Tenten pointed out as she also got in with a frown. She hated actual swimming. The Kurama thing totally gave me a good enough reason to keep that one close to the vest, Naruto stated before diving underwater, not giving her a chance to respond. Is that what we're calling being a scaredy cat now? Tenten shot back with an easygoing grin as she followed him down. She knew he'd still heard her. With Kakashi and Anko would have to make it a habit of refraining from being late to rise. Nothing good ever happened when you slept in, aside from getting a bit more time of comfortable sleep. Sure, she had a built-in excuse of still recovering from severe internal trauma, but being hurt was never an excuse for a ninja. Being dead was an excuse, but seeing as how she still had a pulse and could draw breath, she needed to begin waking up sooner. This time it was markedly prudent. Aside from having to weave her way through the Uchiha clan rat's nest that the forest surrounding their campsite had become, she and Kakashi had almost had a portion of a mountain cliff dropped on them. Because a landslide really made you feel good for waking up that day. I might have been better off alone, Anko muttered to herself, coughing through the dusty debris that littered the wooded area. It had been close. A large portion of rock, the size of a city block, had come rumbling down the side of a nearby mountain and had taken out hundreds of yards of trees before finally coming to a rest. She and Kakashi had been in some of those trees and had promptly hightailed it in a safer direction. Oh, don't be that way, Kakashi jibed with a closed-eye smile. 2 heads are better than 1 and all that jazz. Damn insane Senju, and people say Uchiha are unbalanced. Kakashi's eyes opened widely at the sound of that voice and quickly turned in the direction of it. From the broken up, sizable chunks of mountain, Kakashi felt like he'd seen a ghost. Obito dusted himself off with a grimace from his ruined outfit and huffed forcefully through his nose before noting the presence of the two other nearby ninjas. He glanced momentarily at Anko before his gaze stopped on Kakashi and turned stone cold. Normally Obito would have had a snide remark, an immediate response with barbed wit, for anyone that he didn't like. Kakashi wasn't just someone that he didn't like. Kakashi was the single person he despised the most, for multiple reasons. A bolt of shame flew through Kakashi at the sight of Obito before he remembered that he had a job to do, a partner to watch out for, kids to find, and money to steal. As nice as it was to see you again, Obito, Kakashi said, trying to excuse himself from any untimely confrontation. Anko and I have somewhere very important to be. Feel free to try and kill me later. At that, a grin that put Kakashi and Anko ill at ease slowly spread across Obito's face. Well, part of my mission is to clear these woods of any other forces searching for Kakuzu's treasure, while the other clansmen look for it. So go ahead and lie to me and say you're not looking for the money. His expression turned maniacally wide. I dare you. The malicious intent was not lost on anyone present. What the hell did Kakashi do to get the ghost to hate his guts? Anko thought to herself, a cold bead of sweat running down the side of her face. She knew who it was from the moment that Kakashi had said Obito's name. I really don't want to have to tangle with this guy. And didn't he say something about a senju dash? Yeah. Obito-san, I'm feeling kind of neglected, you know? I thought we were having a special moment, and you dropped me like a bad habit for the copy ninja? Obito chuckled and hopped a short distance away, giving him a good view of Kakashi, Anko, and the re-emerging Nawaki. Oh, don't feel so left out. It's just an old axe I have to grind. And everyone knew that Uchiha held grudges. They simply couldn't help themselves. I've still got enough for you too. Nawaki the hunter. Anko had to wonder if she'd gotten an infection or something along those lines because of what Kakuzu had done to her during their first run-in, because the sheer amount of top-named shinobi she'd run into during the last few weeks could have filled the entire careers of most other ninjas. Well, if she was meant to go down, going down in a standoff with Senju Nawaki and Uchiha Obito with Hatake Kakashi watching her back was better than most other scenarios she could envision. All that mattered now was how the entire situation would kick off. Kakashi didn't want to split off from Anko and turn things into a pair of one-on-ones, as she was still at a disadvantage due to her injuries. But Anko didn't want to sit things out and leave him alone against two enemies, because then she was definitely dead. If Obito attacked Kakashi, Nawaki would take that opening to kill him, because taking out such an important Uchiha clan member was simply too good of a chance to pass up. If Obito and Nawaki started fighting one another, Anko and Kakashi would leave and continue on their way to Kakuzu's money hoard, but their clans would never intentionally work together by taking the two other participants out to continue their previous fight uninterrupted. Every possible move had its pros and cons. Every move had a large potential consequence behind it. If the entire situation was already a raging fire with the potential to burn out of control, gasoline was then gleefully thrown on the entire thing, right next to a powder supply. Boom! All four were thrown away in the same direction as a catastrophically fiery explosion ripped apart the nearby tree line. It could have been far worse, but thankfully the forest made stealth attacks from a distance quite difficult. Kakashi managed to grab a hold of Anko, using his body to shield hers as both of them slammed into the trunk of a tree. He managed to hold back the verbal cry of pain that threatened to spill past his lips, but Anko was not. Ow! The purple-haired kunoichi whined. Right. Because Kakashi didn't hurt either after being sandwiched between a tree and a fine piece of woman, and not in a good way. Sexy as she was, that was still around 100 pounds smashing into him. Thanks for the save, Scarecrow. That really could have aggravated something. Don't mention it. Kakashi bid her, as she got up off of him. Seriously, don't. Following suit, he wasted no time in revealing his Sharingan eye. There was no room to pussyfoot around given the circumstances. Can you fight? Do I have a choice? Anko asked in return, pupilless brown eyes set in the direction of the ruined trees as she saw the perpetrator of pilfering her lost kidney coming forth in all of his tall, stitched horror. Looks like it's you and me against the world. Wonderful, Kakashi said sarcastically as he could see Nawaki and Obito prepped for an all-out scrum as well. Kakuzu's odd and eerie eyes panned over his competition as he clutched a set of hearts in his hands before dropping them on the ground. I thought members of the vaunted Uchiha clan were supposed to be strong, he said offhandedly, focusing on Obito, Faye, those weaklings didn't even have anything worth salvaging. Even their Sharingans weren't fully matured. Obito bristled at the thought of those underneath him who had sought him out to safely deal with Nawaki being killed by the other top-level threat before them in Kakuzu. He couldn't be serious. He couldn't have gotten them all. Impulse was a horrible thing at times, and it always seemed to rear its ugly head in times of severity. The air in front of Obito rippled and distorted before several large shuriken came flying out at speeds that couldn't have been achieved by a human being simply throwing them. Kakuzu had been in his share of battles to the death over the years, however, and had long since learned how to avoid such things, dodging them smoothly as he unhooked his hand from the rest of its body and shot it off to grab at him. Taking care to make the flying limb miss, Obito winced at the sight of the thick black threads connecting it to the rest of Kakuzu's body. "Gross," he said before ducking to avoid being strangled by the threads. Nawaki let out a chuckle at the sight of Kakuzu's secret technique and whistled to get the attention of Kakashi and Anko. "Well, what do you two say to a temporary truce? The enemy of my enemy and all of that. We can get back to killing each other over the money after the guy who owns it is out of the picture." Kakashi raised an eyebrow and nodded, but remained confused over one point. "And you would team with us because my only other option is an Uchiha." Nawaki deadpanned. "Kakuzu lived through a fight to the death with my grandfather. I really don't think he'd see any of us as too much to handle one at a time, but altogether we might be able to put him away." "Yeah, but what about the Uchiha?" Anko pointed out. "If we're all focusing on Kakuzu, who's to say he won't pull out and race to the stash? You let me worry about that little lady." Nawaki was flipped off in response for the little lady comment, but if he said that he cared he would have been lying. "And what's keeping us from just making our getaway?" Kakashi asked deftly, caring not that he was supposedly facing off against one of the best that the Senju clan had to offer. Nawaki merely took on an annoyed expression and threw a stray kunai to the tree line, only for that area to be obliterated by a massive fiery explosion that seemed to come from nowhere. "Oh. I'm assuming that he's got a second out there somewhere, circling the designated battlefield to pick off any stragglers or fools who try to escape," Nawaki said, drawing the Raijin no Ken to fight their aged enemy. "If you want to run the risk of getting close enough to the thick woods to look for whatever's putting out that much firepower, feel free. Of course, I think it would be safer to fight what you know is in front of you with the numbers on your side." Kakashi stood silent for a moment before drawing his white-bladed tanto. He has a point. Anko had never exactly been a fan of teamwork, but in this instance being on her own was the same as laying her soul down for the Reaper to take without a fight. "I just want you to know that I'm fighting this battle under protest. You're doing this whole mission under protest. Shut the hell up and focus on the battle, Scarecrow." Speaking of the battle, Obito's aggressive attack against Kakuzu to avenge the clansmen he'd slaughtered had started out swimmingly, but now it had become quite the troublesome chore. Merely his taijutsu alone was abhorrently dangerous. His strength was monstrous, and in addition to that the black threads that comprised his innards posed a constant threat of piercing his flesh. He didn't want to find out just what would occur if he allowed this to happen, and had no plans on slipping up enough for it to. Were it not for the Sharingan, he would have had serious trouble with Kakuzu's multifaceted attack, and as it stood he still had to keep all of his focus on staying one step ahead. Eventually spotting an opening, Obito wasted no time in wrapping his chain around Kakuzu's neck and pulling hard enough to snap a man's neck. Only he felt no give, and it was then that he saw Kakuzu's skin had darkened. "Straight for the kill." "I like that," Kakuzu said with a chuckle, not affected at all by the crushing force of a steel chain wielded by a high-level user. "I can appreciate that. Time is money after all." "Shit," Obito thought to himself as he saw a massive amount of black threads spew from Kakuzu's body, and he could make a guess as to what their targets would be. Before this could occur, a tanto blade impacted off of Kakuzu's torso. Kakashi's attempt to run him through from the side had failed due to whatever armor-inducing technique Kakuzu happened to be using, but now, upon being so close, Kakashi was able to take note of the color of the chakra radiating off of his enemy's body. "That armor is earth-based," the masked ninja thought, gritting his teeth as he found no chance whatsoever of driving his weapon of choice through the legendary hoarder without breaking it. Both he and Obito locked eyes for a split second before kicking Kakuzu on each side of his face and taking that opening to get their distance from him. His body erupted with black threads that would have ripped them asunder had they not felt the change in the battle's atmosphere and reacted accordingly. That anomaly of a symbiotic action probably wouldn't be duplicated again, and more than likely they wouldn't have cared either way. "Thanks," Obito said begrudgingly, breathing rather heavily from the prolonged exchange of blows with a superior taijutsu-wielding enemy. Don't mention it, Kakashi answered, surprised yet pleased by the show of gratitude from someone he figured would be at his throat before ever showing him thanks. He then had to lift his arm to protect himself from the business end of a chain. Hey! Obito wrapped his chain around Kakashi's arm and pulled him in for a knife-handed strike right at his throat. Getting my back one time isn't going to stop me from trying to put you 6 feet deep, you know. He then had to release his hold on Kakashi to avoid a barrage of kunai thrown his way from Kakashi's temporary partner. Damn you! Save the dick-swinging competition for when we're not about to be collectively killed, you monkeys! Anko shouted from her elevated position in a tree before smirking cruelly at Kakuzu and rolling through hand seals. Or don't. I'll handle this myself. A snide remark about Anko and how he pilfered one of her internal organs away rested on the tongue of Kakuzu until he felt the area begin to heat up significantly. Sure, it was summer and everything, but it was quickly going from muggy to sweltering. From above, a light shone down and Kakuzu's eyes widened at the sight of a massive fireball the size of an iceberg descending down upon him. His surprise quickly gave way to bellowing laughter, as it was mere child's play to release himself from such a genjutsu. Sure, it might have worked, and it might have fooled him if he hadn't already known where the limits of Anko's ability were set. A woman like her would never be able to create such a massive fireball for real. To figure it as an illusion was child's play for him, who had already fought her. Genjutsu Kai. The smug confidence of his voice would have been enough to smother a living creature with. The foolish shinobi of the next generation, they never learned when they went up against him. There was nothing that he hadn't seen, and no facet of shinobi life he hadn't dealt with and made his in some way. Which was why his failure to anticipate what happened next was so disappointing. He quickly hurried to break himself of the second-layered genjutsu he found himself in, brought upon him by looking into the eyes of both Obito and Kakashi from before. That was all the opening that Kakashi, Nawaki, and Obito needed, as by the time he broke the genjutsu, he found himself ensnared around his body by a chain and impaled on 2 sides by an electric sword and a lightning-encased hand, an Uchiha and a Senju working together, even in a limited capacity, to eliminate a third party. This should have been something chronicled for the history books. All 3 men locked eyes and quickly withdrew their weapons from Kakuzu, allowing his lifeless body to slump to the ground and permitting them to turn them on one another. In one hand, Kakashi held his lightning at Obito as a deterrent, while he pointed his tanto up at Nawaki. Nawaki held his Raijin no Ken up at Kakashi defensively, and held a half-ram seal with his mouth poised to unleash a jutsu at Obito. Obito held up his chain to block an attack from Nawaki while he had his Sharingan eyes locked on Kakashi, ready to unleash more shuriken from his space-time pocket. Yes, Kakuzu was dead, so now they could refocus on which one of them would be walking away from the whole kit and caboodle. Beads of sweat moved down the heads of each man. Attacking one would leave them vulnerable to an attack from the third ninja left. What sort of unholy conundrum was this? So the truce is over? Kakashi asked rhetorically. Well, that didn't last long. His sarcasm was clear and present. He hadn't expected things to last even this long, and he'd been prepared for things to. Oh, come on, Kakashi, Nawaki said with a smirk despite the situation. Alliances are like clouds in the sky. The slightest gust could mix everything up. Funny, Obito said snappishly. I don't remember agreeing to any truce with a Senju and a Senju's freelance bitch. Kakashi's glare narrowed on Obito at his jab, bringing up old things like that. He didn't need Obito to be reminded of his mistakes, even if Obito was front and center for the biggest one he'd ever made. You Uchiha always have to be so hostile about everything, Nawaki rebutted, taking great care not to make eye contact with either of them. You know how it is. Sometimes doing the right thing isn't doing the right thing. Beneath and between them, from Kakuzu's back, something began to visibly stir unnaturally beneath his shirt. His eyes suddenly snapped open and his hands blazed through 5 hand seals. Right on Kengekiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration. The threads from Kakuzu's wounded body reached out and gave all 3 separate combatants a nasty shock that brought them to their knees in temporary paralysis while he himself rose to his feet like a phoenix. Surrounded by his prey, Kakuzu's eyes reflected no sense of triumph, instead complete anger at the thought of being fatally injured by these upstarts. He took his eye off of the prize. At least he had 3 potential replacements for the heart he'd lost to remain alive. He'd probably take the Senju heart to replace the earth one that he'd lost. Senju had really strong bodies and life forces, and Nawaki was a direct descendant of that bastard Hashirama. His heart had to be good. Rushing from out of nowhere, Anko hurled a senbon at Kakuzu that he caught between his fingers with a scoff until he saw the small tag attached to the end of it, and wound up with a face full of sparks. Temporarily blinded, he lashed out bitterly, hoping to rip the rest of Anko's organs out of her when she came to attack him in his moment of weakness, but he hit nothing. Vision quickly returning, the stitched-together ninja noted that Nawaki, Kakashi, and Obito were no longer around him in vulnerable straits. She chose to bail the others out instead of attack him, but she did leave an explosive tag at his feet. Just as a nice how do you do. Kakuzu leapt directly into the air, managing to avoid the detonation of the tag, and spotted Anko, growling hatefully at the troublesome Kunoichi. I guess an old-timer like myself has something important to teach you, girl. From his back, underneath his shirt, his body bulged and dropped out a monstrous, black mass of threads with an ugly Oni mask for a face. How to die. Right on, John. Lightning release, false darkness. With Naruto, a small cave existed as a pocket of air under the surface of the lake. This was where Shino led his compatriots, all 3 kids surfacing and walking along soaked to the bone. This had better be some treasure. From then on out they had to move quickly. Kakuzu leaving gave them a window, but if he came back they would be trapped down there with him, and at the moment they could think of few more agonizing ways to die. Naruto tightly gripped the storage scroll in his pouch before sighing and letting it go. This mission had done wonders in taking his mind off of his parents, how they were faring, and if he'd see them again. In the meantime he had to focus on doing his part to help his father with his dream. Inside of the cave rested a deep chasm, and at the bottom the kids could see gleaming from the low light of the grotto. Was that gold? He had gold coins covering the floor. Naruto, Tenten, and Shino looked at each other before pulling out flares and dropping them down to illuminate the pit better. Upon doing so they realized that they were seeing a myth in real life. Through the opening, it opened up into a vastly wide annex, and the gold coins weren't lining the floor. A large lifting, rotating bridge sat in the middle of the pit, while entire islands seemingly comprised of gold coins peeked out of the water that covered the lower portion of the miraculous hideaway. Priceless vases and other assorted artifacts littered the gold coin islands and probably sat underneath the water on the actual floor of it as well. Scrolls, probably of immeasurable value, could be seen all over. Statues and sculptures, art from all over the world. If it was worth value, it could be found there. It was a monument to greed, to opulence, and there would be no way that they could empty the place out with the 10 or 12 rinky-dink storage scrolls they had on them to pilfer a few hundred million. Somehow making their way down the 50-meter depth to the lower level, Tenten was the first of the kids to drop down to her knees on one of the gold coin islands to run her fingers through the cold, wet metal plunder. This is... I don't believe it. It's real. She thought that when people said Kakuzu's money pit, they would have been talking about a vault, or some sort of liquid funds comprising most of his riches. No one could have that much physical wealth that they literally had to keep it out in the open air due to an inability to put it all somewhere. Naruto stuffed his pockets with a fistful of gold for later. That much by itself would net him some cool products after he got to a town and got it transferred into money. Kakashi wasn't kidding. We could take millions and that Kakuzu guy probably wouldn't miss any of it at all. It was not greedy to take a handful. Greed would have been stuffing his pockets. Naruto's mother had taught him temperance, thank you very much, and contrary to popular belief he did exercise restraint when need be. If he didn't have it, he would have eaten the Ichiraku ramen cart out of business by the time they left Kaze no Kuni. This is incredible, Shino said, awe and reverence evident in his voice as he picked up a scroll and furrowed his brow at the sight of it. There are clans that would pay entire fortunes for these jutsu scrolls, probably created by clanless ninjas. The clans that did use scrolls to keep their techniques on never let their secret training documents leave their main strongholds. There was no crest on them either. Either they belonged to Kakuzu, or he'd taken them from some of his targets over the years. There was enough money there to fund an entire nation for years even if it produced no discernible income. All they were after was a little, in comparison, seed money to maybe get the important aspects of village going. Each child set away to their preset task of grabbing and sealing away as much as they could inside of their scrolls. Anything that could fit onto a fully unrolled scroll was theirs for the taking. For some reason Tenten was extremely good at sealing away larger quantities of goods into her scrolls, better than either Naruto or Shino. For someone that specialized in Fuinjutsu, It really stood out to Naruto that she was so proficient at it. But when he gave her an odd look to let her know that he knew this wasn't normal, she merely gave him a sheepish grin and set herself back to work. It took the better part of an hour, but they were finally able to load up several of the scrolls that each of them had carried on their persons. They still had a few more to fill, but the current haul had been staggering. Wiping sweat from her brow at the hard work of lugging treasure onto the confines of her sealing scrolls, Tenten walked over to Naruto and pat him on the back. "We're walking away with more money than I've ever even seen before in my life. It's a shame we can't really keep any of it for ourselves, but—" She trailed off with a roll of her eyes. "My old man's gonna think we're awesome," Naruto said with a pleased chuckle. He still didn't know what to make of the entire village of mixed ninjas thing, but it was the dream of his father, who was risking his neck to retrieve his mother, and that was enough. "I just hope this is enough to repay him." There wasn't enough money in the world to outweigh how important Kushina's safety and freedom was to Naruto, so a few scrolls of treasure from a nigh bottomless supply of riches were the least he could present Minato with out of gratitude for bringing her back to him. It was like mission pay that Minato had slated Naruto to go after for him in the mind of the boy, and not a mission meant to sidetrack him as it had been originally intended to be by the adults. The thought of that made Tenten and even Shino feel awful. Both of them knew that Minato would have gone after Kushina had Naruto done nothing more than sit in Twin Ridge Town and wait on him to return. Naruto didn't have to do anything to qualify Minato going after Kushina. It would have happened regardless. It still hadn't sunk in just what Minato being his father meant yet, and that he really didn't owe him anything for doing what he was doing. As far as Naruto was concerned, as things stood, he had to make things square between them. Had he known that this was Naruto's mindset, it would have torn up Minato's heart, but fortunately this was not the case. That adjustment, to having a completed family, was going to be awkward. Extremely so. But Tenten hoped she'd be around close enough to maybe try and see Naruto through some of it. All over the walls of the pit, candles began to light up and illuminate the entire area due to all of the gold for light to reflect off of, independent of Naruto, Shino, or Tenten. And it was then that they were able to get the full scope of where they were. Water flooded the entire floor of the secret area, and while there were more gold coin islands sprinkled about, and although they knew there was much more treasure, they were able to get the full view of just how much. There were elevated parts of floor near the walls that were stuffed with more valuables to the point of some of them being pushed into the water, probably how some of the coin islands had come into existence, which also meant that there would be even more treasure underneath the flood waters. Massive statues of the archetypical shinobi, carved regally with stern expressions, rested against each wall, seemingly looking down on everything between them. Massive block pillars had been enacted to support the semi-open roof of the pit. "You shouldn't have come here, you know." An echoing voice, still tiny as it fought to sound out louder than the water smacking against the walls and the treasure, reached Naruto, Shino, and Tenten. Shino sucked air sharply through his teeth in self-rebuke. Why didn't he notice the presence of another before any of this? He had let himself be distracted from his usual tactical operation by the sight that he had beholden. "My apologies," Shino expressed to his new friends. "I was too distracted to conduct a sweep of the room with my Kikaichu." "Don't worry about it, Shino," Naruto said, having hopped up, standing with Tenten and Shino in manji formation to protect each of their backs. "What's an awesome ninja burglary mission without a fight? Successful?" Tenten rebutted saucily before getting deadly serious. The sound of that voice, though. It hadn't been very loud, but it sounded like a female's voice, and not an adult either. "Who's out there?" Tiny footsteps sounded out on top of the water until a lithe figure came into view. A girl, a few years older than even Tenten, stepped into the light. She had a tanner skin tone than Naruto's and had light green hair down to her neck as orange eyes that seemed to flash over them with a touch of remorse upon seeing that she was the oldest person in this equation. She wore a single white cloak wrapped around her body that ran down to her thighs. She wore no shinobi sandals, instead going barefoot. "Fu is sorry," the girl said, face twisted in conflict and sorrow. "Kakuzu-sama says Fu can't let bad people in here and she can't let them leave, so she has to kill you now." Her eyes flashed a green color, and green chakra visible to the naked eye began to leak out of her body. Hell," Kurama said inside of Naruto's head, much to his confusion. "This might not end so well for you squishy little runts." "Why?" Naruto asked, prepared to retaliate accordingly to whatever jutsu their new enemy was planning to utilize. Because, and I can't believe there was another human dumb enough to do this to one of my siblings, she's like you. What? He barely had enough time to react to Kurama's warning before he found the girl right in his face, both of them sharing a moment of unsaid clarity between one another before she lashed out with a face-smashing punch. Reflexively lifting his arms for protection, Naruto found himself hit hard enough to slide backward across the gold coins, stopping with a crash as he sat in the shallow water. She was so fast, and she hit so hard. A girl that tiny couldn't possibly put that much natural force behind her blows. Naruto! Tenten couldn't turn her attention to him for very long, as she was forced to avoid her own attack from the girl. Seeing one punch from her land on Naruto and send him that far, she knew she couldn't allow herself to be hit. She wasn't nearly as sturdy as Naruto was, and she knew it. The girl missed a ducking Tenten and lifted her arm to block a swiping backhand strike from Shino. Several insects moved off onto her arm from his unbeknownst to her, as she moved away from the pair of young ninjas. After disengaging from them, a pair of Naruto clones burst from the water around the Gold Coin Island, aiming at her from the sides, one going high and the other going low. Proper to her body type, the girl was able to make the most of the small amount of space the attacking Narutos presented her with, jumping to twist and contort her flexible body through their pincer tactic. Even amongst the ninja sect, she was considerably agile. Growling to herself, Tenten let fly with a short barrage of kunai and shuriken, throwing the knives straight on and the shuriken in a curved pattern to make them harder to anticipate and dodge. Who is this? She gasped when the girl avoided them and picked up a coin to pitch at her head, while that could put an eye out. Feeling a light pull on her chakra as she retreated slightly back onto the surface of the water, the girl frowned and wiped Shino's few insects off of her arm, giving the Aburame pause. My Kikeichu had been on her long enough to cause a significant drain in a normal person. She isn't showing any fatigue at all. You can't win, the girl said in a forlorn tone of voice. Kakuzu Sosofu told Fu that there would never be anyone foolish enough to come here that she couldn't destroy, not after all of the power he gave her. What power? Naruto asked, standing with his two clones as a unified front, prepared to take the fight to her, even on the watery surface. Kurama said that she was, like me. But that can't be true, right? People weren't supposed to make Jinchuriki. Ever. Everybody knew that. It was the absolute taboo. Not only was it more difficult for most shinobi to learn how to do than could possibly be comprehended, it was simply unnatural. Konan and to a lesser extent Tenzo had treated Naruto like an abomination that had to be eradicated, instead of a child, just because Kurama had been sealed within him. To think that what had happened to him had been done to someone else, and now he had to fight that person, it made him sick. Chome says that it doesn't mind really, Fu said, placing a hand on her heart. Being sealed away inside of Fu. Chome says that it's quiet at least, and it has Fu to talk to, and Fu has it to talk to too. It can wait a few years for Fu to die before it can go free again. It's why Chome hasn't tried to break Kakuzu Sosofu's seal since he gave it to Fu. What a morbid outlook on one's own life. It made Naruto feel terrible, right until Fu rushed right at his clone and destroyed it, realizing that she didn't know which one was him, and there had been a 1 in 3 chance of her taking his head off right then. You could feel as bad as you wanted to for someone else. If that someone else was a ninja, feeling bad for them didn't make them any less likely to kill you in a fight. Kakashi was a prick, but his message had been received loud and clear from Naruto and Tenten since he'd been seeing to their training and their battles with bandits. When you fought to put your opponent down. If you could do it without killing them, fine. If you wound up killing them in the process, too bad. Everybody that lived the life knew the rules of the game. Lives were gambled fast and loose for victory or defeat. Tenten seemed markedly irritated by Fu's sudden attack on one of Naruto's clones, but she found the green-haired girl to be a staunchly elusive target from a distance. For someone who took great pride in her ability to hit her target no matter what, actually fighting someone who could avoid her ranged attacks irked her. I can't get her at all, Tenten thought, her eyes skillfully following Fu's dance of evasion across the surface of the water. I've never seen any ninja move like that though. There isn't any form to it. Either way, this girl wasn't going to let them leave, and they weren't going to just be climbing their way out either. So was this what it was like to really be in a true fight to the death? Chapter 12, Family Ties. It was odd. Kurama didn't know that he could do what he did until he'd actually tried it. The moment he'd heard through Naruto's ears that the girl Fu had his Biju sibling Chome sealed inside of her, he somehow had a need, an instinctual desire to reach out. He barely even had to try to establish a connection between the two seal-manifested mindscapes that the two grand chakra creatures sat within. Apparently, Fu killing off one of Naruto's clones was all the contact the two separate chakras needed to allow him to do so. Go figure. Who came up with this sealing crap anyway? Oh, right. Old man Sage. If he actually had this sort of foresight, that more than one of the Biju would ever be locked away inside of a person, well, Kurama wished he could resurrect the man and slap him silly with all 9 of his tails. And so Kurama found himself face to face with a massive 7-tailed beetle in a place that looked a lot like the shrine where they'd been raised. Idly, he realized with quite a bit of bitterness that this mindscape was markedly more scenic than the one in Naruto's head, which was annoying. Why did he have to get the leaky prison cell? That was aside the point, however. So, Chome, Kurama said in a poor attempt to make idle conversation. Long time no see. Around 30 years actually. The beetle rebutted. 7 of which I've been trapped within poor Fu here. Right. So now it was time to get down to brass tacks. Any chance of making your humans stand down? Mine just wants to leave. After robbing the place of a few dozen million ryos worth of goods and plunder, but the important thing was that Naruto, Tenten, and Shino wanted to leave without bloodshed. The 7-tailed beetle didn't budge, however. She can't do that, Kurama. That man Kakuzu will kill her if she fails him. His temper is deplorable, even compared to you. Hey, don't compare my splendidly awesome fits of rage with that of a mere human. Kurama stated proudly, slightly raising his muzzle into the air. His temper might as well be that of an agitated hornet when it's set against mine for all that it's worth. Be that as it may dash. Chome said, peacefully ignoring Kurama's deific ego that it had long since gotten used to. Fu is not you. I rather like her, and dying along with her would be inconvenient to say the least. She could come with my gaggle of humans, Kurama suggested lamely. There's a habit that Hitaki seems to have when it comes to picking up strays. Chome sounded offended in return. So now she's a stray? That's not what I meant, dash. Your boy is on his own, Kurama. Chome declared without a hint of regret, anger, or any other discernible emotion one way or another. I will not risk my container's life and that of my own. You may have some idea as to how cruel humans can be, but to think that Kakuzu could be as cruel as he was to his own family, if you of all people can remember what that's supposed to mean, she has my aid for as long as she needs it. Kurama felt himself slipping in his connection, which meant that Chome no longer wanted to be connected enough to converse with him. As he felt himself move farther away, he quietly spoke with one soft admission. I thought the old sage said that we were family. Fu was so fast. Her body was built for speed and agility, that much was clear. Even without the Biju chakra that she was definitely using. Until then, the fastest person their age that Naruto and Tenten had ever seen had been a cross-up between Sasuke and Neji. Fu was quicker than they were, and her eyes held no hesitance in her movements. Only a detached devil-may-care air to her approach. It was weird fighting Fu. Her movements were jerky, and didn't seem to have a lot of thought and strategy behind them. Oof, which was probably why Naruto was better acclimated to deal with her than Tenten was. Taking a shoulder block of all things from Fu, Tenten flew across the gold coin island, landing and nicking up her bare left arm on the ridged metal of the treasured coins. What she wouldn't give for falling on good old forgiving dirt. Sitting up and wincing at the stinging wounds, she picked up a handful of the offending currency, and hurled them at Fu's head while she was being pursued by Shino's bugs and Naruto himself. It wasn't fatal the way a kunai or something would have been, but it was more subtle and had a better chance of hitting. One actually did bean her in the side of the head, allowing Naruto to strike a punch to the green-haired girl's head. Fu grabbed Naruto's sleeve after taking the punch and yanked it over his offending arm, eliciting a surprised squawk from him before she belted him away with a front kick. He'd never had anyone even try that on him before. Naruto-san's punch hurt, but it seemed to annoy her more than deter her. Shino thought to himself. She didn't balk at all when it came to her retaliating move, a move he wouldn't have expected out of any ninja. Instead of hitting Naruto back immediately or pulling a weapon to stab him, she screwed with his clothes and then nailed him. It worked well, and she clearly hit like a bull, as Naruto landed face down in the water, dragging head underneath the waves. He quickly flipped himself upside down under the water and around to get himself back up though. He tugged at his wet shirt to work his arm back through the sleeve that it had been pulled out from and huffed angrily through his nose. I wasn't expecting one punch to beat you, so you'd better not expect it to beat me. Fu already told you, she can't let you win or leave. Fu said. She isn't trying to beat you, she's trying to kill you. Good luck with that, Shino said calmly, sending bugs flying her way from the sleeves of his hoodie. Sneaking bugs onto the enemy wasn't an option. The water wasn't the best environment for his insects to try anything tactical with them, and Fu moved around far too much at too fast a rate for a good enough swarm to attach to her in that manner. Naruto hadn't worked with Shino for very long, but he knew enough to recognize that the name of the game whenever the young Aburame was a factor in a battle was to do whatever he had to do to ensure that he got enough of his Kakachu on an enemy to suck them dry of chakra. With a devil-may-care rush, Naruto went right back at Fu, completely ignoring the way she'd kicked his tail just a moment before. He had to ignore it, because engaging her up close wasn't about winning or losing. It was about giving the others a chance to do what they needed. Missing an overhand punch coming in, Naruto ducked a nimble kick from the flexible Jinchuriki aimed at his head before having to block it as she spun around completely and kicked low. Naruto shoved the leg off of himself and created two clones that attacked her body and head at the same time. Fu moved her head out of the way of the attack intended for it, and used her arms to block the punches sent at her body before slamming them together in a tiger seal and pressing her hands at the palms. Hiden, Rinpongsbikyu no Jutsu, secret, hiding and scale powder jutsu! Naruto and his clones let out cries of alarm and pain as they found themselves all blinded. Fu took advantage of this to kill all of Naruto's clones and shoot a blade-handed strike at the remaining original. The hand sliced right through Naruto, as part of his body turned to bugs on contact. Shino had the original Naruto at his side on one of the coin islands, allowing him time to clear out his eyes when he substituted an insect clone in his place to take the attack. He'd been able to see what had been happening the entire time, as Fu's jutsu did little to his vision because of his sunglasses. And now we're all clear, Shino said, guiding Fu's attention over to Tenten's location, where she held the barrel of her lightning barrel tool to the surface of the water before tapping the bottom of it hard to discharge it. Fu let out a pained shriek as electricity coursed through her entire body. It didn't last for very long, as a soaked Tenten had to pull her ninja tool away from the water due to taking a few volts of her own. The damage had been done, however, as it took all of Fu's focus to remain on top of the water as her muscles twitched from the shocking attack. It was surprising to Tenten that she was still standing. She didn't look that tough on the surface, but looks were obviously deceiving, and what's with that green chakra? Fu's breaths came out shakily. She hadn't expected that. Most of the people that somehow stumbled across the money pit were greedy misers, barely able to trust each other enough to watch their own backs long enough to muster a decent effort against her. Some were willing to throw their own comrades into the face of death if it meant keeping Fu away from them for just a little while longer. That boy with the yellow hair, though, he threw himself at her to try and buy time for his partners to come up with a plan, and they hadn't left him behind to try and hold her off while they tried to run away. They made sure they backed him up. Something inside of her chest bit at her as she saw the three of them come together again. She's still up? Naruto asked, catching sight of nothing more significant than forgetting a second wind. What the hell? That should have beaten anybody. Would it have beaten you? Kurama asked. I dunno. Maybe? Naruto felt that if Kurama could have been free to tail slap him without killing him, he probably would have. What? In case you haven't noticed, you can heal from wounds quicker than the average flesh bag. That girl has Chome inside of her, a giant armored beetle. Really? Gross. I would say that due to this fact by itself her durability is beyond anything average humans can comprehend. But she screamed just now. Naruto had heard it, so she felt the real pain when we hurt her, but it didn't actually do as much damage as it should have. You had better get creative. Shino, Naruto said as quietly as he could in the echo of the pit. What about your bugs? They're taking her chakra, but it doesn't seem to be draining her fast enough. And he wasn't certain, but he felt it had to do something with the fact that her chakra was green. He's not taking the girl's chakra. He's taking Komiai's chakra. He could place every insect he had on her and keep them there all day. A Biju will not run out of chakra so easily. As long as Fu was drawing upon it, either would she. Draining her chakra by itself won't beat her. Damn it. Guys, you know how I told you that I'm a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked, getting looks from both Shino and Tenten. She's one too. That's what the green chakra is. Shino visibly recoiled while Tenten went slack-jawed at the thought. What? But, it's dash. Jinchuriki are forbidden. Like, the only forbidden thing that there actually is. The only thing that's off limits. Everybody agrees. Everywhere. You're saying somebody else did it? Clearly Kakuza values his money far more than adhering to the civilized shinobi world set of rules. Shino remarked wryly in order to hide his discomfort with the situation. I am currently at a loss for how to handle this situation. He wasn't the only one. Naruto chewed on his lip before deciding on something that he wasn't the biggest fan of. Can you give me some help, Kurama? We've been working on this, haven't we? His tone would have been the same if he'd been asking someone to fill up his bowl with vegetables. Kurama's reaction wasn't much of an improvement. You want to try this now? The fox asked incredulously. This isn't exactly the kind of thing I know how to practice, kid. I've never done this before I was stuck inside of you, and especially not during a fight. Yes, they had been trying to work on Kurama sharing his chakra with Naruto when the need arose, but the problem was always that Kurama wound up giving Naruto more than his body was conditioned to endure, hurting him. If it screwed up, Naruto's skin would begin to burn off and his innards would feel as if they were set ablaze. They'd found that out already. When he'd been encouraged to find out how to be a Jinchuriki, this led to some begrudging experimentation. As Kurama really didn't want a repeat situation of Twin Ridge Town, he'd consented to assist. When Naruto permitted the flow to open, it turned out that Naruto's body couldn't flat out take all of Kurama's power without some nasty and quick-to-occur effects, and Kurama wasn't really an expert on holding back. He'd never had to before. Not even once. Usually all of his problems were solved by vulgar displays of power and lack of moderation, not exacerbated by them. It was the blind leading the blind here. Still, Chome had somehow managed to figure out how to get the job done inside of Fu's body. She was using Biju chakra just fine, so how hard could it really be? Kurama was the strongest of the Biju, as well as in his own humble opinion the smartest, and the sexiest, so he could definitely find the right way to do this. If he screwed up, all it would cost Naruto and company was a big honking hole in their defense that Fu would be able to drive a cart through and probably use to kill them. No pressure. Fu's body had ceased to spasm, and she shook off anything that was left over easily enough. Chome and Kakuza Sasofa made Fu strong, she said. Fu won't lose to any of you. It was a declaration supported by several years of action to back it up. They weren't the first to try, and as long as she was his great-granddaughter meant to listen to his commands, they wouldn't be the last either. It was then that the three of them really felt the presence of Fu's Biju chakra. Shino's insects skittered about inside of him frantically, and Tenten mind brought up thoughts of facing Shikaku. This was nothing like that though. This girl was supposed to be like Naruto. But still, Naruto never felt so imposing. A displeased frown pasted on her face, Fu began moving randomly around the pit at speeds that the others could barely follow, either trying to intimidate them or looking for an angle to attack. Either way, it was unnerving. Oh man, Tenten said. Naruto's eyes strained to keep up with the green-haired girl, a kunai held in his grip. Don't talk if you don't know something to help. Talking leaves op dash. He didn't even get to finish his statement before Fu bulldozed her way straight through their manji formation. Nings? Well crap. Naruto swung his arm back around to stab at Fu, only for her to block his attempt at the forearm. Her own arm didn't budge, and it was pretty annoying that a girl had that kind of physical advantage. She sidekicked Shino away before he could move to respond and moved her arm deeper to grab Naruto's sleeve. Her intention was to throw him at Tenten as she unsealed a strange discus-like item, but Naruto used his newfound mobility to cut his own sleeve off. He fought so strangely. Little did she know, Naruto was thinking the same thing. She could have done so many things instead of grab him. But her grip was tight, and she was strong. What could she do if she actually grabbed him? Tenten hurled her discus weapon at Fu with the precious seconds allotted to her, and as she expected, the girl dodged the attack and moved away. A ram seal later, and from the spinning ends it began spitting out smoke, bathing the entire cavern in it. Clever girl, Shino thought to himself as he picked himself back up. I can find the two of them and our enemy easily enough without sight. And she and Naruto are close enough to each other to watch each other's back. He had to do something as well. Clasping his hands together in a ram seal to focus, Shino focused intensely on his next move. If his chakra-draining insects weren't enough to bring Fu down by themselves, he had to find a way to make it happen indirectly. In the smoke cloud, Naruto moved quietly, even across the surface of the water. He was loud and brash, but when the time came to not be seen, to not be heard, he was good. Kushina was a powerful woman and a better teacher than most of her clan understood. Direct enough to point out your problems and patient enough to show you the correct way to fix them. They had ostracized her for her relationship with Minato before they'd learned that her value was more multifaceted than her power in battle. And because of what his mother was capable of, Naruto was able to get close enough to Fu to strike without being found. "Fu, you're being careless!" "Huh!" Komiai's warning allowed her to turn around before she could be struck, but her hand only smashed straight through a clone that added to the smoke around her. "Another one?" The second it went down, Naruto was able to memorize the steps it took to locate Fu, and took aim straight at her, pressing his palms together in front of his chest. Futon, Ripushu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Fu dodged the direct path of the wind blast, but was left in an exposed area when the wind blew away the smoke around her. That wasn't very smart. Fu can see around herself now. He can't get that close to me again. Hit her 10-10! Above the smoke cloud on the center rotating bridge, two scrolls rolled themselves out around one another high into the air. In between the two spiraling parchments, the teen weapons specialist was able to spot Fu where Naruto had revealed her position with his attempt to attack her with a wind jutsu. Sushiryu, Twin Rising Dragons! Having drawn her own blood beforehand, she smeared it on the scrolls and began summoning weapons at a superhuman rate, spinning and hurling them almost as soon as they touched her fingertips, raining steel relentlessly down onto her target. Fu gasped in shock and awe at the sight of death from above, but after dodging the first 24 or so to the cost of her clothes and the nicks on her flesh, she realized that 10-10 wasn't going to miss wide after she'd already locked onto her. They were coming in rapid-fire succession. It was dangerous, and even with the advantage that Chome gave her, Fu couldn't ignore it. Metal cut and stabbed. Even if it didn't go deep enough to be fatal to someone like her, they would still hurt, and enough blood loss would kill her. In her desperation, she dove underwater as Tenten's pace didn't slow or stop for several seconds. Cursing, Tenten realized that she could barely see her above water, let alone when she was underneath it, and ceased her attack, landing on a massive bridge portion in a flourish. "TCH, that jutsu is awesome when it's not being used on my clones!" Naruto shouted from the underside of the section of rotating bridge that his chief partner had launched her attack from. "I didn't get her." "What? You didn't?" A small, tan hand grabbing Naruto's ankle from underwater was the answer. Elsewhere nearby, breathing heavily, Anko held her side as it throbbed in protest to all of the dynamic moving she was doing. She was not fully recovered, she wasn't even in enough condition to take on a regular ninja safely, let alone a killer like Kakuzu. Fucking Hitaki and all of his bullshit. She could still hear the sounds of Kakuzu's lightning attack and some pretty nasty explosions tearing the forest asunder elsewhere. Kakuzu or his ugly helper was going to aim her way eventually, and she was going to have to move or suffer an ugly death. Peeking her head out from behind her tree cover, Anko's eyes went wide and she ducked back into hiding. A grotesque creature made of wiggling threads with a white, red-designed mask on its face soullessly stalked the forest. That had to have been what sent that fireball at them earlier, and maybe what had been causing the explosions elsewhere. What kind of a freak was Kakuzu? He stole organs and admitted to doing so. He was a miser of the highest order and condescending to every ninja other than himself. He survived an attack from Kakashi that would have killed any living creature after being hit with it. Whatever Kakuzu had done to himself, it was one of the strangest techniques Anko had ever seen a ninja subject themselves to. This was a step above anything Anko figured she'd ever have to do as a ninja. This was the kind of crap a clan shinobi could count on facing at some point in their career. The one solace she took in being a clanless kunoichi was that things like this weren't supposed to happen to her. She could make a good living without ever getting involved with the freakier side of the ninja world, and she'd been doing a great job of it until taking that banker bodyguard job. Fuck it, Anko thought to herself, I was probably going to die before 30 anyway. At least I get to die taking a swing at the guy who took my kidney. When in doubt, there was comfort in vengeance. And her target was a stupid golem that only knew how to kill things that weren't Kakuzu. A sharp whistling sound from further in her direction in the forest caught Anko's attention. And the golems. Within its writhing black thread body, the creature built up a condensed fireball that it hurled Anko's way. She couldn't curse loud enough to convey her irritation at the situation as she dodged the resulting explosion once it hit the first tree, the heat of it scorching her back as she escaped. But now that stupid thing was set on her. Whoever blew her cover just could die a miserable death, and it didn't matter what their reason was. That stupid fire mask was fast, and it wasn't exactly the kind of thing to be deterred by pissant distractions. The body-containing mask was then partially cut away by a massive shuriken that came from nowhere. As it reformed itself, no mercy was shown. Doton, Jihubukaiti, benevolent hands! 2 massive giant-sized hands rose up from the ground, smashing the golem in between them with a resounding, thunderous clap. Anything between them was broken and crushed flat, including entire trees. Enko merely blinked olishly from where she managed to avoid the entire thing. Goddamn, this Senju clan didn't screw around. She wasn't sure she could have avoided that if it had been directed at her. Then again, Nawaki is supposed to be Tsunade's little brother. She doubted that the younger sibling of the clan leader would be a pushover. Overkill much? Seriously, you could probably see those hands sticking out over the tops of the trees from miles away. Nawaki just laughed as he came out from where he'd placed his hands on the ground for the jutsu. This is nothing. You've obviously never seen a battlefield my grandfather fought on. Enko muttered something suspiciously similar to overpowered S. Before she and Nawaki had to move out of the way of a pulverizing bolt of lightning shot their way. Nawaki dodged, having to cover his eyes at the debris and smoke thrown up from the impact. Feeling an incoming attack coming, he shielded his chest with his arm and grunted in pain as he felt black threads pierce his skin and muscle deeply. Well said, Senju, Kakuzu said before pulling back with his own arm, yanking Nawaki toward him forcefully and painfully by the thread that had woven into his arm deeper than any stitch. Nawaki didn't vocally cry out in pain, but it was evident on his face. Your grandfather was a monster, but you're just a shadow. You don't even have Mokutan. You don't need a Kekkei Jinkai to kick someone's ass. Nawaki gritted out between his teeth as he cut himself free of Kakuzu's thread with the Raijin no Ken. And Hashiaji might not have handed down the Mokutan to anyone, but he did give us something else. From seemingly nowhere, Obito appeared behind Kakuzu, surprising everyone else. They'd been paying full attention to Kakuzu and still didn't see Obito appear. There had barely been a ripple in the air before he came from nothing. He really was a ghost. Whatever he'd done to get that close, it alerted Kakuzu before he could attack, allowing the human ragdoll to turn his head and spew multiple black threads from his mouth that Obito chose to avoid, landing a short distance away. Senju, I swear if you say will of fire, I'm going to throw up. Kakuzu sneered at him before feeling something burn down on his back. Reaching there, he peeled off an explosive tag and put it out before it could blow, but he then found himself set upon by Obito, Nawaki, and Enko altogether. Suetun, Sujinshu, water release, water formation pillar. Forming a tiger seal, Kakuzu shot water from his mouth in a curved barricade of a wave that rejected the three-way attack. Nawaki went to draw the Raijin no Ken to cause the jutsu to backfire, but he'd been knocked away beforehand by the jutsu. That wasn't a bad move, Uchiha, Nawaki admitted. Quick stuff with that explosive tag. I had extras left over, Obito said with a devious smirk. Enko raised an eyebrow, not liking his tone. Extras left over from what? She didn't receive an answer, and it was then that Enko noticed there was someone missing from their little party. Where's Kakashi? Wait, explosive tags, explosions in the distance beforehand. That dick. Not that she cared about Kakashi's well-being to too extreme of a degree, but he was the only person she could trust far enough to throw in this room full of vipers. This enemy of my enemy stuff wasn't as good of an idea when she was down one actual ally. More important things to worry about right now, Obito exclaimed, changing the subject before launching himself back into battle against Kakuzu. Forming a tiger seal, Obito noted from the corner of his eye Nawaki taking a swing at him with his Raijin no Ken. Ducking the blow, the lightning sword sliced through threads extending from Kakuzu's arm that had come up from underground. Obito didn't know if Nawaki had been actually trying to help, but seeing as how he smirked at him after coming so close to removing his head, he figured he was just trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Bastard. This was perfect as far as Kakuzu was concerned. They'd taken 2 of his 5 hearts, his fire and earth hearts, but he still had 3 to go, and they all couldn't stand each other. Nawaki and Obito were both willing to turn on one another at the drop of a hat, and Obito had apparently taken the time they'd all split up away from him to take Kakashi out. If he was lucky, all he had to do was keep the pressure on, and whatever fragile truce the 2 sides had would splinter and crack. They were against him at the moment, but in the end they all wanted his money for their own means and devices. Greed was quite the motivator to do nasty things. He knew that better than anyone. an injured kunoichi, and 2 mortal enemy clansmen. This would be easy now that he had things in a row. A pair of hands attached themselves to Kakuzu's legs from underground just as he started to feel that this was his fight to lose. Unable to free his legs, he simply snorted to the sky. Fucking shifty new generation brats dash, Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu. The tables had turned, as Kakuzu found himself buried underground up to his neck and Kakashi popped out, his clothing visibly singed with burns littering sparse parts of his body. Yo! Kakashi greeted with an either pained or irritated grit to his teeth, his eyes boring into Obito's skull. Yo yourself, asswipe! The testy Uchiha rebutted. He thought he'd killed Kakashi, but he wasn't going to bring up the fact that what he'd tried hadn't worked. Did you use enough explosive tags back there, Obito? Damn it. I hope you didn't waste all you had on me. Oh, Scarecrow, I could kiss you! Anko suddenly exclaimed before holding her aggravated injury and calming down thoughtfully. Wait, you don't have something gross under that mask like a hair, lip, or mouth herpes, do you? Bad mood aimed at Obito forgotten, Kakashi regarded Anko with a ponderous expression. I don't remember. Oh, whatever. Come here, you dull-tempered, frosty son of a bitch! Well, Nawaki said, walking over to Kakuzu and kneeling down in front of him. He poured a flask of water onto Kakuzu's head before holding the Raijin no Ken to his face. Kakuzu, how nice of you to stick around. And thanks in advance for telling me where your money is. Kakuzu spat right at Nawaki's feet. You can take your granduncle's electric vibrator and do what he created it to do, shove it up your ass. Nawaki gave Kakuzu a dull stare before putting the blade of the sword against Kakuzu's forehead, watching as volt after volt of electricity shot through his body. He held the torturous ninja tool in place for a count of 10 before removing it. You want to try that again? Sorry, your sister's the clan head now, correct? So that would technically make it her electric vibrator now. I'm sure she gives it a good worko dash. Nawaki didn't let him finish before repeating his actions from before. It wasn't that Anko had a problem with leisurely torture, because she didn't. As far as she was concerned, some people had it coming, Kakuzu being one of them. But this was a waste of time. I already know where the treasure is, Scarecrow. Anko said as quietly and conspicuously as she could. We should find it out as soon as we can. Kakashi hummed in agreement. Easier said than done though, as Obito hadn't taken his eyes off of him the entire time. Now Kakashi would admit that he was pretty god, but to subtly give the slip to someone staring right at him with Sharingan, he didn't know of the person who could do anything like that. Let me get back to you on that. After a full minute of electrotherapy, Nawaki removed the Raijin no Ken from Kakuzu's face and yanked his head back by his hair. Answer time, or I think I'll just go ahead and turn you into the ugliest PZ dispenser in history. Why not? You can survive it a few more times, can't you? Kakuzu simply grinned his stitch-mouthed smile and angled his head in Kakashi and Anko's direction. Oh, go ahead and finish me off. You don't need me to tell you anything. After all, that woman knows just where my money is. He could have escaped. Kakashi's method of capturing him could have been escaped by a low-level ninja with enough time. But risking a heart that he could later replenish by pretending to be trapped just so he could get his enemies to do his dirty work for him was an opening he couldn't pass up. It always came to that. Kakuzu found that whenever pressed, people would throw others to the wolves to save themselves or get something that they thought they wanted. It never failed. The only thing you could trust to support you without fail was money. Money would never betray you. If you had enough of it, it would never let you down, and without missing a beat, Nawaki turned on Kakashi and Anko bitterly. Obito didn't need much more motivation in his mind to see Kakashi pay, so torturing the information out of him and leaving him for dead in a genjutsu afterwards meant nothing to him. Even if you attacked us or managed to get the location out of us, Anko said, trying to bluff her way out or buy them some time to at least finish Kakazu before things broke down. I sent a team ahead to get the treasure when we found the countryside swarming with Uchiha. They're probably there by now, cleaning this bastard out. That wasn't entirely true, as in over 90% of her claim was a lie, but no one else needed to know that. Kakuzu began to laugh cruelly after catching on to that new bit of information. You'd better hope for their sakes you're bluffing. My Vault Guardian will kill them, and she'll prove to be more thorough than I seem to have been with you. Like you'd trust anyone else with your money. Anko snapped at him, a sense of dread rising in her stomach that she had to fight down. It was as if she had to tell herself these things and hurl insults to keep as calm as she was. If by she you mean some dusty skeleton you play with when you get lonely. She didn't necessarily like those kids, but sending children to their deaths was still pretty grim business. Food doesn't leave survivors, Kakuzu taunted. I hardly have to get my hands dirty anymore. She's such a good little killer. Then again, what else could you expect from a Jinchuriki? Everyone present froze, with expressions of horror on their faces, for different reasons varying per person. Kakashi, another one? But how? When? Which Biju? Anko, what the hell are we into? Nawaki, he has the Jinchuriki? That doesn't make any sense. Hataki was supposed to be the one keeping it, and I thought the container was a boy, not a girl. Obito, he made another one first? I can trust Fu because I got her when she was young. Kakuzu explained. She hasn't learned concepts like betrayal, or any notion outside of what her parents taught her before I took her. Everything I've ever taught her was in my best interests. The girl's spineless family gave her to me, because of a debt that her grandfather owed me. He lent the poor fool money he needed to buy enough to stake a claim over a small amount of land before letting the matter sit idle for decades. And of course, in Kakuzu logic, the debt of a dead old man carried over to his offspring, who by the time he had come to collect were grown, one with a child of his own. He wanted his money in full, with interest, but with the plot of land amounting to nothing more than subsistence farming and a place to live, the family didn't have much. It was a simple matter of intimidating civilians into giving up whatever they thought they were worth to avoid the horrible fate of whatever fresh death he would have conjured for them, and Kakuzu's wheels turned when they offered up the youngest person in the equation, Fu, who had no idea what was transpiring. People were cowards. People were predictable. They were scum when it counted. He had never felt himself proven more correctly than right then. And Kakuzu took Fu for himself. At the age of 4 he took her in exchange for squaring the inherited debt. Instead of razing the farmhouse to the ground and slaughtering the entire family, he thought pragmatically. He needed an intelligent guard dog, as 1 or 2 of his elemental masks standing guard over the money pit simply weren't enough to protect his treasures from reasonable threats. 1 million ryo, Kakuzu declared proudly. That was all it took to buy that girl from them 30 years in advance. That was all the fool's father borrowed from me. That's nothing. Even with 30 years' interest built up, it was absolutely nothing to me. I had made it back 100 times over by the time I went calling. You're sick, Kakashi said. To take a child from their family, and make them a demon container, just to what? To watch your money for you. Me? I'm just honest, Kakuzu said, the chakra inside of his body stirring. I've never made excuses for the kind of person I am. Everything is ranked by how useful they are to the world around them. Everything is a commodity or a liability, and we all see them that way. So what's wrong with being the only real person in the room about it? Every ninja is measured by how powerful they are, or the feats they've proven themselves capable of accomplishing. Ninja clans are just as cutthroat as I am on the matter. It's just that I have so much money I don't have to church up my approach or compromise to get business, not like your clan, correct Senju? Your coffers are hurting for revenue. My clan is better than that. Nawaki shouted at Kakuzu. We don't have to hide anything we've done. Oh, and the Mokutan simply skipped 4 full generations and manifested itself in a young man that has no known family lineage to your clan? Kakuzu asked rhetorically. You can't get this past me. I've been around for a long time. I know of Orochimaru. He's one of my better paying clients. Just thinking about the money he made working for Orochimaru made Kakuzu smile. Then again, with clans like yours and others hurling money at the man for the next great breakthrough in the ninja arts, I guess the trickle-down would be pretty generous. Nawaki had heard enough. Kakuzu was speaking on things that those outside of the absolute top brass of the Senju clan should have had no knowledge of. Clan secrets were more important than info on the money he was seeking, and he had an audience. Kakuzu had to die. Kakuzu had other plans though, and the moment he felt the spike of Nawaki's true killing intent, threads exploding from his back crumbled the ground around him, freeing him up enough to escape the hole. Wrapping around his body to a degree like a thick mane, the threads set 2 of his remaining masks on opposite shoulders, both seemingly charging elemental attacks in front of them. You didn't really think it was that easy to stop me, did you? Obito carefully regarded Kakuzu as it seemed like any errant move would set him upon the lot of them. He then decided that it was in his best interest to provoke him into attacking by being the one to blink first. I'm pretty sure we were all hoping that it was. Well, I'm glad to disappoint you. Futon, Atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. The landscape was torn apart by the dome tornado that flew from the mask on Kakuzu's shoulder. There wasn't any time to marvel at how good powerful the jutsu was, as those affected by it had to take steps to try and protect themselves. Moving away from the damage zone, Obito was caught by surprise when Kakuzu emerged from the debris and smoke, taking aim right at him with the second mask on his other shoulder, lightning building right in front of it. Right on John, lightning release, false darkness. There was nowhere for Obito to run to, and the thought of killing the Uchiha clan member that had been dispatched to take his money caused a feeling of contentment. Vision-obscuring tactics were the way you handled the Uchiha clan. If they couldn't see you, they couldn't react to your attacks or copy your jutsu, and he had just used that to checkmate the loudmouth Obito. The bolt of lightning shot straight through Obito without harming him at all. Not even a measure of discomfort on Obito's face for Kakuzu's troubles. Instead, there was more of a cold annoyance, which seemed eerily uncharacteristic from how he figured the hot-headed Uchiha to be from their interaction during the battle. Suddenly, Obito's hand pierced straight through the wind mask and Kakuzu felt a third of his remaining life force leave him. You son of a dash, you shouldn't have targeted me. Obito muttered, cutting him off. You made me show you that just so I could dodge that attack. Obito said, both of his Sharingan eyes changing patterns to a three-sided blade. I can't let anyone know just what I can really do. Even a little bit is too much. So you have to go. Now. Kamui, authority of the gods. Who did he think he was? That was what Kakuzu thought at first, but then it happened. Kakuzu's head was engulfed in a shimmering barrier space before it found itself suddenly dragged in. It and only it. From his neck, the extended threads were evident that they had tried to quickly reattach his decapitated head, but his head wasn't anywhere nearby to reattach to. The body itself spasmed and fell lifelessly to the ground, the remaining intact mask cracking and oozing blood. Obito stared down with no sense of mercy whatsoever. He had his own secrets to keep. Anyone who really saw any of his real powers had to die, no matter how many more of his real abilities he had to compromise to get it done. It was too important to him that no one could put his face to any of his true abilities. It was too important to what he wanted to make of the world. Things weren't far enough along yet for him to be the slightest bit open about using his real Sharingan techniques. Anonymity was key. When the smoke cleared and everyone still left in one piece recovered from Kakuzu's massive attack, all the remaining combatants saw was Kakuzu-san's head. Kakashi noted the corpse's proximity to Obito and looked over at him. What did you do to finish him that quickly? He asked. He had us all backpedaling, and if Obito could do something that would kill Kakuzu that cleanly, why wouldn't he have done it to him by now, knowing full well that Obito hated his guts? Something about all of this didn't feel right. You know, that's a good question actually. Obito mused sarcastically, stroking his chin in fake thought. I'll tell you what. I'll answer that for you when you find a way to travel through time, and fix the mess you made, and the people you got killed. Or the person. Obito had been a fool that couldn't look underneath the underneath back then, and it wound up costing him more than a mission or an affiliate Uchiha clan village. Without saying another word to anyone, he simply left the battlefield in a shunshin, to the surprise of everyone. Nawaki had definitely been expecting more of a fight, and turned off the Raiji no Ken when he realized it was over with. What the hell did you do to him to piss him off that badly? Anko asked, honestly wanting to know. There was a Senji here, and instead of trying to kill him the whole time he was gunning for you. She felt that the only reason Obito didn't keep trying to kill him was either the numbers game, or something that led to a drawn-out conclusion to leave things as they were for now. It damn sure wasn't Kakuzu's money. He'd killed him without wishing to interrogate him first, and he hadn't tried to gun for her either. Kakashi just shook his head. Leave it alone, he insisted, before angling his head at Nawaki. More importantly, from his trailing off, Nawaki could hazard a guess at his intent, that the fighting wasn't necessarily over yet. Scratching at the jagged scar on his cheek, he shrugged his shoulders. All right, look. I don't want to fight, and you don't want to fight. We all just want to get paid here. Actually, I just wanted Kakuzu dead. Anko corrected. And now he is. And I hope it hurt, so I'm outta here. Before she could gleefully vacate the scene and plan her next life move after she'd abandoned and blown up her own home, Kakashi caught her arm to keep her in place. You're forgetting one thing. You gave my kids a map but not me. I can't find them. If Kakuzu really has a Jinchuriki guarding his money, I'd rather not spend days searching for where they are. So you did have extra people? Nawaki said, getting both Kakashi and Anko to turn on him suspiciously, a hair away from taking it to him. Hey, I'm just here to treasure hunt, and it's not like I want all of it. I don't think I could carry it all if it's as much as I think it is, and I don't think you could either, even if you do have more people than just yourselves. So, truce? Kakashi wasn't one for trusting ninjas from larger clans. Behind every great fortune was a great crime. You didn't get to the top of the mountain just by being strong. That being said, he had more than his share of good points. Other than splitting treasure that he couldn't carry the entirety of himself, the only other option was to kill them, try to keep finding the stash himself, and hope that no one else discovered it while he came back time and time again to completely bleed it dry. Not a good option. They weren't the only ones looking for it, even though they were the only ones that were realistically close. And if there was a Jinchuriki, Kakashi had no idea how strong she actually was. Remembering the fight with Shikaku and how hopeless that was, there was no taking any chances on this one. He didn't know nearly enough about Jinchuriki to know where their limits lay. Nawaki was a Senju, and they seemed to have a good track record with Biju. Even if letting him get close to Naruto was dangerous, it wasn't any more dangerous than fighting Nawaki for nothing and leaving Naruto and the rest of the kids alone with a mystery element Jinchuriki. Fine. Kakashi relented. Let's go then. Anko? As long as you're sure this won't bite us, Scarecrow. Anko said. What the hell, she figured. She already should have bought the farm after what Kakuza had done to her once. As things stood, anything she did was being played on bonus time. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's money pit, things were quiet. Too quiet. Quiet was bad. Quiet meant death. It had been too long since Fu had pulled Naruto under, and neither of the remaining kids liked what it indicated one bit. I can't find him. Tenten exclaimed after surfacing from the water for the 10th time. She tried to dive in and find Naruto repeatedly, but each time came up with nothing. Shino, what are we going to do? Shino furrowed his brow in thought, the only sign that he was out of sorts about what was going on. He just met Naruto a few days ago, but he was still a comrade, and maybe later he could be a friend. Not if he didn't resurface though. I don't know. His plan took too long to prepare before. Naruto had been dragged underwater after Tenten's attack on Fu before he could complete the steps for his jutsu. If only he'd been faster, but he was still new with it. His father hadn't taught him the technique very long ago. I've got to try again then. I can't just leave him down there, Tenten said before taking a deep breath and diving down again. She could never get any farther than the same point every time. She didn't have a lot of experience with deeper diving. You didn't get a lot of leisurely swimming time when you lived on the mainland. There were more important things the water was used for, and it was dangerous to be that exposed. After about 2 minutes, Tenten resurfaced and slapped the water. Shino could only shake his head from a drier area. This wouldn't be good. Technically they could try to leave and get away, but Naruto would be left behind. As Tenten reached where he was, she immediately started pulling things together and cutting parts out of them. Strange. What are you doing? Shino had to ask, as the soaked girl worked at a feverish pace. Making a crappy breathing thing, Tenten answered. Or at least I'm trying to. I don't think I have enough stuff, but I have to try. Are you certain you can make something like that even if you did? Did she have the know-how to even do that? Tenten stopped for long enough to look up at Shino with a resolute fire in her eyes. I can make anything. With Naruto, being an island boy, Naruto had been in his fair share of mishaps under the water. There were a lot of nearby islands that gave a heavy amount of patronage to the Uzumaki clan for work, so that meant seafaring travel. Naruto had spent the vast majority of his life around the salty sea air, and by the ocean itself. He had strong swimming skills, and loved the water. Except for when a really strong girl had a hold on him, and was hellbent on keeping him down there to drown. Fighting and kicking to pull away didn't do much to help by itself. Fu was literally the albatross dragging him down into the abyss. He hadn't seen a bottom to this pit, and it made him wonder if it was bottomless. This is so lame. Naruto thought to himself as he thrashed to free himself. I blew up a Biju's head. Drowning to death is such a fail of a way to die. Stop thinking about dying and think of a way out, Kurama bellowed, as inside of his prison the waters on the floor of the sewer began to rise to an unnatural degree. You're running out of air in your lungs. Fu's bear hug grip was iron tight as she tried to squeeze the breath out of Naruto, but unfortunately for her he was a great swimmer. She was surprised at just how long it was taking for him to drown. She could feel his ribs creak under protest from her actions, but he wouldn't give it up. Under normal circumstance, because of what Chomei had done for its container's benefit, it would have been difficult for Naruto to free himself. With Fu using Komiai's chakra to fight and bolster her abilities, a battle-hardened adult ninja would find it a daunting task to get her to let go. She'd practiced this before. This was probably how she'd killed people in the past. It made too much sense. Her face was too calm, and she showed no signs of running out of breath anytime soon. With her strength and the inability of most to match it, this was a bare-bones way to finish an enemy. It was smart. Chomei probably slipped her that advice. Chomei had probably given Fu all sorts of neat little hints to handle the small amount of chakra her body could utilize. Damn it, why was it so hard for him then, Kurama wondered. He was able to give Naruto chakra back in the desert for a split second and things turned out fine, and then it hit Kurama like a ton of bricks. That was it. That was the answer. That split second. That night against Shikaku, Kurama had only given Naruto a momentary booster shot of chakra instead of trying to maintain any steady stream. On and off like playing with a light switch, just like that. It had been so fast that Naruto didn't even know to this day that it had happened, because it had never come up. Okay, so it wasn't the answer they'd really been looking for when it came to moderating the chakra output, but it was a way he could get Naruto out. Still, Fu would be stronger, even if he let the chakra current flow, so they had to be absolutely perfect. Feeling as if he were ready, Kurama issued his command to Naruto. Go limp. What? Just do it. And when I say so, you kick and thrash with everything you've got. Naruto allowed his body to lose all of the fight he had in it, where he quickly realized Kurama's reasoning. It was a ploy, and one that worked after 30 seconds when Fu finally loosened up her grip enough to start swimming at a slow pace back to the surface. No, that would take too long. He'd die before she made it halfway. Now! For a quarter of a second, Naruto felt like a god, or at least what he figured gods plotted about in the cosmos all day feeling like. Wrestling Fu's arms off of him was child's play, and the slow-motion underwater headbutt and kick he hit her with as he did so wouldn't have done as much damage as it did if he'd done it normally above water. Her lithe body went flying through the current. Now swim, bitch! Naruto didn't need to be told twice, and he kicked his legs and moved his arms as fast as he could do. His entire body hurt, and not just from Fu's death hug. That only hurt his torso. Kurama might as well have replaced his blood with lighter fluid and thrown a match down in his arm for whatever he'd done instead. Kurama, what was that? Naruto asked as he swam for all he was worth. It's the best we're going to get right now, so deal, kid. Not very helpful information-wise, but there was no worrying about that at the time. Hurting was better than drowning, and he had a lot of space to cover if he ever wanted to see the light of day again. He was feeling faint though, and the pressure on his lungs was indescribable. And he could feel Fu gaining on him. She was faster on land with her Biju's chakra. It only served reason that she was faster underwater as well. And how long could she hold her breath for? She'd definitely practiced this. It was like she was a kappa in human flesh. Naruto stopped long enough to turn around and hold out his right hand. With great effort, he channeled chakra to his hand. Kakashi, you'd better not have just been making me and my clones pop balloons and rubber balls because you thought it was funny. If this Rasengan isn't legit, the man had insisted that it was all 2 parts to a jutsu that he eventually had to put together. Well, there was no time for a breakthrough like the present. All it took was Naruto utilizing the spin method of the jutsu to create an underwater torrent that blew Fu back away from him. Adding the power portion caused it to blow up in his face, ironically propelling him in the right direction to get to the surface, and to something else coming down his way. Naruto swam to the human figure he could make out back where the water started getting light again. He wasn't about to ask for another shot from Kurama. The one he'd gotten felt like someone poured scalding fluid into his veins. He'd lost half of the breath he had left when he'd opened his mouth in pain. As he got closer, he saw it to be Tenten. Upon reaching one another, Tenten took the weird device she had in her mouth and put it over Naruto's. It was only upon having it placed in his mouth that he realized it was some kind of breathing device. Oh, that girl was so lovely. He was going to take everything that he'd swiped earlier for his own carry-on money, and he was going to buy her something great. Oh, Naruto had never been so happy to have a tinkering ninja tool know-it-all as his partner. After Tenten had handed over her makeshift rebreather, the two swam the rest of the way to the surface, where Naruto had never been so happy to get 2 lungs full of stagnant cavern air. All he wanted to do was get out of the water, and they made no bones about swimming frantically over to the large rotating bridge piece in the middle of the water. They wanted to be as far away from touching water again as they reasonably could be. Yep. Just gonna lay here and keep being awesome, Kurama crowed inside of Naruto's head. Only when they were free did Tenten find herself the recipient of a bone-crushing hug. Oh man, I thought I was gonna bite it back there. Even after he'd gotten free, he didn't think he had a shot in hell of getting back to the surface. You're so awesome, Tebeo. Hello? Awesome? Right here? He was complimenting the useless ninja girl that played with toys instead of the all-important Biju inside of him. That little shit. I figured out how to help without making your blood boil inside of your body. Much. Granted, this is the first time I've ever wanted credit for not killing something, but come on. You know I appreciated Kurama, Naruto thought to him immediately. Seriously, I couldn't even reach for a kunai or make any hand seals for a few injutsu. Thanks. Tenten used her hands on Naruto's face to pry him off. Alright, it's fine. Let go, you dummy, she said, downplaying just how worried she'd been before. He didn't need to know how she'd almost freaked out. But what was that flashing thing you did? Huh? Naruto answered oh so eloquently. Yeah, Tenten explained as Shino joined the two of them. The only reason I started swimming in the right direction in the first place was because it looked like someone turned on a warning flare underwater for a split second. She looked over to Shino before whispering to Naruto. Was that the Kyuubi? His name is Kurama, Naruto corrected. And yeah, it hurt though. I still don't know how to hold back enough to keep it steady. I had to do it in a single burst to make sure you could hold up. Alright. I'm just saying that it hurt, you big dumb fox. Just as long as you know, brat. And I did it for me more than you. Fuck you, Chomei, you're not better than me. And speaking of the devil, the Jinchuriki of said Biju made her way onto the bridge, bleeding extensively and looking at Naruto as if he'd played a dirty trick on her or had been hiding something the entire time. You glowed, Fu said accusingly, pointing at Naruto even as blood ran freely from her nose. Like a spark or a match. Fu saw you. What was that? I'm a Jinchuriki too, Naruto said without shame or fear, even when Shino let out a barely audible gasp of surprise. Why would somebody else do what they did to me to you? Why would somebody want to do it to your Biju? Kakaza Sasofa wanted Fu to guard this place. Fu explained. He always told Fu to be strong, that Fu should never lose to anyone she fights after all the time he put into sealing Chomei inside of me. It took time, effort, bodies, and a whole lot of money to get what I needed to make a useful girl. She could remember Kakuza saying to her during a particularly painful training session, if you aren't up for the job of protecting your great-grandfather's legacy, I'll find another child who will. That would make you a liability. And I've told you what's to be done with liabilities. Fu shook the thought out of her head. Kakuza was scary. Scarier than any enemy she'd ever had to fight. He was meaner than Chomei had ever treated her. He made sure she was well fed enough to fight, made sure she was well trained enough to kill, and otherwise intended for her to be either seen nor heard. Just like all children should be, as he told her time and time again. Brat, go hit her, now. Since listening to Kurama immediately worked so well for Naruto the first time, Naruto did so again and felt as if he were gliding through space and time. But in reality he'd been moving so fast, Fu's face didn't even have time to register shock at the speed of his movement. One punch sent her flying into the distance, her body pulverizing the weathered, poorly constructed pillar of the pit. It wasn't as if Kakuza hired actual contractors to build the supports, what with it being a secret pit and all. He did it himself, and needless to say he was not an engineer. Tenten's jaw dropped at the simple sight of the movement. She'd seen him glow yellow, and then a blur she'd been incapable of keeping her eyes on knocked Fu into next week. What the hell was that? Whoa! Naruto shouted, hugging his body, arms and legs in random order. He didn't know what pain to focus on. There's gotta be a better way to do that. That hurt way more than the first time. Quick, she's getting up, go do it again. Still, it was working, and you didn't stop doing what was working when you had the enemy reeling. As the pit began to fall in on itself all around, Fu wiped away a trail of drool from the side of her mouth. Naruto had knocked the spit right out of her. Kakuza had been the last person to hit her anywhere near as hard, see Komiai? Damn you, Kurama, you were always so reckless. Chomei cursed before informing its Jinchuriki. Kurama is hot-shotting chakra to the boy. Kurama was never one for control, so he's incapable of sustaining a constant connection like the one I have with you with the amount power he can't help but use, otherwise he'll burn his container out. He has to do it in spurts. But in those spurts, Kurama was giving Naruto more chakra than Chomei ever dared to give Fu without her being ready to take it. There were two schools of thought on the matter. Either Kurama just knew that his container was tough enough to deal with the unabashed horror that such a tactic would inflict on the boy's tenketsu and believed in him, or he didn't care about that in the slightest and just wanted to win and not die. Knowing the kind of fox that Kurama was, it was probably more than likely the latter, all things considered. Fu, look out! This time, Fu was at least able to block and jump away a bit before Naruto landed on the surface of the water with a great splash and subsequently punched her one more time with flashy Biju chakra use. Naruto didn't get the chance to marvel at his handiwork for a spell before the pain set in worse than before. It was instant, and at least twice as worse as before, which had already been twice as bad as the first time. It made him physically ill to take. The chakra was too much, even in bursts. Oh, Herc! Tears poured from Naruto's eyes freely. You'd better hold out, runt, I swear to Kami. Kurama declared. Pain is weakness leaving the body. The pain was actually Naruto's bow frying his own liver like it was on a griddle, amongst other grievous effects. But sometimes you didn't need to tell people everything about everything. Fu laid on her back, floating on the surface of the water and coughing blood, tears of her own spilling forth. Tears of both pain and frustration. It hurt so much. Everything hurt. The one thing she'd always been able to count on was what Chomei told her. That no matter how much Kakuza made her body hurt with his brutal methods, no matter how much her heart hurt at barely remembering what her life was like when she'd been with her parents that had given her to her great-grandfather, or what it felt like to feel the sun and the wind, and smell the outdoors. No matter how much any of that hurt her, Chomei promised her that no one would ever hurt her in a fight. She would never feel the pain of an average human ninja's punch. They simply weren't ever strong enough to get through the deceptively thick and tough chakra exoskeleton that Chomei gifted her with. They couldn't hurt her. This boy had hurt her. He hurt her again and again. She didn't understand. The only thing she'd been able to take solace in was gone. Naruto walked over to Fu, set on making sure that she wouldn't be coming after them again. He had to get out of there. That place was coming apart. Water was already coming through a wall. If it fully collapsed, the air pocket wouldn't be any different than any other part of the lake, and they'd drown. Naruto, Kurama said inside of Naruto's head. That's enough. She's done. What? Kurama of all people was telling him to stop. Usually when he fought someone, Kurama complained when he didn't kill them in a flashy manner. Now he was telling him to back off. I'm not up for getting one of my siblings killed. Chomei knows this is over as well. Look. Her chakra is human again. When Naruto reached her, his own resolve for the finish faltered. Wait, are you crying? He asked, wondering if he was seeing things in the low light. And that query was all it took for the last of Fu's floodgates to open as the girl began to openly bawl. Holy crap, you are crying! Oh man, killing someone in a battle was one thing. Killing a girl that couldn't have been any older than 10 was in cold blood was something else entirely. He was not alright with that under any circumstance. This wasn't an assassination, it was just some fight over money that didn't belong to either of them. Of course, the other option was to just leave her there. Sure, it would still kill her, but the blood wouldn't be on his hands that way, at least not directly. That was okay, wasn't it? God damn it. Tenten and Shino had managed to escape after Naruto had removed Fu from the bridge, put her through 2 support pillars, and started bringing the place down. Both of them hoped that he'd manage to keep from getting bogged down in a long fight. Shino wiped the water off of his sunglasses and wrung out the bottom of his shirt. I wonder if Naruto-san is alright. Why, you ask? He's taking a rather long time making his way back up. Thanks for the play-by-play, Tenten said breathily. She'd done more swimming today than she'd ever really wanted to. That girl was so tough though. If he went in to finish her, I don't think it'd be that easy to hurt her. Tenten's strongest jutsu that was supposed to cut Fu to ribbons or turn her into a pincushion didn't do the job even though she knew she was making contact. She didn't expect what Shino had to say next. I disrupted her chakra, Shino said. I can use my insects for more than draining chakra. I can transfer it. You gave her chakra? Tenten asked. It's not like she needed it. Fu had so much it was easily visible to the naked eye. If you do it wrong or don't take the time to try and adapt the chakra to the person you're giving it to, it disrupts their chakra control. Shino explained astutely, pushing his glasses up on his nose. Why is this important, you ask? Because that girl's durability was chakra-based. It took Tenten a moment before realization dawned on her face. Wait, whose chakra did you use for it? For that kind of plan to work, it would have had to use a lot of chakra just to keep going long enough to be effective. I felt that it would drain too much of my own or yours to keep up such a stratagem, so I had my insects drain a significant degree from Naruto-san before transferring it to our opponent. Shino told her in a to-the-point manner. I did more than substitute an insect clone in his place when Fu blinded he and you. So basically, by the time Naruto started belting her with whatever Kurama had been doing to give him a boost, Shino's insects had literally created a chink in Fu's armor, and it was up to Naruto to break the rest of the way through it. Right on cue, Naruto emerged from the water, causing Tenten's face to light up. They had their scrolls filled with loot, and all three of them were accounted for. Then she saw the person over Naruto's back. Naruto! What the hell? Naruto crawled on all fours on the shore and rolled to the side to deposit Fu off of his back, her body still trembling with silent sobs. Naruto sat up on his knees and flipped his wet hair back as he regarded his bun-haired partner. I couldn't just kill her like that. She's crying. No one said anything for a moment until Shino did. So? Naruto bared his teeth distastefully. Who do you think I am? A ninja? It was a judgment call. It was a bad judgment call, Tenten said with a stomp of her waterlogged sandal on the ground. Naruto, she's not supposed to dash. She stopped herself before she realized that she was about to say that Fu couldn't be allowed to live. Because she was a Jinchuriki, that was horrible reasoning to kill her, and there was no chance that Tenten could ever finish that thought, say such a thing to Naruto's face, and have the gall to look him in the eye ever again. Right now this wasn't someone holding a monster. It was a preteen girl who looked more broken than anyone else she'd ever seen, and she'd seen plenty of newly orphaned children. She'd been one of them. So now what? Kakashi, Anko, and some man that they'd never seen before arrived on the scene at that moment and took in the sight of the drenched kids, one of whom was crying. I'm going to go ahead and guess that these are yours, the man said with a drawl. 3 of them are, Kakashi admitted, eyeing Fu warily. 1 of them isn't. It's a long story, Naruto said, shaking his head as he stood up off of the ground with a wet squelch to his footwear. But the money pit is toast. What do you mean it's toast? The scar-cheeked man asked. Shino squinted slightly at the sight of the Senju clan crest on the man's clothing and figured that a truce of sorts had been stricken. Even so, he wasn't about to let his clan name drop in case this would come back on the Aburame somehow. Well, you can still get to what used to be in there if you can dig through rubble a few hundred feet underwater, Naruto said. And that was only if the majority of it hadn't somehow wound up in that bottomless pit that existed. Scon man. Nawaki sighed and shook his head. Well, that's just fucking fantastic. He grumbled before realizing that someone there fit a particular description. Wait, this is the kid that's driving my sister up the walls to get rid of. For fuck's sake, really? The sanctity of the status quo in the ninja world relied on this kid being put into the ground? He looked harmless. Not like he was some all-powerful secret weapon that would obliterate the balance of power, or he was some specially prepared young ninja of the Uzumaki clan meant to get them out of their position as the little brother of the Senju clan and take their place as the top brass of the ninja world, or any other ridiculous excuse anybody would have given for why a Jinchuriki had to be neutralized immediately. And that little girl was Kakuzu's creation? No. She was crying. Sobbing even. About something or another. Well, hell if this didn't kill my boner for loot and plunder, Nawaki declared randomly, before patting Kakashi on the shoulder. What can I say, Kakashi? It's been less than a pleasure, but more than a drag. You're leaving? Colored Kakashi surprised. The Senju clan was supposed to be tenacious to a hellacious degree, and Nawaki probably didn't earn the title of the hunter by being more laid back than the rest of them. Yeah, my sister wasn't too crazy about this mission in the first place, Nawaki said, none too enthused about going home at the moment. She wants me working actual missions, and she let me go on this thing because I had a legitimate lead. She's going to blow a gasket when she hears that it's all probably buried under the lake. She probably won't believe I found anything. At least he could rub in her face that he took down Kakuzu. All that money gone though. Nawaki wondered if she'd shed a tear at the thought. Wait, Naruto said, fishing into his pockets before pulling out an ornate brooch and a heavily jeweled ring that he threw over to Nawaki. It's not much, but it might be enough to prove that the place was actually real. He shrugged at the end. Nawaki appraised the ring closely before looking back down at Naruto, a small smile slowly spreading across his face. Thanks, kid. These are actually relics. I can rub that in Tsunade's face. It was a shame his clan saw fit for the kid to die, but hey, that didn't mean that he himself had to be the one to do it. Keep your nose clean, runt, and you might survive a little while. Sparse advice, and with that Nawaki left to return home. It wasn't about the treasure or the possession he sought when he went on these searches. It was all about the find itself. His true prize was the euphoria of finding the unfindable. It hadn't been about the money for him. But it had been for Tsunade. Hell, at least that ring and brooch would run the price of 2 S-rank missions, so that would probably shut her up. With that being done, Kakashi waited for Nawaki's presence to vanish completely before addressing his young charges. Well, I have to say, that was a nice thing you did, Naruto. Really upstanding, Kakashi said with an approving tone and an eye smile, his next words not losing their bright tone at all. What the hell is wrong with you? He didn't teach that boy nice. He didn't teach anyone nice. Well, yeah, sure, I gave him those. Putting his hands back into his pockets, Naruto pulled them back out with a ring on each finger and a cheeky grin on his face. I've got a bunch of these things. Too many. If I'd tried to walk with all of them, they would have jangled anyway. His accent broke. That meant he was pleased with himself. It wasn't a bad way to get an unwanted element out of the way, appeasing a dragon so to speak. Not to mention all of these, Tenten added, pulling over 12 sealing scrolls out of her private stash. And all of Shino's. Enko let out an impressed whistle and set a hand on Tenten's head. Good work, runts. Now what about this? She said, alluding to Fu as Tenten swatted her hand away. Instead of regarding her warily, Kakashi squatted down by Fu and gave her a long, hard look. She wasn't afraid of him, having clearly seen scarier things than some guy in a face mask, but that didn't make her seem any less broken in spirit. So here's the deal, Kakuzu's dead, he said bluntly, eliciting a surprised widening of the eyes from the girl. Do you have a name? Fu is Fu, the mint-haired Jinchuriki said miserly, her eyes still red from crying. Is Kakuzu Sasofu really dead? Yes. I'm so dash. Good, Fu mumbled, sitting with her legs pulled up to her chest, knees past her chin. Hate him. But what does Fu do now? Well, that's really up to you, Kakashi said, once again surprising Fu before he got up and turned to the others. All right, let's get out of here. Wait, what? Naruto asked incredulously. You're just gonna leave her here? Now that they were out in the daylight, it was hard to think of Fu as some scary girl that had tried to kill them not too long ago. And with that came extreme amounts of empathy. I'm responsible for you and you. Kakashi pointed at Naruto and Tenten as he spoke. I'm sort of responsible for him, but not really, and she's going to ditch us any minute now since Kakuzu's dead now, he said, alluding to Shino. If I get any more of you, I'm going to have to start roping you together like cattle to make sure I don't lose any of you. Besides, I'm pretty sure that girl tried to kill you. Yeah, but then I hit her so hard I think I broke her, Naruto said, flexing and clutching his bicep. I'm pretty glad she stopped too. She was really tough. He wasn't sure how many Karameroid injections he could have taken to level the playing field before it was too much for him to endure. If she's really tough, she'll be just fine, Kakashi said, turning to Fu one more time to regard her with some parting words. You can do whatever you want to do now, whatever that means to you. Yuzu no Kuni, Uzumaki clan village, clan leader mansion. Accepting things as they were was no way for progress, not when he thought there was a better way, not when he thought things were wrong. The thought of doing so made Minato feel ill, and to his own shame he'd done so in the past. He'd accepted things the way they were when he realized that he wasn't powerful enough to get any justice for when the Senju clan tried to use him and his freelancer partners. He did nothing in response to them after escaping. He was just one young ninja. What could he have done at the time against the best? He'd accepted things the way they were when Kushina's relationship with him was frowned upon. Time would be needed for him to be accepted, that was his reasoning, but it was never accepted, even when she bore him a son, which led to the next thing he accepted, leaving her and his newborn son to keep her from being exiled. With the outright ostracization of Kushina and Naruto from the happenings and workings of the Uzumaki clan, he might as well have allowed it to happen. Even if things had been safer there for the two of them, his son still wound up falling victim to the chaos of the world he'd tried to change to keep him from. He never wanted Naruto out in that jungle. But the choice was either bring his son outside to dwell with killers, or leave him at home to die via Biju extraction, and if those were the choices, there was no choice at all. As long as that were the case, there were some things that were long overdue that needed doing. Minato just had to get past Nagato first. That wasn't so simple a task. Nagato was no fool. He wasn't about to let Minato plant a Hashirama marker anywhere near him. Even as Minato darted all over the sizable rooftop, Nagato's gravity abilities kept him from getting close enough to risk getting blown away. Nagato knew he wasn't going to outquick Minato, and he wasn't even willing to try and go there. It didn't stop Minato from setting markers around him in something of a surrounding formation, but every time he teleported to one, Nagato instantly moved and tried to blow him away with his gravity jutsu. How is he able to react like that? It's like he doesn't even need to try and look for where I move to. He knew Nagato wouldn't go too far and start damaging his village unless it was necessary. The roof of the mansion by itself was large enough to contain a battle between two normal high-level shinobi. They weren't normal though, so it stood to reason that it might not be enough if it got down to it. I don't have to discover some grand secret to beating the Hashirama, Nagato said, smoothly gliding his body through the motions needed to watch his back from any angle needed. I always knew it would come to this eventually, so I took what I knew about your jutsu and I taught myself a way to battle against it. Minato chuckled humorlessly. Why am I not surprised? Well, I have known you for over 14 years, Nagato said, and you're not of my clan. I think it would have been stupid to never think that I might end up fighting you. At that point being raised, Minato frowned bitterly. Why does it have to be this way? We were friends, Nagato. He still remembered when they first met. Minato met Nagato and Kushina at the same time, almost by chance. Separate missions on the battlefield against the same enemy. It was the day Nagato unlocked his Rinnegan. There were so many memorable things about that day. He didn't know that all these years later he would wind up fighting him. Nagato remembered as well, and shut his eyes for a moment trying to fight back the memory. With a sigh he steeled himself. He had been clan leader for years now. He was used to saying things that people didn't want to hear. Minato, I always resented you for that mission. What? Why? The sheer anger that flashed across Nagato's face for a split second caused Minato to recoil in shock. He didn't know Nagato could even get that angry. Because you finished it for me and then gave me the credit, that's why, Nagato said miserly. Because of that mission, and you saying that it was me who finished it, I was groomed from then on to lead the clan. He pointed to his eyes. Because of that and these. And I should be grateful, I know I should, but I can't. Because it wasn't me, it was you. Nagato almost died that day. Kushina almost died that day. They both should have. She had been unconscious and he hadn't the strength to pull through. The horror that dawned upon him when he realized this stirred something deep inside and triggered the Rinnegan and bought them time. Even so, Minato saved them, finished the missions, both theirs and his own, and broke the back of the enemy. And with a smile on his face, he handed the credit of the mission's success over to Nagato. And when Nagato didn't rebuke it, didn't have the backbone to let everyone down and say that it hadn't been him, that it had been Minato, he knew in his heart that he'd lost Kushina. The way she looked at Minato whenever he was around from that day forward. He'd gained the respect of the village that he hadn't earned for himself at the time, and lost the respect of the only woman he'd adored to the person that had given him everything else. Did it make him an awful person that he could never get past it? Did it make him a bad person that every time he smiled at Minato in the past, and tried to consider him a friend or even an acquaintance, he just couldn't find himself able to do so? Minato's face was a portrait of misery. First his friend from youth Conan hated his guts, and saw nothing wrong with killing his son, and now the man he'd felt that he could entrust the safety of his wife and son to was admitting to holding a grudge against him. So don't, Nagato said. Don't think of this as something that can be solved with words. I won't let you take her, and you won't leave without her. In that regard I would say that you and I have nothing left to discuss. I guess not, Minato said with a sigh before his gaze steeled over. Fine. No holding back then. Drawing a Hashirama kunai, Minato threw it Nagato's way before making hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. As the metal weaponry multiplied hundreds of times in midair, Nagato raised a hand in return. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Every single kunai stopped cold. Surprise was evident on his face though, when Minato appeared right in front of him, having used their close proximity as a cue to teleport to him. Minato. That was a checkmate. He could appear anywhere around Nagato, close range, for 5 full seconds before his gravity attacks would allow him another try. In Minato's right hand was a spinning blue ball of chakra that he brought forward, aimed at Nagato's head. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Nagato held up his hand in Minato's direction, probably as a desperate attempt to stop what was about to come. That won't work. Won't it though? Nagato said, smiling as the chakra from the jutsu went into his body instead of turning his arm into hamburger. It seems like you've been preparing to fight me for quite some time as well. You mean the 5-second thing with the Shinra Tensei? Minato asked, returning the smile with one of his own despite the mortal combat they were locked in. I guess you could say that. About that, Nagato said, maintaining a smile despite the fact that he was irritated by one of his most powerful techniques having a weakness of it exposed. It's been 5 seconds. Minato high-shined out of harm's way before Nagato could send him flying, but found himself caught in a gravitational pull that was coupled with Nagato blazing a path right toward him. Don't think it's that easy. Banzhou Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. There was no way. It was impossible with all of the markers that he'd already set for Nagato to locate where Minato was teleporting to in advance. It made no sense. But here he was, finally having been caught mid-move. With purely inhuman reflexes, Minato created a clone and teleported out of the way with the opening that the decoy of himself had allowed for him. Nagato was not pleased after disposing of it. I see you get the point. You were never going to get an angle on me with that jutsu. I know where you're coming from no matter what you try to do. What will you do when you can't use your signature jutsu to get close enough to do anything to me? Minato simply smirked. Nagato might have killed his clone in close quarters, but his clone had been able to, wait, something was wrong. Nagato grinned when he saw a confused look on Minato's face. Oh, are you trying to feel for the little marker your clone left on me for you? Damn it. You can't mark me. Not unless I let you. Have you ever wondered why you were never able to come back here in secret from time to time? Why all of the markers you left around the island were just gone? I was curious about that, yeah. Minato groused. This was becoming increasingly dire. Are you going to tell me or just leave me in suspense? I think I'll keep this to myself. You knowing about this particular jutsu won't do anything to solve your problem, but let's just say having one over on the yellow flash is just too good to pass up. Fair enough. Minato grunted before trying a new avenue of attack. If Nagato could truly wipe out his markers, that would be a major issue. That eliminated his coup de grace move of marking his enemies and quickly taking them out. He needed a better view of the battlefield that they were using, the rooftop of Nagato's mansion. With that in mind, Minato prepared to throw a kunai into the air for a quick bird's-eye view when he noticed a bird high above. Getting a view ignored it at first, as it was too high to be anything threatening, but realized that it had never been intended to attack. It was indeed a creature under someone's control, because it was circling. It was a large bird with 3 legs, yeah, that was definitely someone's summoned animal. Nagato's if he had to take an obvious guess. Things made a bit more sense now. What little Minato was able to glean of Rinnegan lore, the eyes could allow the user to see chakra, and the field of vision could be shared by somehow linking with another creature via chakra. The bird could probably see the ripples of chakra that indicated in advance where he would Harasshin to, as he had to focus on them in order to initiate the jutsu.